by Horace Kephart. The Book of Camping and Woodcraft, a guidebook for those who travel in the wilderness.
Summer twilight brings the mosquito. In fact, when we go far north or far south, we have him with us both by day and night. Rather, I should say that we have her, for the male mosquito is a gentleman who sips daintily of nectar and minds his own business, while Madame, his spouse, is a whining, peevish, venomous virago that goes about seeking whose nerves she may unstring and whose blood she may devour. Strange to say, not among mosquitoes only, but among ticks, fleas, chiggers, and the whole legion of bloodthirsty, stinging flies and midges, it is only the female that attacks man and beast. Stranger still, the mosquito is not only a bloodsucker, but an incorrigible wine-bibber as well. She will get helplessly fuddled on any sweet wine, such as port, or on sugared spirits, while of gin she is inordinately fond. Such disreputable habits, the querulous sing-song, the poisoned sting, the thirst for blood, and the practice of getting dead drunk at every opportunity are enough of themselves to make the mosquito a thing accursed. But these are by no means the worst counts in our indictment against her. We have learned, within the past few years, that all the suffering and mortality from malaria, yellow fever, and filariasis, including the hideous and fatal elephantiasis of the tropics, is due to germs that are carried in no other way than by mosquitoes. Flies spread the germs of typhoid fever and malignant eye diseases. Fleas carry the bubonic plague. The sleeping sickness of Africa is transmitted by insects. There is no longer any guesswork about this. It is demonstrated fact. Professor Kellogg, summing up what is now known of the life history of malaria-bearing mosquitoes, Anopheles, says, quote, "When in malarial regions, avoid the bite of a mosquito as you would that of a rattlesnake. One can be quite as serious in its results as the other." End quote. The worst of it, from a sportsman's viewpoint, is that the farther we push toward the Arctics or the tropics, the worse becomes this pest of dangerous insects. It is into just such countries that nowadays, and in future, we must go in order to get really first-class hunting and fishing. Consequently, the problem of how best to fight our insect enemies becomes of ever-increasing importance to all who love to hunt over and explore the wild places that are still left upon the earth. Mosquitoes are bad enough in the tropics, but they are at their worst in the coldest regions of the earth. Harry de Wint reports that at Verkhoyansk, in Siberia, which is the Arctic pole of cold, where the winter temperature often sinks to -75°F and has been known to reach -81°, the mosquitoes make their appearance before the snow is off the ground, and throughout the 3 summer months make life almost unbearable to the wretched natives and exiles. The swamps and shoaly lakes in the surrounding country breed mosquitoes in such incredible hosts that reindeer, sledge dogs, and sometimes even the natives themselves are actually tormented to death by them. Throughout a great part of central and western Canada and Alaska, there are vast tundras of bog moss, called by the Indians muskegs, which in summer are the breeding grounds of unending clouds of mosquitoes, whose biting powers exceed those of any insects known in the United States. Even if the muskeg land were not a morass, this plague of mosquitoes would forever render it uninhabitable in summer. The insects come out of their pupae at the first sprouting of spring vegetation, in May, and remain until destroyed by severe frosts in September. In Alaska, all animals leave for the snowline as soon as the mosquito pest appears, but the enemy follows them even to the mountaintops above timberline. Deer and moose are killed by mosquitoes, which settle upon them in such amazing swarms that the unfortunate beasts succumb from literally having the blood sucked out of their bodies. Bears are driven frantic, are totally blinded, mire in the mud, and starve to death. Animals that survive have their flesh discolored all through, and even their marrow is reduced to the consistency of blood and water. The men who penetrate such regions are not the kind that would allow toil or privation to break their spirit, but they become so unstrung from days and nights of continuous torment inflicted by enemies insignificant in size but infinite in number, that they become savage, desperate, and sometimes even weep in sheer helpless anger. Preventives. In regions so exceptionally cursed with mosquitoes, no mere sportsman has any business until winter sets in. But even in the more accessible woodlands north and south of us, the insect pest is by far the most serious hardship that fishermen and other summer outers are obliged to meet. Head nets and gauntlets are all very well in their way, but one can neither hunt, fish, paddle, push through the brush, nor even smoke when so accoutred. Consequently, everybody tries some kind or other of, quote, fly dope, end quote, by which elegant name we mean any preparation which, being rubbed over the exposed parts of one's skin, is supposed to discourage insects from repeating their attacks. Fly dopes. The number of such dopes is legion. They may be classified into two groups. 1. Thick ointments that dry to a tenacious glaze on the skin, if the wearer abstain from washing. 2. Liquids or semi-fluid unguents that are supposed to protect by their odor alone, and must be renewed several times a day. The latter vary a great deal. It is safe to say that everything in the pharmacopoeia that seemed in the least promising has been tried. The oils of pennyroyal, cloves, lavender, citronella, verbena, and lemongrass are often used singly. Eucalyptol is favored by some. Others find the tincture of Ledum palustra, a European relative of our Labrador tea, efficacious, while mixtures of camphor, 1, and paraffin oil, 3, and of sweet oil, 16, and carbolic acid, 1, or of creosote and glycerin, each has its coterie that swears by it. The personal equation seems to cut some figure in such matters. What works satisfactorily with some people is of no avail with others. A crushed dock or caribou leaf gives temporary relief. Among the glazes, Nessmuk's recipe, published in his Woodcraft, is perhaps as well known and as widely used as any. He says this about it: I have never known it to fail. 3 ounces of pine tar, 2 ounces castor oil, 1 ounce pennyroyal oil. Simmer all together over a slow fire and bottle for use. You will hardly need more than a 2-ounce vial full in a season. 1 ounce has lasted me 6 weeks in the woods. Rub it in thoroughly and liberally at first, and after you have established a good glaze, a little replenishing from day to day will be sufficient. And don't fool with soap and towels where insects are plenty. A good safe coat of this varnish grows better the longer it is kept on, and it is cleanly and wholesome. If you get your face or hands crocky or smutty about the campfire, wet the corner of your handkerchief and rub it off, not forgetting to apply the varnish at once wherever you have cleaned it off. Last summer, I carried a cake of soap and a towel in my knapsack through the North Woods for a 7 weeks' tour, and never used either a single time. When I had established a good glaze on the skin, it was too valuable to be sacrificed for any weak whim connected with soap and water. It is a soothing and healing application for poisonous bites already received. Aside from my personal tests of many dopes, I have had some interesting correspondence on this topic with sportsmen in various parts of the world. I quote from one letter received last year from Colonel Norman Fletcher of Louisville. Upon the swampy trout streams of Michigan, on a warm May day, when the insects are abundant and vicious, pure pine tar is by far the best repellent when properly used. I give 2 recipes. 1. Pure pine tar, 1 ounce. Oil pennyroyal, 1 ounce. Vaseline, 3 ounces. Mix cold in a mortar. If you wish, you can add 3% carbolic acid to the above. Sometimes I make it 1½ ounce TA. 2. Pure pine tar, 2 ounces. Castor oil, 3 ounces. Simmer for half an hour, and when cool, add oil pennyroyal, 1 ounce. There are many others of similar nature, but the above are as good as any. Now, as to use of above. Apply freely and frequently to all exposed parts of the person, and do not wash off until leaving the place where the pests abound. You can wash your eyes in the morning, and wash the palms of your hands as often as may be necessary. But if you wish to be immune, don't wash any other exposed parts. When you get accustomed to it, you will find some compensating comfort. I have had to contend with mosquitoes, deer flies, black flies, and midges, and have found dope with tar in it the best. I know that where mosquitoes are not very bad, oil of citronella, oil of verbena, or of lemongrass, or of pennyroyal, mixed with Vaseline, will keep them off, if the mixture is applied frequently. These essential oils are quickly evaporated, however, by the heat of the body. Camphorated oil is also used by some. This is simply sweet oil with gum camphor dissolved in it. The camphor is volatile and soon evaporates. Now, I don't much like tar dope, because I cannot wash my face and hands as often as I could wish. But when it is necessary to get some trout, without being worried too much by the insects, I can stand the tar for a few days. The fruit of my own experiments thus far is that tar dopes are the most effective ones in comparatively cool climates, but that they are of little avail in hot countries, because when one perspires freely, both by day and night, there is no chance for a glaze to be established. Fleas. In the high mountains of North Carolina and adjoining states, there are no mosquitoes, at least none that sting or bite. But if a man sits down on a log, it may be 5 miles from any house, the chance is good that he will arise covered with fleas. I have been so tormented by these nimble allies of old Recce, when spending a night in a herder's cabin on the summit of the Smokies, that I have arisen in desperation and rubbed myself from head to foot with kerosene. That settled the fleas, and almost settled me. Here I may offer a bit of a discovery, not copyrighted, that I believe is new. Fleas can't swim. When you catch one, don't try to crush him or examine him. Her, I should say. But keep a tight grip until you get your thumb and finger into some water, then let go, and she will sink and drown, and go to meet her reward, which, let us hope, is a warm one. Blood-sucking flies. In northern forests, we have several species of flies that attack man. The deer fly, or, quote, bulldog, end quote, is a small gadfly that drives her dagger-like mandibles into one's skin so viciously that she takes out a bit of flesh and makes the blood flow freely. The black fly, parenthesis, Similium molestum, close parenthesis, is a stout, humpbacked, black ptarmigan with transparent wings, from 1/6 to 1/4 inch long. This creature is a common nuisance of the forests and along the streams of northern New England, the Adirondacks, the Lake region, and Canada. She keeps busy until late in the afternoon, poisoning everything that she attacks, and raising a painful lump as big as a dime at every bite. Closely related species are the buffalo gnat and turkey gnat of the South, which sometimes appear in incredible numbers, driving animals frantic and setting up an inflammatory fever that may prove fatal. Black flies and their ilk are easily driven away by smudges. Blowflies. Worst of all flies, though fortunately rare in the north, parenthesis, it has been known to reach Canada, close parenthesis, is the screwworm fly, parenthesis, Compsomia macellaria, close parenthesis, a bright, metallic green insect with golden reflections and 4 black stripes on the upper part of the body. This is a blowfly which has the sickening habit of laying its eggs in wounds, and even in the nostrils of sleeping men. Several fatalities from this cause have been reported in our country. They have been much more numerous in South America. The Gusanero of tropical America is described by a traveler as, quote, a beast of a fly that attacks you, you know not when, till after 3 or 4 months you know that he has done so by the swelling up of the bitten part into a fair-sized boil, from which issues a maggot of perhaps 1.5 inches in length. End quote. Another Amazonian fly of similar habits is the birni, whose larva generates a grub in one's skin that requires careful extraction, lest it be crushed in the operation. Quote, and then, end quote, said a native, quote, gentlemen often go to o outro mundo, end quote, the other world. The motuca of Brazil has ways similar to those of our black fly, and like it, can easily be killed with one's fingers. Pests of the tropics. While I am on this topic, I may add a little to the contentment of those outers who are unable to seek adventure in faraway lands, but must needs camp within 100 miles or so of home, if I transcribe from the pages of a well-known naturalist the following notes on some of the impediments to travel in the tropics. But the most numerous and most dreaded of all the animals in the middle Amazons are the insects. Nearly all kinds of articulate life here have either sting or bite. The strong trade wind keeps the lower Amazons clear of the winged pest, but soon after leaving Manaus, and especially on the Maranhão in the rainy season, the traveler becomes intimately acquainted with half a dozen insects of torture. 1. The sanguinary mosquito. There are several species. Most of them work at night, but one black fellow with white feet is diurnal. Dr. Spruce experimented upon himself and found that he lost, by letting the bloodletters have their own way, 3 ounces of blood per day. The ceaseless irritation of these ubiquitous creatures makes life almost intolerable. The great Cortez, after all his victories, could not forget his struggles with these despicable enemies he could not conquer. Scorpions with cocked tails, spiders 6 inches in diameter, and centipedes running on all dozens are not half so bad as a cloud of mosquitoes. 2. The Piam, or Sandfly, a species of Tropidium called mosquito in Peru. It is a minute dark-colored dipter with 2 triangular horny lancets, which leave a small circular red spot on the skin. It works by day, relieving the mosquito at sunrise. It is the great scourge of the Amazons. Many a paradisiac spot is converted into an inferno by its presence. There are several species which follow one another in succession throughout the day, all of them being diurnal. Their favorite region is said to be on the Cassiquaira and Upper Orinoco. 3. The Mokuim, which resembles the Piam. They are infinitely numerous on the Horua. Humboldt estimated there were 1,000,000 to a cubic foot of air where he was. 4. The Mutuca, called tabono on the Marañón, Hadeus lepidotus, resembling a small horsefly of bronze black color with the tips of the wings transparent, and a formidable proboscis. 5. The Mokuim, a microscopic scarlet acarus, resembling a minute crab under the glass. It swarms on weeds and bushes, and on the skin causes an intolerable itching. An hour's walk through the grassy streets of Tefe was sufficient to cover my entire body with myriads of Mokuims, which it took a week and repeated bathing with rum to exterminate. Carrapatos, or ticks, ijodes, which mount to the tips of blades of grass, attach themselves to the clothes of passers-by, and bury their jaws and heads so deeply in the flesh that it is difficult to remove them without leaving the proboscis behind to fret and fester. In sucking one's blood, they cause no pain, but serious sores, even ulcers, often result. These few forms of insect life must forever hinder the settlement of the valley. Besides these, there are ants, innumerable in species and individuals, and of all sizes. From the little red ant of the houses to the mammoth tocandera, 1.5 inches long. The latter bites fiercely, but rarely causes death. Dr. Spruce likens the pain to 100,000 nettles. On the Tapajos lives the terrible fire ant, whose sting is likened to the puncture of a red-hot needle. The saubas are not carnivorous, but they make agriculture almost impossible. There are black and yellow wasps. The large, hairy caterpillars should be handled with care, as the irritation caused by the nettling hairs is sometimes a serious matter. Cockroaches are great pests in the villages. Lice find a congenial home on the unwashed Indians of every tribe, but particularly the Andean. Chiggers and fleas prefer dry, sandy localities. They are accordingly most abounding on the mountains. The Pacific slope is worthy of being called a fleadom. Orton, The Andes and the Amazons, pages 484 to 487. The Mokuim mentioned above answers the description of our own jigger, redbug, as she is variously called, which is an entirely different beast from the real chigger ichigoa of the tropics. I do not know what may be the northern limit of these most unladylike creatures, but have made their acquaintance on Swatara Creek in Pennsylvania. They are quite at home on the prairies of southern Illinois, exist in myriads on the Ozarks and throughout the lowlands of the South, and are perhaps worst of all in some parts of Texas. The chigger, as I shall call her, is invisible on one's skin, unless you know just what to look for. Get her on a piece of black cloth, and you can distinguish what looks like a fine grain of red pepper. Put her under a microscope, and she resembles, as Orton says, a minute crab. She lives in the grass, and on the underside of leaves, dropping off on the first man or beast that comes her way. Then she prospects for a good place, where the skin is thin and tender, and straightway proceeds to burrow, not contenting herself like a tick, with merely thrusting her head in and getting a good grip, but going in body and soul, to return no more. The victim is not aware of what is in store for him until he goes to bed that night. Then begins a violent itching, which continues for a week or two. I've had 200 of these tormenting things in my skin at one time. If one takes a bath in salt water every night before retiring, he can keep fairly rid of these unwelcome guests. But once they have burrowed underneath the skin, neither salt, nor oil, nor turpentine, nor carbolized ointment, nor anything else that I have tried will kill them, save mercurial ointment or the tincture of tavasacra seed, both of which are dangerous if incautiously used. After much experiment, I found that chloroform, dropped or rubbed on each separate welt, will stop the itching for about 6 hours. It is quite harmless and pleasant enough to apply. The country people sometimes rub themselves with salty bacon rind before going outdoors and claim that this is a preventive. Also, the kerosene will do as well. If one keeps an old suit of clothes expressly for chigger time, puts the suit in a closet, and fumigates it thoroughly with the smoke of burning tobacco stems, no chigger will touch him. Alas, that the preventives should all be so disagreeable. Tropical Chiggos. The Chiggo or Sandfly of Mexico, Central America, and South America is a larger and more formidable pest than our little red bug. It attacks preferably the feet, especially underneath the nail of the great toe, and between the toes. The insect burrows there, becomes encysted, swells enormously from the development of her young, and thus sets up an intolerable itching in the victim's skin. If the female is crushed or ruptured in the tumor she has formed, the result is likely to be amputation of the toe, if nothing worse. She should be removed entire by careful manipulation with a needle. This Chiggo is a native of tropical America, but seems to be gradually spreading northward. About 1872, it was introduced into Africa and spread with amazing rapidity over almost the entire continent. It will probably soon invade southern Europe and Asia. Ticks. The wood ticks that fasten on man are, like the chiggers, not true insects, but arachnids, related to the scorpions and spiders. They are leathery-skinned creatures of about the same size and shape as a bedbug, but of quite different color and habits. They use on the underside of leaves of low shrubs, and thence are detached to the person of a passer-by, just as chiggers are. They also abound in old mulchy wood, and are likely to infest any log that a tired man sits on. They hang on like grim death, and if you try to pull one out of your skin, its head will break off and remain in the epidermis to create a nasty sore. The way to get rid of them is to drop oil on the bug, or clap a quid of moistened tobacco on her, or touch her with nicotine from a pipe, or stand naked in the dense smoke of a green wood fire, or use whiskey externally, or hot water, or flame. In either case, the tick will back its way out. Preventive measures are the same as for chiggers. The meanest ticks to get rid of are the young, which are known as seed ticks. They are hard to discover until they've inflamed the skin, and then are hard to remove because they're so small and fragile. The ticks that infest birds, bats, sheep, and horses are true insects, in no wise related to the wood ticks, dog ticks, and cattle ticks. The cattle tick is responsible for the fatal disease among cattle that is known as Texas fever. Punkies. The punky, or, quote, no-see-em, end quote, of the northeastern wildwoods, and her cousin, the stinging midge of western forests, are minute bloodsuckers that, according to my learned friend, Professor Comstock, live, quote, under the bark of decaying branches, under fallen leaves, and in sap flowing from wounded trees, end quote. With all due deference to this distinguished entomologist, I must aver that they don't live there when I am around. They seem particularly fond of sap flowing from wounded fishermen. Dope will keep them from biting you, but it won't keep them out of your eyes. Punkies are particularly annoying about sunset. Oil of citronella is the best preventive of their attacks. Insects in camp. If you want mosquitoes to leave your tent in a hurry, explode a little black gunpowder in it. Burning insect powder in the tent is also effective, but it is not so prompt nor so sportsmanlike. The best way, though, is to keep them out from the first, by the device mentioned in White's book, The Forest. Have an inside tent of cheesecloth, which is hung up out of the way in the daytime, and can be dropped and made snug all around the bottom before you turn in. If ants are troublesome about a permanent camp, pour kerosene on their runways. They will not cross a broad line drawn with chalk or charcoal. Oil of sassafras sprinkled about will keep flies and ants out of a cabin. The fresh leaves of the Kentucky coffee tree, bruised and sweetened, are good to poison flies. Black walnut leaves will drive fleas out of a bed. The leaves, soaked in water for some hours, then boiled, and applied to the skins of horses or other animals, will prevent their being worried by flies. To get rid of flies, if you have milk, add to 1 pint of milk 1/4 pound of sugar and 2 ounces ground pepper. Place in a shallow dish. The flies will eat greedily and choke to death. Smudges. A good smudge is raised by using cedar cigars, made as follows. Take long strips of cedar bark and bunch them together into a faggot 6 or 8 inches in diameter, about 1 strip in 3 being dry and the others water-soaked. Bind them with strips of the inner bark of green cedar. Ignite one end at the campfire and set up 2 or more such cigars on different sides of the camp, according as the wind may shift. Punky wood, piled on a bed of coals, is also good. The ammoniacal vapors from a smudge of dried cow dung is particularly effective. I have elsewhere referred to smudges made of dried toadstools. These are particularly repellent to punkies. A toadstool, as large as one's 2 fists, will hold fire for 6 or 8 hours. A piece of one can be carried suspended by a string around one's neck, the burning end out. If the fungus is too damp at first, it can soon be dried out before the fire. The pain or itching caused by insect bites is quickly relieved by rubbing the spot with a lump of indigo, or by touching it with glycerin or ammonia, or by rubbing a bit of raw onion over it. Scorpions. Scorpions are not uncommon as far north as Missouri. I often used to find them in the neighborhood of St. Louis, little red fellows about 4 inches long. In the southwest, where they abound, they grow to a length of 6 or 7 inches. They hide by day under flat rocks, in dead trees, and in moist, dark places generally, and do their foraging at night. They are very belligerent, always fighting to the death. They carry their tails curled upward and forward, and can only strike upward and backward. They are sometimes unpleasantly familiar around camp, especially in rainy weather, having a penchant for crawling into bedding, boots, coat sleeves, trousers legs, etc. The sting of a small scorpion is about as severe as that of a hornet. That of a large one is more serious, but never fatal, so far as I know, except to small children. After a person is stung a few times, he is inoculated and proof against the poison thereafter. If you get stung, take a hollow key or small tube. Press the hollow with force over the puncture, causing the poison and a little blood to exude. Hold firmly in place for several minutes, and, if the scorpion was a large one, you have a good excuse for drinking all the whiskey you want. Ordinarily, a quid of moist tobacco, locally applied, eases the pain and reduces the swelling. Tobacco juice, by the way, is fatal to scorpions, tarantulas, and centipedes, and will set a snake crazy. Tarantulas. I first witnessed the leaping powers of a tarantula one night when I was alone in a deserted log cabin in southern Missouri. The cabin had not been occupied for 15 years, and there was no furniture in it. I had scarcely made my bed on the board floor when a tornado struck the forest. It was a grand sight, but scared me stiff. Well, the electrical plant was working finely just then, the light being almost a continuous glare. A tarantula that spread as broad as my hand jumped out of the straw that I was lying on, and it was hard to tell which was quicker, he or the lightning. He seemed disturbed about something. Not being able to fight the tornado, I took after the big spider with an old stumpy broom that happened to be in the cabin. When the broom would land at one side of the room, the tarantula would be on the other side. I was afraid he would spring for my face, but presently he popped into a hole somewhere and vanished. The cabin somehow stuck to terra firma, and I returned to my pallet. The tarantula's habits are similar to the scorpion's. The fangs are in its mouth. The bite is very severe, but not fatal to an adult. Cases of men being injured by either of these venomous arachnids are extremely rare, considering the abundance of the pests in some countries, and their habit of secreting themselves in clothes and bedding. If you want to see a battle royal, Drop a scorpion and a tarantula into the same box. They will spring for each other in a flash, and both are absolutely game to the last. Centipedes. I have had no personal experience with centipedes. Paul Fountain says, "The centipedes were an intolerable nuisance, for they had a nasty habit of hiding among the bedclothes and under the pillows, attracted there to prey on the bugs, as I suppose, one evil to set off another. But the centipedes were something more than a mere nuisance. It is all very well to be blandly told by gentlemen who think they know all about it that the bites of centipedes and scorpions are not dangerous. It may not be particularly dangerous to have a red-hot wire applied to your flesh, but it is confoundedly painful. Yet that is to be preferred to a centipede bite, which will not only make you dance at the time of the infliction, but leave a painful swelling for many days after, accompanied by great disturbance of the system."
Qu'on n'a pas cheval, mon boric. Qu'on n'a pas boric, mon cabri. Qu'on n'a pas cabri, mon Jean. When you have no horse, you ride a donkey. When you have no donkey, you ride a goat. When you have no goat, you ride your legs. Creole saying. In walking through a primitive forest, an Indian or a white woodsman can wear out a town-bred athlete, although the latter may be the stronger man. This is because a man who is used to the woods has a knack of walking over uneven and slippery ground, edging through thickets, and worming his way amid fallen timber, with less fret and exertion than one who is accustomed to smooth, unobstructed paths. How to walk. There is somewhat the same difference between a townsman's and a woodsman's gait as there is between a soldier's and a sailor's. It is chiefly a difference of hip action, looseness of joints, and the manner of planting one's feet. A townsman's stride is an up and down knee action, with rather rigid hips, the toes pointing outward and the heel striking first. The carriage is erect, the movement springy and graceful, so long as one is walking over firm, level footing. But beware the banana peel and the small boy's sliding place. This is an ill-poised gait, because one's weight falls first upon the heel alone, and at that instant the walker has little command of his balance. It is an exhausting gait as soon as its normally short pace is lengthened by so much as an inch. A woodsman, on the contrary, walks with a rolling motion, his hips swaying an inch or more to the stepping side, and his pace is correspondingly long. This hip action may be noticed to an exaggerated degree in the stride of a professional pedestrian, but the latter walks with a heel and toe step, whereas an Indian or sailor's step is more nearly flat-footed. In the latter case, the center of gravity is covered by the whole foot. The poise is as secure as that of a rope walker. The toes are pointed straight forward or even a trifle inward, so that the inside of the heel, the outside of the ball of the foot, and the smaller toes all do their share of work and assist in balancing. Walking in this manner, one is not so likely either to trip over projecting roots, stones, and other traps, as he would be if the feet formed hooks by pointing outward. The necessity is obvious in snowshoeing. A fellow sportsman, H. G. Dullag, once remarked, quote, "If the Indian were turned to stone while in the act of stepping, the statue would probably stand balanced on one foot. This gait gives the limbs great control over his movements. He is always poised. If a stick cracks under him, it is because of his weight, and not by reason of the impact. He goes silently on, and with great economy of force. His steady balance enables him to put his moving foot down as gently as you would lay an egg on the table." Unquote. There is another advantage in walking with toes pointing straight ahead instead of outwards. One gains ground at each stride. I have often noticed that an Indian's stride gains in this manner, as well as from his rolling motion of the hips. The white man acquires this habit if he ever gets it, but an Indian is molded to it in the cradle. If you examine the way in which a papoose is bound to its cradle board, this will be made clear. Immediately after birth, the infant is stretched out on the board. Its bow-legged little limbs are laid as straight as possible, and the feet are placed exactly perpendicular and close together before being swaddled. Often the squaw removes the bandages and gently drags and works on the baby's limbs and spine to make them as straight as possible. Then, in rebandaging, care is always taken that the toes shall point straight forward. The custom of wearing moccasins also increases the normal stride beyond what it would be if one wore boots. Overstrain. When carrying a pack on your back, do not overexert yourself. Halt whenever your breathing is very labored or exertion becomes painful. Rig your pack at the start so that it can be flung off whenever you sit down for a moment's rest. It pays. Nobody who understands horses would think of driving them ahead when they show signs of distress, and there is quite as much common sense in treating yourself with the same consideration if you want to travel far. Overexertion is particularly disastrous in mountain climbing. Care of the feet. One who is unused to long marches may get along pretty well the first day, but on the second morning it will seem as if he could not drag one foot after the other. This is the time when the above remarks do not apply, for if one uses the gad and goes ahead, he will soon limber up. But by the morning of the third day, it is likely that complications will have set in. The novice by this time is worn, not only from unaccustomed exertion, but from loss of sleep, for few men sleep well the first night or two in the open. He is probably constipated from change in diet, and from drinking too much on the march. More serious still, he probably has sore feet. This latter ailment is not so much due to his feet being tender at the start, as from his not having taken proper care of them. Aside from the downright necessity of seeing that one's shoes and stockings fit well, and that the shoes were well broken in before starting, there are certain rules of pedestrian hygiene that should be observed from the word go. Every morning before starting, dust some tail powder inside your stockings, or rub some Vaseline, tallow, or soap on the inside of them. Then wash your feet every evening, preferably in hot salted water, and, if they feel strained, rub them with whiskey. The underwear should also be dusted inside with powdered soapstone, or otherwise treated like the stockings, at all places where the garments are likely to chafe. Socks should be washed every other day. If a blister has formed on the foot, do not merely prick it and squeeze the water out, but thread a needle with soft cotton or worsted. Draw the latter partly through the blister, snip off the ends about 1/4 inch from the blister, and leave the thread there to act as a drainage tube. Then cover the part with a soft, clean rag, greased with Vaseline or tallow rubbed up with a little whiskey. This will prevent the skin being rubbed off and a consequent painful wound. Corns may be removed by a plaster of pine turpentine, not spirits, but the raw sap of the tree. Thirst. In warm weather, one's first few days in the open air will bring an inordinate thirst, which is not caused by the stomach's demand for water, but by a fever of the palate. This may be relieved somewhat by chewing a green leaf, or by carrying a smooth, non-absorbent pebble in the mouth. But a much better thirst quencher is a bit of raw onion carried in the mouth. One can go a long time without drinking if he has an onion with him. This also prevents one's lips from cracking in alkali dust. Drink as often as you please, but not very much at a time. If the water is cold, sip it slowly so as not to chill the stomach. Never try to satisfy thirst by swallowing snow or ice. Melt the snow first by holding it in the mouth, if no fire can be made. Rough travel. The way to find game, or to get the best of anything else that the forest hides, is not to follow well-beaten paths. One must often make his own trails, and go where the going is hardest. As he travels through the unknown woods, he may come, now and then, to a glade where the trees do not crowd each other, where the undergrowth is sparse, and the view so unobstructed that he can see to shoot for 100 yards in any direction. Such spots may be about as common relatively as are safe anchorage and deep-water harbors along the coast. But most of the time a wanderer in the forest primeval must pick a way for his feet over uneven ground that is covered with stubs, loose stones, slippery roots, crooked saplings, mixed downwood, and tough, thorny vines. He is forever busy seeking openings, parting bushes, brushing away cobwebs, fending off springy branches, crawling over or under fallen trees, working around impenetrable tangles, or trying to find a footlog or a ford. There is no such thing as a shortcut. It is beyond the power of man to steer a straight course or to keep up a uniform cadence of his steps. Unless the traveler knows his ground, there is no telling when he may come to a windfall, where several acres of big timber have been overthrown by a hurricane and the great trees lay piled across each other in an awkward snarl. Or maybe there is an alder thicket or a cedar swamp in the way, or a canebrake or a cypress slough, or a laurel or rhododendron slick, wherein a man will soon exhaust his strength to no purpose, if he be so unwise as to try to force a passage. A brûlier, or burnt wood, is a nasty place to pass through. Every foot of ground that is not covered by charred snags, or fallen trunks and limbs, bristles with a new growth of fireweed, blackberry and raspberry briars, young red cherries, white birches, poplars, quaking aspens, scrub oaks, or gray pines. When the fire has occurred on one of those barren ridges that was covered with dwarfish oaks, post, black, or blackjack, the sharp, fire-hardened studs of limbs protrude like bayonets at the height of one's face, menacing his eyes. An old, quote, lumberjack works, unquote, where the trees have been chopped out, leaving nothing but stumps, tree tops, and other debris, grows up with the same rank tenants as a burnt wood, and is as mean to flounder through. As a general rule, 1.5 miles an hour of actual progress is making good time in the woods. Use of divides. Rivers are often spoken of as having been man's natural highways in the days before railroads. This was true only to a limited extent. A few great rivers, such as the Hudson, the Ohio, the Mississippi, and the Missouri, were highways for downstream travel, and smaller waterways were, and still are, used in the summer muskeg country of the north, where land travel is impractical until everything freezes up. But the general rule of aboriginal travel was to keep away from streams and follow the ridges between them. This rule still holds when a party travels afoot or with pack train in a country where there are no bridges. A glance at the accompanying diagram will show why. In this figure, AG represents a river and CF the main divide or summit of watershed separating it from another river basin. It is assumed that a party afoot or with horses desires to advance from A to G. Evidently, if they try to follow either bank of the main stream, they will have many fords to make, not only crossing tributaries here and there, but fording or swimming the main stream itself many times, where cliffs, bogs, or impenetrable thickets make one of the banks impassable. If the region through which the river runs is wide-bottom land, the mouths of its tributaries are likely to be deep, or to run over fathomless mud as dangerous as quicksand, and this will necessitate long detours. The vegetation up to the very bank of the river will be exceedingly rank, a wretched tangle of bushes, vines, briars, and tall grass, and fallen trees will be plentiful and large. At any time, a heavy rainstorm may send the river out of its banks, and the party may find itself marooned where it can neither go forward nor backward. On the other hand, if the river runs through a mountainous country, it is probable that the travelers will come to a canyon that will compel them to retreat. In any case, the party will never have an outlook. It will never know what lies beyond the next bend of the river. A comparatively easy way around all of these difficulties is shown in the dotted line ABDEG. Leaving the river by a ridge that leads to the main divide, and following the crest to a similar abutting ridge that runs down to the valley at the objective point, there will be no fords to make. The footing will be much better because vegetation is thinner on the more sterile wind-swept heights. The fallen trees will be smaller, there will be no mud or quicksand or miry bogs, and every here and there a corriging advantage will be climbed from which a far outlook can be had over the surrounding country. The chief precaution to be observed in trying to follow a divide where there is no trail, or where there are many intersecting trails, is not to stray off on some abutting ridge. This, as the points B and D, there may be in each case a gap between the knolls or peaks, and the lead to the left might easily be mistaken for the main divide. If the party were enticed along either of these leads on account of its tending in the desired direction, they would soon find themselves in a cul-de-sac. Mountain climbing. The city man's gait, to which I have already referred, is particularly exhausting in mountain climbing. He is accustomed to spring from the toe of the lower foot in going uphill. That throws nearly the whole weight of the body upon the muscles of the calf of the leg, a misadjustment of strain that would soon wear out even a native mountaineer. The latter walks uphill with a woodsman's gait, planting the whole foot on the ground and swinging or rolling his hip at each stride, thus not only gaining an inch or two in his pace, but distributing the strain between several groups of muscles. In dense mountaineering are given some useful hints to climbers that I take the liberty of considering here. In walking up a steep hill, go slowly and steadily. If you cannot talk without catching your breath, it is a sure sign that you are going too fast. If you slip on a loose stone, do not try to recover your lost ground quickly, but slip away until your foot is checked a few inches lower. Thus keep up the rhythm of your footfalls. On an average mountain, where the slope is tolerably uniform, and the climber has no long journey before him, an ascent of 1,000 feet in an hour is quick traveling. In beginning a long climb, 800 feet of vertical ascent in an hour is good work. On a good trail, for a moderate distance, 1,500 feet an hour is quick walking. Under favorable conditions, a good climber can ascend from a height of 7,000 to 14,000 feet in 7 hours. At greater altitudes, the pace will slacken. In descending a mountain, the pace, however slow, should be continuous. To remain stationary, even for a moment, not only necessitates a fresh start, but demands an adjustment of balance which implies an unnecessary outlay of muscular effort. To descend rapidly and safely without exertion, a certain looseness of joints should be cultivated. On a steep slope, one should descend sideways, so that the whole length of the foot can be planted fairly on any hold that offers. A man will never sprain his ankle when he expects to do so at any moment, nor will he be likely to slip if he is always preparing to fall. Footlogs. If you have to cross a deep, rocky ravine or dangerous mountain stream by passing over a high footlog or fallen tree, then, if the log is tilted at an uncomfortable angle, or if its surface is wet or icy, or treacherous with loose bark, or if for any reason you fear dizziness or faintness, don't be ashamed to get down and straddle the log, hunching yourself along with hands and thighs. Let your companions laugh if they will. It is not nice to break a limb or a jar when you are in a country so rough that your comrades may have to pack you out, by each in turn carrying you on his own back and crawling with you. Breaking a trail. When a man ventures into strange woods far from settlements, he should blaze a tree here and there along his course, and between the blazes every now and then he should bend a green bush over in the direction he is going, snapping the stem or clipping it with a hatchet, by letting it adhere by the bark so that the underside of the bushy top will look at him when he returns. The underside of the leaves, being of lighter shade than the upper, makes such a bush sign conspicuous in the woods. Marks like these can be made without slackening one's pace. Have it mutually understood that a single blaze on a tree is always to be made on the side away from camp, and that if the side towards camp is marked at all, it should be with 2 blazes. Even when a man is bewildered, he can remember a blaze means away from, 2 blazes means toward. Never leave your bed without making sure that you have your pocketbook, jackknife watch, and your waterproof matchbox filled. Make a practice of loading the latter, if it needs it, every night when you wind your watch. In cold weather, do not leave camp without your hunting hatchet. If you leave a boat for the purpose of hunting along the bank, while the boat drifts on her way, have it understood by your companions that you will blaze a tree on the bank about every half-mile. Then they can keep on downstream as long as they pass fresh blazes. Signals. In a treeless country, piles of rocks or freshly upturned earth can be used, or signals that will attract attention from a general distance can be made with smoke, from 1 to 3 smudges being made, according to a prearranged code. The distress signal with a gun is a shot, a pause, and then 2 shots in quick succession. It is disregarded until after, say, 4 p.m., at which hour the camp keeper in a fixed camp should blow his horn. The gunshot code is reversed in some countries. Learn what is the custom in the land where you travel, but in any case have some signal agreed upon so that your comrades will understand it. Sameness of the forest. All dense woods look very much alike. Trees of all species grow very tall in a forest that has never been cut over, their trunks being commonly straight and slender with no branches within, say, 40 feet of the ground. This is because they cannot live without sunlight for their leaves, and they can only reach sunlight by growing tall like their neighbors that crowd around them. As the young tree shoots upwards, its lower limbs atrophy and drop off. To some extent, the characteristic marking of the trunk that distinguishes the different species when they grow in the open, and to a greater extent their characteristic habits of branching, are neutralized when they grow in dense forests. Consequently, a man who can readily tell one species from another in open country by their bark and branching habits may be puzzled to distinguish them in an aboriginal forest. Moreover, the lichens and mosses that cover the boles of trees in the deep shade of a primitive wood give them a sameness of aspect, so that there is some excuse for the novice who says that all trees look alike to him. The knowledge of trees that can be gained, first from books, and secondly from studies of trees themselves in city parks or in country woodlots, must be supplemented by considerable experience in the real wilderness before one can say with confidence, by merely glancing at the bark, this is a soft maple and the other is a sugar tree. And yet I do not know any study that, in the long run, would be more serviceable to the amateur woodman than to get a good manual of American trees and then go about identifying the species in his neighborhood. Having gained some facility in this, then let him turn to studying peculiarities of individual growth. Such self-training, which can be carried on almost anywhere, will make him observant of 1,001 little marks and characteristics that are signboards and street numbers in the wilds. Sense of direction. This sort of knowledge has direct bearing upon the art of following a course, or retracing one's course in the wilderness. We hear much about the extraordinary bump of locality, the phenomenal memory of landmarks, the preternatural sense of direction of certain woodcraftsmen. I do not like those phrases, if by them is meant that certain men are born with a gift, a sixth sense that is denied to others. I do not believe that any man is a, quote, born woodsman, unquote. In the act of wilderness travel, as in other things, some men are more adept than others, who have had equal advantages, and a few possess almost uncanny powers, amounting to what we call genius. To my notion, this means nothing more than that some individuals are quicker to observe than others, reason more surely from cause to effect, and keep their minds more alert. And I believe that this is far more due to taking unusual interest in their surroundings than to any partiality of Mother Nature in distributing her gifts. What to notice? After a novice has had some preliminary training of the kind I have indicated, so that all things in the woods no longer look alike to him, he will meet another difficulty. His memory will be swamped. It is utterly impossible for any man, whether he be red, white, black, or piebald, to store up in his mind all the woodland marks and signs that one can see in a mile's tramp, to say nothing of the infinite diversity that he encounters in a long journey. Now here is just where a skilled woodscraftsman has an advantage over any and all amateurs. He knows what is common and pays no attention to it. He knows what is uncommon. It catches his eye at once, and it interests him, so that he need make no effort to remember the thing. This disregard for the common eliminates at once 3/4, perhaps 9/10 of the trees, plants, rocks, etc. from his consideration. It relieves his memory of just that much burden. He will pass 100 birch trees without a second glass until his eye is riveted by a curly birch. Why riveted? Because curly birch is valuable. In the bottomlands he will scarcely see a sour gum, or 100 of them, But let him come across one such tree on top of the ridge, and he will wonder how it chanced to stray so far from home. And so on, through all categories of woodland features. A woodsman notices such things infallibly, and with as little conscious effort as a woman notices the crumbs and lint in her neighbor's carpet. Average windings. A compass is like a pistol, seldom used but invaluable in an emergency. Ordinarily, a traveler in the forest does not use a compass. In fact, I never knew a native of the wilderness who ever used one. He relies chiefly on the sun and the general lay of the land to guide him. In thick woods, canebrakes, swamps, big thickets, and other places where the course is necessarily very tortuous, a compass is of no use while one is on the march. Whenever the traveler can get an outlook, he fixes on some landmark in advance, notes how the sun strikes him when facing the mark, and thenceforth averages up his windings as well as he can. The compass is only of service where he can no longer see the sun, and is in doubt as to the direction he is traveling in. In the wilderness, one never knows when he may want to retrace his steps. Hence, when passing anything that has particularly caught his eye, let him turn and see how it looks from the other side. Celestial guides. To find the sun on a cloudy day, hold a knife blade perpendicularly on the thumbnail, or a watch case, and slowly twirl it around. It will cast a faint shadow, unless the day is very dark. Choose an open spot in the woods for this, rather than under the trees, and don't try it near noon, when scarcely any shadow would be cast anyway. To determine the points of the compass from a watch, the watch being set at local, that is sun, time, then when the sun is shining, turn the face of the watch to the sun in such position that the hour hand shall point to the sun. Halfway between the hour hand and 12 o'clock will then be the south point. South of the equator, this would indicate the north point. When the sun is near the zenith, this method is of little use. To find the polar star, in the constellation of the Great Bear, the 7 stars called the Dipper never set. 2 stars, forming the front of the Dipper's bowl, point towards a conspicuously bright star almost in line with them, and higher, which is Polaris, the North Star. When rough and ready methods of determining the meridian are not precise enough for one's purpose, the following method will be found more accurate than an ordinary pocket compass. Level a piece of ground a few feet square, and plant in it a straight rod, AB, truly perpendicular, testing with the plummet. At an hour or two before noon, say 10:30 a.m., mark accurately the extremity C of the shadow BC thrown by the rod, the sun being at S. Then from the base B as a center, with the radius BC, describe with a string a circle CDF on the ground. As the sun's altitude increases, the shadow of the rod will gradually grow shorter until noon, after which it will grow longer until, when the sun has reached the position S', the shadow will again reach the circumference of the circle at D. Divide the arc CD into 2 equal parts, and from E, a point equidistant from C to D, draw the line BE. This line will approximate closely to the true meridian, E being, of course, north, in north latitude. Torches. When traveling in the dark, torches may be needed. If a dead pine tree can be found, chop off one of the old stubs of limbs, cutting deep into the trunk at the joint, so as to get as much of the heavy, resinous bulb as you can. Cut a few splinters on this big end, if necessary, and light it. A bark torch is made by peeling several strips of birch bark 4 or 5 inches wide. Double or fold them 2 or 3 times if these strips are long, and place these bunches in the split end of a stick for handle. A good torch is made by winding cotton yarn or rags around a forked stick in the form of a ball, and soaking in oil or melted tallow. To make a pig-a-fire, cut a piece of fat pork around 1 by 1 by 4 inches. Slit each end about 1½ inches, drive a sharpened stick through the center of the strip, and light the slit ends. It does not last long, but makes a good enough temporary flare. Southern Indians, when exploring caves, use joints of cane filled with deer's tallow and supplied with wicks.
The chief difficulty in forest travel, especially in flatlands that are heavily timbered, is the lack of natural outlooks from which one could get a view of distant landmarks. Although there are plenty of marks in the woods themselves by which a trained woodsman can follow a route that he traversed not long before. Yet these signs are forever changing, vanishing, being superseded by others. Not only do new growths spring up, but old ones are swept away, sometimes suddenly as by flood or fire. Hence, when men have once picked out a course through the woods that they intend to follow again, they leave permanent marks along the way for future guidance. The most conspicuous and durable waymarks that can easily be made are blazes on the trees. It is of no little consequence to a traveler in the wilds that he should know something about blazes and the special uses made of them in the backwoods. On a thin-barked tree, a blaze is made by a single downward stroke, the axe being held almost parallel with the trunk. But if the bark is thick, an upward and a downward clip must be made, perhaps several of them, because in any case the object usually is to expose a good-sized spot of the whitish sapwood of the tree, which, set in the dark framework of the outer bark, is a staring mark in the woods, sure to attract attention, at least while fresh. Outside of white birch forests, white is the most conspicuous color in the woods until snow falls. If a blaze is made merely on the outer bark, it will not show so plainly by contrast. This kind of blaze, however, may be preferred for some purposes, for example, by a trapper who does not want to call everybody's attention to where his traps are set. A bark blaze has the peculiarity that it lasts unaltered, so long as the bark itself endures, preserving its original outlines and distinctness, no matter how much the tree may grow. But if a wound, however slight, be made through the bark into the sapwood of the tree, so that the sap, which is the tree's blood, exudes, a healing process will at once set in, and the injury in time will be covered over. So as soon as a blaze is made that exposes the wood, the tree begins at once to cover up its scar. This is a slow process. First, the edges of the cut will widen, then a sort of lip of smooth new inner bark will form, and this will gradually spread inward over the gash. Once this new skin has formed, the wound will be covered by new annual layers of wood, as well as by new outer bark. Years after the blaze was made, nothing will show on the surface but a slight scar, a sign that takes practiced eyes to detect and read. Old blazes that are completely grown over can only be proved by chopping into the wood until they are uncovered. The original marks of the axe are then plainly visible, and the age of a blaze can be determined to within at most a few years by the number of rings that have grown over it, except in the case of tupelo and winged elm trees, the fiber of which is very irregular. A blaze always remains at its original height above the ground, and where two or more spots have been cut in the same tree, they will always stand at the same distance apart. This is because a tree increases its height and girth only by building on top of the previous growth, not by stretching it. An old line of blazes on spruce or pine trees is much easier to follow than if made on non-resinous trees, because the resin deposited by the oozing sap leaves a very noticeable and durable mark. Similarly, when an inscription has been penciled or painted on a fresh blaze on a pine tree, the sap glazes over the mark and makes it almost imperishable. In searching out a line of blazes, one should keep his eyes glancing horizontally along a plane about breast high, because that is the height at which surveyors leave their marks, and others usually follow the custom, unless the line has been spotted by a man on horseback or from a boat during time of overflow. When a blazed line turns abruptly, so that a person following might otherwise overrun it, a long slash is made on that side of the tree which faces the new direction. It is difficult to follow a line of blazes when snow is falling, because the wind drives the damp flakes against the tree, where they adhere and must be brushed away to find the blaze. Now, it is often of much consequence to a traveler to remember such facts as these. For example, there is nothing more common in the annals of misadventure than for a novice to stray off on a deer trail or in southern forests on a cattle trail, which, although seductively plain at first, leads nowhere in particular and soon dwindles to nothing. When undecided, look for blazes along the path. In heavily timbered regions, such as we are now considering, any trail that is or ever has been used as a highway by white men is almost sure to have been blazed. Again, it is often of moment to determine, when one strikes a strange trail, what its nature is, for what purpose it was made, and thus be able to figure out whether it is likely to lead directly to a settlement or camp. This ought not to be very difficult when one knows what classes of men have preceded him in this particular forest. Generally speaking, a line spotted in a wide forest that as yet has no farmers' clearings is likely to have been made by either 1. A trapper, 2. A lumberman or timber looker, or 3. A surveyor. A trapper's line usually leads from one stream or lake to another. The blazes are likely to be inconspicuous. The line probably meanders a good deal, but not to escape ordinary obstacles, not disdaining a steep climb for a shortcut. Along its course, at intervals of 8 or 10 miles, there are probably rude shanties containing supplies or the ruins of such shacks, if the line is no longer used. Such a line does not lead to any settlement and can be seldom of any use to a wayfarer. Timber lookers may or may not leave evidence of their wanderings. More likely not, for like other seekers after bonanzas, they may have excellent reasons for not doing so. At most, they would merely leave the easiest route for a prospective road from the river to some bunch of timber. Where logging operations have already begun, then, wherever a stump stands, it will not be hard to determine the direction in which the logs were twitched to the nearby lizard road, where they were loaded on lizards, forks of timber used as sleds, or on wagons and dragged to the river or sawmill. I am assuming primitive operations in a remote wilderness. The lizard road was blazed when first laid out. Logs are never dragged uphill if that can be avoided. Consequently, the trend of the road will be downhill or on a level. The lizard road will show ruts, trees barked along the way by whiffle trees, and other characteristic marks. Once the old lumber camp site is reached, even though it be deserted, the signs of an old tote road can be discerned, leading toward a settlement from which supplies were transported. A surveyor's line is always absolutely straight. When it reaches an impassable obstacle, such as a swamp or a cliff, an offset is made to right or left, but this offset is also a straight line, at right angles, of course, to the main one, the latter being continued in the original direction as soon as the obstacle has been passed. For this and other reasons that presently will appear, a surveyor's line can never be mistaken for any other. If one understands the mere rudiments of public surveying, and has a township map of the locality he is in, then whenever he runs across a section line, he can soon tell just where he is, and what is the most direct route to any other point in the neighborhood. In those parts of the United States that are still wild enough to offer attractions to campers, the method of numbering, subdividing, and marking township sections is usually that adopted by the public land surveys, a brief description of which follows. The public lands of the United States are generally divided into townships of 6 miles square, 23,040 acres, as nearly as convergence of meridians allows. A township is subdivided into 36 sections, each 1 mile square, as nearly as may be, which as a general rule are numbered as shown in the first diagram here given, and are legally subdivided as indicated in the second diagram. Reader's note: the first diagram is 6 by 6, numbered 1 through 36, 1 in the upper right corner, 36 is the bottom right corner. Plate 2 has the subdivision of a township, the outside lines being the township and range lines. Sections are divided into half sections, quarter sections, etc. End of reader's note. Starting from an established corner, all trees that stand directly on the line of survey have 2 chops or notches cut on each side of them without any other marks whatever. These are called sight trees or line trees, sometimes fore and aft trees, since there may not be enough trees actually intercepting the line of sight to make such a line conspicuous. A sufficient number of other trees standing within not more than 2 rods of the line on either side of it are blazed on 2 sides diagonally or quartering toward the line or coinciding in direction with the line where the trees stand very near it. Blazes are not omitted where trees 2 inches or more in diameter are found. Bushes on or near the line are bent at right angles therewith and receive a blow with the axe at the usual height of blazes from the ground, sufficient to leave them in a bent position but not to prevent growth. When the course is obstructed by swamps, lakes, or other impassable objects, the line is prolonged across by taking the necessary right angle offsets or by traverse, etc., until the line is regained on the opposite side. At the intersection of lines on both margins, a post is set for a witness point, and 2 trees opposite sides of the line are here marked with a blaze and notch facing the post. But on the margins of navigable rivers or lakes, the trees are marked with a number of the fractional section, township, and range. Arabic figures are used exclusively. The following corners are marked. 1. For township boundaries at intervals of every 6 miles. 2. For section boundaries at intervals of every mile. 3. For quarter section boundaries at intervals of 1/2 mile, with exceptions. 4. Meander corners, wherever lines intersect banks of rivers, etc., directed to be meandered. Witness corners bear the same marks as those of true corners, plus the letters WC. 4 different modes of perpetuating corners are employed in the following order of choice. 1. Corner trees, when a tree not less than 5 inches in diameter stands immediately in place. 2. Stone corners, where procurable. These must be at least 14 inches long. Stones 14 to 18 inches long are set 2/3 and larger ones 3/4 of their length in the ground. 3. Posts and witnesses. The latter are trees adjacent in opposite directions, each with a smooth blaze facing the corner with a notch at the lower end, and with the number of township, range, and section. Below this, near the ground on a smooth blaze, are marked the letters BT, bearing tree. Blazes may be omitted from smooth-barked trees. Where there are no trees, witness pits are dug, 2 feet square and at least 1 foot deep. 4. Posts and mounds. A mound is erected around the corner post, and a marked stone or some charcoal or a charred stake is deposited a foot below the surface on the side toward which the line runs. Township corner post. This projects 2 feet above the ground, the projecting part being squared. When the corner is common to 4 townships, the post is set cornerwise to the lines, and on each flattened side is marked the number of the township, range, and section, thus T1S, R2W, S36. This example reads Township 1 South, Range 2 West, Section 36. 6 notches are cut on each of the 4 edges. If the post is on a closing corner where the line does not continue straight ahead but is offset to allow for convergence of meridians, this closing corner being common to 2 townships south of the baseline, 6 notches are cut on each of the east, south, and west sides, but none on the north, and CC, closing corner, is cut on the surface. The position of all township corner posts is witnessed by 4 bearing trees or pits or stones. Bearing trees are marked like the post, stones are merely notched. Section corners. When the corner is common to 4 sections, the post is set cornerwise to the lines, the numbers of sections being marked on the surfaces facing them, and on the northeast face the number of township and range is inscribed. All mileposts on township lines have as many notches on the 2 corresponding edges as they are miles distant from the respective township corners. Section posts in the interior of a township have as many notches on the south and east edges as they are miles from the south and east boundaries of the township, but none on the north and west edges. All section posts are witnessed as above. Section cornerstones are merely notched. Quarter section corners. These are merely marked 1/4 and witnessed. Red chalk is used to make marks more conspicuous. In older sections of the United States and in Canada, other systems of marks may be used, but the general principles are much the same. On arriving in a new country, it pays to inquire about the methods of marking survey lines that are there in vogue. Are there any natural signs of direction that will give a man his bearings when the sky is obscured? This is a question on which there has been much discussion in the sportsman's press. Everyone has heard, for example, that moss grows thickest on the north side of a tree, and nearly everyone has heard this as flatly contradicted. The general opinion seems to be that such signs are important if true. The Indians and white frontiersmen of fiction never have any difficulty in finding their way by noting where moss grows thickest on the trees. But when our novel reader goes into the woods, compass in hand, and puts the thing to actual test, he will probably be disgusted to find that in densely shaded primeval forest there seems to be no regularity in the growth of moss. One tree having a thick layer of it on the north side, another on the east, another on the south, and so on. He is then ready to declare that the old saying is a fake. I shall endeavor to show that there is more in this matter than is generally credited. There are certain signs of direction that are fairly constant in given regions, so that by their help a native, or even a stranger who has good powers of observation, some patience, and a fair knowledge of the life habits of trees and plants, can steer his course without a compass, and without help from sun or stars. But let us clearly understand what is involved in this use of nature's compass marks. No universal rule can be established from such signs as the growth of moss on trees, the preponderance of branches on one side of a tree, or the direction toward which the tips of tall conifers point. Such things are modified by prevailing winds, shadows, and shelter of nearby mountains, depth or sparseness of forest growth, and other local conditions. Everywhere exceptions will be found. If there were none, it would be child's play, not woodcraft, to follow such signs. No sign is infallible. A botanist can tell the north side of a steep hill from the south side by examining the plant growth. But no one plant of itself will tell him the story. So a woodsman works out his course by a system of averaging the signs around him. It is this averaging that demands genuine skill. It takes into account the prevailing winds of the region, the lay of the land, the habits of shade-loving and moisture-loving plants, and their opposites, the tendency of certain plants to point their leaves or their tips persistently in a certain direction, the growth of tree bark as influenced by sun and shade, the nesting habits of certain animals, the morning and evening flight of birds, and other natural phenomena, depending upon the general character of the country traversed. Moreover, in studying any one sign, a nice discrimination must be exercised. Let us glance at a few examples. First, as to the time-honored subject of moss, not confusing real moss with the parasitic lichens that encrust rocks and trees. Moss favors that part of a tree that holds the most moisture, not necessarily the part that receives the most moisture, but the part that retains it longest. Consequently, it grows more abundantly on the upper side of a leaning tree than on the underside, on rough bark than on smooth bark, on top of projecting burls rather than on the lower side, and in the forks of trees and on their buttressed bases. These factors are, of course, independent of the points of the compass. Does it follow, then, that exposure has nothing to do with the growth of moss? Not at all. It merely follows that a competent woodcraftsman, seeking a sign of direction from the moss on trees, would ignore leaning trees, uncommonly rough bark, bossy knots, forks of limbs, and the bases of tree trunks, just as he would give no heed to the growth on prostrate logs. He would single out for examination the straight-shafted old trees of rather smooth bark, knowing that on them there would be fairly even lodgment for moisture all around, and that the wet would evaporate least from the north and northeast sides of the tree as a general rule, and consequently that on those sides the moss would preponderate. He would expect to find such difference more pronounced on the edge of thick forests than in their densely shaded interior. He would give special heed to the evidence of trees that were isolated enough to get direct sunlight throughout a good portion of the day, while those that were in the shade of cliffs or steep mountains so that they could only catch the sunbeams in the morning or the afternoon would be ruled out of court. You see how much more swiftly and surely such a man could reach a decision than could one who tried to take into account all kinds and conditions of trees, regardless of surroundings, and how much less he would have to puzzle over contradictory evidence. Among 100 trees he might only examine 10, but those 10 would be more trustworthy for his purpose than their 90 neighbors. This is woodcraft, the genuine article, as distinguished from the mysterious and infallible sixth sense of direction that, I think, exists nowhere outside of leather stocking tails. A rule that holds good in the main, wherever I have had a chance to study it, is that the feathery tip, the topmost little branch of a towering pine or hemlock, points toward the rising sun, that is to say, a little south of east. There are exceptions, of course, but I have generally found this to be the case in 3/4 of the trees examined, leaving out of consideration those growing in deep, narrow valleys or on windswept crests. I do not know whether it is characteristic of all conifers throughout their ranges, but I commend this peculiar phenomenon to travelers for observation. The bark of old trees is generally thicker on the north and northeast sides than on the other sides. A more reliable indicator of direction, though one that a traveler seldom has opportunity to test, is the thickness of annual rings of wood growth, which is more pronounced on the north than on the south side of a tree. This has been noted in widely separated parts of the earth and has been known for many centuries. More than 400 years ago, it was mentioned by Leonardo da Vinci, that universal genius who was scarcely less celebrated as an engineer and scientist than as an artist and litterateur. "The rings of trees," wrote Leonardo, "show how many years they have lived, and their greater or smaller size shows whether the years were damper or drier. They also show the direction in which they were turned, because they are larger on the north side than on the south. And for this reason the center of the tree is nearer the bark on the south than on the north side." In 1893, this matter was put to a definite test by the New York State Forest Commission, which directed its foresters to examine the regularity of the northward thickening of annual rings in the black spruce of the Adirondacks. The foresters examined 700 trees of varying exposure. noting in each case the compass point toward which the longest radius of wood growth pointed. The result was north 471, northeast 81, east 106. Total north and east 658, 94%. South 1, southeast 0, west 27, southwest 6, northwest 8. Total south and west 42, 6%. These figures deserve more than a passing glance. Some plants show a decided polarity in their habit of growth. The compass plant, or rosinweed, Silphium laciniatum, that once abounded on the prairies of the Mississippi Valley from Minnesota to Texas, is a conspicuous example. It is a tall plant with long, stiff leaves that do not grow horizontally, but with their edges perpendicular. Its natural habitat is the open, shadeless prairie. If plants are examined that grow thus in the open, especially those in the little swales where they are not fully exposed to fierce winds, it will be found that the great majority of them present their radical leaves north and south. The larger flower heads on short, thick stems point, like the hemlock's finger, to the eastward, and show no such tendency to follow the sun towards the west as is characteristic of many plants. I have often used the compass plant as a guide and never was led astray by it. In fact, the old settlers on the prairies, if they chanced to get lost on a dark night, would get their bearings by feeling the leaves of the compass plant. The closely related prairie dock, Silphium terebinthinaceum, and that troublesome weed known as prickly lettuce, Lactuca scariola, show a similar polarity. This characteristic is lost if the plants are grown where they receive much shade. Of course, terrestrial magnetism has nothing to do with the polarity of plants. It is the sunlight received on the two sides of the leaves alternately that determines their position. I am of the opinion that there are natural compass signs in the forest and on the plain that we are ignorant of, but that were well known to savages in a state of nature. Such men, dependent from childhood upon close observation of their environment, but observation urged by entirely different motives from those of our naturalists, and directed toward different ends, would inevitably acquire a woodland lore different from ours, but quite as thorough in its own way. That they should develop keen perceptive faculties is no more remarkable than that a carpenter should hit a nail instead of the thumb that steadies it. That they should notice and study signs that no modern hunter or scientist would bother his head about is a matter of course. Unquestionably, we have lost many arts of wildcraft that were daily practiced by our ancestors of the Stone Age, just as we have lost their acquaintance with the habits of animals now extinct. Probably no white man of the future will ever equal Jim Bridger as a trailer, and it is but natural to suppose that Bridger himself had superiors among the savages from whom he learned his craft. It is a superficial judgment to rate as an old wives' tale every story of exploits in the past that we cannot at present duplicate. However, we need not go to novelists to find out how such things were done. There is much pleasure to be gained in seeking to recover some of the lost arts of a primitive age, and I believe some profit as well.
Qu'est la selva salvagia, aspra e forte. When a man fixes up his pack and strikes out alone into strange woods, just for a little adventure, not caring where he may come out, he may be lost all the time, in one sense, but in a better sense he is at home all the time. Not for a moment does he worry about the future. He is exploring new territory. That is all. But if one sets out for a certain destination, expecting to reach it by a given time, and loses the trail, he will be anxious at once, and the longer this continues, the more it will get on his nerves. Still, we would hardly call him lost, so long as he retains a good idea of the general direction in which he should travel. A man is really lost when suddenly, it is always suddenly, there comes to him the thudding consciousness that he cannot tell to save his life whether he should go north, east, south, or west. This is an unpleasant plight to be in at any time. The first time that it is experienced, the outlook will seem actually desperate. Instantly the unfortunate man is overwhelmed by a sense of utter isolation, as though leagues and leagues of savage forest surrounded him on all sides, through which he must wander aimlessly, hopelessly, until he drops from exhaustion and starvation. Nervously he consults his compass, only to realize that it is no more service to him now than a brass button. He starts to retrace his steps, but no sign of footprint can he detect. He is seized with a panic and fear, as irrational but quite as urgent as that which swoops upon a belated urchin while he is passing a country graveyard at night. It will take a mighty effort of will to rein himself in and check a headlong stampede. In such a predicament as this, a man is really in serious peril. The danger is not from the wilderness, which, pitiless niggard though it be to the weak-minded or disabled, can yet be forced to yield food and shelter to him who is able-bodied and who keeps his wits about him. No, the man's danger is from himself. We hear it said that no one ever was lost for more than 24 hours without suffering a derangement of mind. This is not true. Thousands of wayfarers have been lost for much longer periods than that without losing their self-command. But it is literally true that a lost man who permits panic to conquer him is likely either to perish or to come out of the woods a gibbering idiot. If that does happen, it is the victim's own fault. There is no valid excuse for an able-bodied man losing heart from being lost, so long as he has a gun and ammunition, or even a few matches and a jackknife. I have heard old woodsmen say that there is no use in offering advice to novices about what they should do if they get lost, because a lost man is an insane man anyway, and will remember nothing that has been told him. From my own experience, I know that this is a mistake. The first time that I was lost, I was rattled and shook all over. Something seemed to tell me that camp lay in a certain direction, and I felt the same impulse to rush madly toward it that one feels to dash for the door when there is a cry of fire in a theater. But I did remember what old Barnes had told me. If you get lost, sit down. Sit down and give yourself half an hour to think it over. I sat down, and for 5 minutes could not think of anything except cold and rain and hunger. Then I got to drawing diagrams on the ground. Making no headway at this, I began considering how to pass the night if I remained just where I was. This cleared my mind, robbed the woods of their spooks, and presently I was myself again. Then the actual situation flashed upon me. I saw just how I had got into this scrape, and I knew that if I made a circuit of 200 yards radius, I would strike the trail. Before this it had seemed at least 2 miles away. Well, I found it all right. Had I listened to the demon of flight in the first place, I would have plunged into one of the worst cane brakes in all Arkansas, and might have struggled there till I died, all within 1.5 miles of my own camp. I have been lost several times since then, twice in cane brakes, twice in the Laurel, twice in flat woods, once in fog, once above the clouds, in the sense that I did not know on which side to descend, an argyle or bare pinnacle of rock, and 3 times in caverns. The latter experiences were hair-raising, but the others were only incidents to chuckle over in retrospect, although I have scorched the back of more than one coat from lying too near a bivouac fire. A bad record, you will say, for one who pretends to tell others how to keep from getting lost. Well, maybe so, but the fact that I am still on deck may be some excuse for offering a little counsel as to what to do if you should get lost. I do not think that one can get the best of wildlife if he does not often go it alone. Men who are interested in the guiding business may say otherwise. If one does go it alone, he may as well take it for granted that sooner or later he will get lost and have to stay out overnight or for several nights alone. There is no man, white or red, who is not liable to lose his bearings in strange woods if he is the least bit careless. If an Indian is seldom at fault as to his course, it is because he pays close attention to business. He does not lose himself in reverie, nor is his mind ever so concentrated on an object of pursuit that he fails to notice irregular or uncommon things along the way. And yet even Indians and white frontiersmen sometimes get lost. I have been with a first-class woodsman when he got mixed up on his own home hunting ground. An overflow from the Mississippi, flooding 60 miles inland, had swept away old landmarks, replaced them with new ones, and changed the appearance of the country. Then subsiding, it had even altered the drainage of the land. In fog or snowstorm, anybody can get lost. You may take a professional guide from New Brunswick, let us say, or from Florida, it matters not where. Place him in a country where outlooks are few, and where the vegetation, the rocks and soil, and the general features of the country are strange to him, and if he does not get lost, it will be because he thinks more about avoiding it than he does about anything else. Those who scout the idea of their ever-losing bearings are such as have traveled little in strange lands, or have never ventured far without a native guide. Personally, I would rather get lost now and then than be forever hanging on to a guide's coat-tail. It is a matter of taste. Anyway, I shall never again have the willy-jigs as I had 'em that first time, when I was actually within 40 rods of a plain trail. There is little excuse for getting lost in fair weather, in a mountainous or undulating country where there are plenty of watercourses, unless one gets on the wrong side of a divide that separates two streams which do not run into each other. Thus in Figure 13 let ABC be a main divide, BD a spur to the southward separating two streams that eventually flow in opposite directions, and let X be the location of the camp. A stranger who had spent the day on the upper mountains might return toward evening to B, and thinking to follow the creek from F to X, might turn down at E by mistake and travel a considerable distance before he realized that he was going in the wrong direction. In flat woods where the watercourses are few and very meandering, the vegetation rank and monotonously uniform in appearance, and landmarks rare, a man may return within 200 yards of his own camp and pass by it, going ahead with hurrying pace as he becomes more and more anxious. In Figure 14, a man leaves Camp X in the morning, going in the direction indicated by the dotted line. He consults his compass at intervals during the day, tries to allow for his windings, and returning in the evening strikes the river at Z. If he follows its bank in either direction, he is likely to spend the night alone in the woods. If the camp were at A, and the homeward-bound hunter should reach the stream at B, he would be dumbfounded to find himself, apparently, on the wrong bank of the river. Another easy way to get bewildered is as follows. In Figure 14 we will assume that the current runs from A toward Z, that a party unfamiliar with the river is descending it in a boat, and that one of the men leaves the boat at A, going ashore to hunt along the bank. At X he comes to the mouth of a deep creek or some other obstruction, or he starts game that leads him back into the woods. Not long afterwards he reaches the river again at Z, and after hallooing and firing a shot or two, but getting no answer, he hurries on downstream, thinking that the boat got ahead of him while he was making his detour. The boat, meanwhile, has been rounding a great oxbow curve, and may be a couple of miles behind the man ashore. In each of these examples, the country is assumed to be fairly easy to traverse, and in each case the misadventure might have been avoided by a little forethought. A bush bent over here and there, a blaze on a tree where the underbrush was dense, would have saved all that. Without such precautions, there are places where a good man can get badly muddled on a 40-acre tract. This is no exaggeration. One of my companions was once lost from early morning until after nightfall in a 30-acre patch of blue cane. He struggled until almost completely exhausted, and when we found him he looked like a scarecrow. At no time had he been half a mile from the cabin. A cane break is bad enough, but it is not so bad as those great tracts of rhododendron which in the region between Clingman Dome and the Balsa Mountains, Tennessee and North Carolina, cover mile after mile of steep mountainside where no white man at least has ever been. The natives call such wastes laurel slicks, woolly heads, lettuce beds, yaller patches, and hells. The rhododendron is worse than laurel because it is more stunted and grows much more densely, so that it is quite impossible to make a way through it without cutting foot by foot, and the wood is very tough. Two powerful mountaineers, starting from the Tennessee side to cross the Smokies, were misdirected and proceeded up the slope of the Devil's Courthouse, just east of Thunderhead. They were 2 days in making the ascent, a matter of 3 or 4 miles, notwithstanding that they could see out all the time and pursued the shortest possible course. I asked one of them how they managed to crawl through the thicket. "We couldn't crawl," he replied. "We swum," meaning that they sprawled and floundered over the top. These men were not lost at all. In another slick not very far away, an old hunter and trapper who was born and bred in these mountains was lost for 3 days, although the slick was not more than a mile square. His account of it gave it the name that it bears today, Huggins Hell. I could give many such instances, but these will suffice to show that there is still virgin ground in some of our oldest states. If one is ambitious in such matters, he might tackle the Everglades. Swamps are the worst places of all above ground. The first thing that one should do when he realizes that he has lost his bearings is to stop and sit down. Think how long it was since you were where you were sure of your location. Probably not a long time. One does not go far before he realizes that he is off course. Suppose you have traveled half an hour after leaving a known landmark. What is a half hour in the woods? You are not more than 3/4 of a mile from that place. So keep your shirt on. Don't take one more step until you have recovered your wits so that you can trace on the ground with a stick your probable course since leaving camp, and mark on it the estimated location of such watercourses and other landmarks as you have passed. Then make up your mind that if you must stay out all night alone in the woods, it is no killing matter, but rather an interesting adventure. Having recovered your mental balance, then take note of the lay of the land around you, the direction of its drainage, the character of its vegetation, and the hospitalities that it offers to a night-bound traveler in the way of drinking water, sound downwood, natural shelter, and browse. Then blaze a tree on 4 sides. Make big blazes that can be seen from any direction. Do this even though there may be several hours of daylight ahead, and although you have no present intention of staying here. For you do know that this spot is only so many hours from camp by back trail, and that you may have good reason to return to it. This blazed tree will be of great assistance to your campmates in searching for you if you should not turn up before evening. If you start out to recover a trail, make bush marks as you go along, for it will otherwise be the easiest thing in the world to lose that blazed tree, and that you must not do. In searching for a trail, do not look close to your feet, but 15 or 20 feet ahead of you, for a faint trail is more readily seen at that angle than by looking straight down upon it. Cast your eyes also from side to side, bearing in mind what a trail ought to look like when you walk parallel with it, as well as when approaching at right angles. But we will suppose that you find no trail. Now try to get an outlook over the surrounding country. In flat woods this will be difficult. If you can risk climbing a tall tree, do so. Select one that has a slender tree growing beside it from which to clamber into the limbs of the larger one. If necessary, and you have a hatchet, chop partly through one side of the slender tree and lodge it against the other. A tree trunk of large girth can be climbed by twisting a withe of hickory or other tough wood, putting it around the tree, and holding the ends. It will assist the feet if you make from some part of your clothing a strong band with a loop in each end for a stirrup. The feet should fit tightly so as not to slip through. Wet the band, fix the feet in the stirrups, spread the legs a little, get your withe in position with a good grip as high up as you can reach. Then, raising your legs, press the band against the tree, some inches above the ground. Stand in the stirrups and so go clambering up. The descent is in reverse order. Having gained your outlook, note the compass direction of the watercourses and other landmarks, mapping them on a bit of paper, for a lost man's memory is treacherous. The courses of small streams show where the main valley lies. If the creeks are very meandering, or if their banks are very brushy, look for a divide. Decide where to go, take the compass direction, note how the sun strikes it, and descend. Now, as you travel, make bush marks and blazes along your course. Do not neglect this, for it may be important thereafter to return to the place where you first realized that you were lost. Consult your compass every 10 minutes, or oftener if the timber and underbrush are thick. Average up your windings, allow for the westward motion of the sun, and steer for your destination. Do not venture aside into one of those attractive woodland trails that, as Nessmuk says, peters out into a squirrel track, runs up a tree, and disappears into a knothole. No signs nor compass can aid a man if he does not know in what direction his destination lies. Nor is it possible to keep a course by compass when the fog is thick or a blizzard is raging. In such case, bivouac where you are and wait for clearing weather. This is no hardship in warm weather, but when the temperature is below freezing or when an all-night rain is coming, it may put one to his trumps. Look first for a windbreak. It may be a cliff, a large rock, a fallen tree. If you cannot find one ready-made, construct one by piling up a 2-foot wall of rocks or by driving stakes into the ground and piling against them several saplings or sticks of down wood 5 or 6 inches thick and 7 feet long. If it threatens to rain, lay some poles over this backing, slanting sharply upward and projecting over your bed, and shingle them with sheets of bark, or with browse, on top of which lay other poles to hold the roof in place. The best kinds of bark for such purpose are paper birch, basswood, slippery elm, spruce, chestnut, pignut hickory, balsa fir, hemlock, white elm, white ash, cottonwood. I have never seen a rain-proof roof of browse. If one has an axe, he can soon rive enough boards or slabs from cedar, spruce, arborvitae, ash, basswood, chestnut, balsa, or other easily split wood to make a good shelter. Build your fire on the leeward side of this windbreak, and within about 4 feet of it, if the weather be cold. Build this fire above the level that you sleep on, for the higher it is within reason, the more good it will do you, and the less smoke you will get. Stake a couple of backlogs behind the fire. Have ready some evergreen boughs to plant in front of you as a screen if the fire gets too hot. Now get in plenty of long poles for nightwood. Make a bed of browse or boughs in front of the windbreak, or at least lay some poles or a couple of logs there, and lie parallel with the fire. A very small fire, if it is kept up, will keep a man warm in bitterly cold weather if he lies lengthwise with it, close to it, and has browse underneath and a log behind him. Such preparations take an hour of smart work. Hence, do not struggle on until dark in the hope of finding camp. In very cold weather, build a fire first against the windbreak. After it has burned down, rake the embers forward, rebuild the fire in front, spread the boughs where the first fire was, and lie on them over the hot ground. This can be done several times alternately through the night. There is no danger whatever of freezing. If the snow is deep, you must shovel down to the ground using the toe of a snowshoe or a riven board for a shovel. Dig out a triangular space of about 7 feet base and 8 feet long. At the smaller end, which should be downhill, build a fire. Make a bed at the upper end. The walls of snow make an excellent windbreak all around. If it be snowing, lay poles over the wide end and cover with browse. On a prairie where there is no windbreak, build 2 fires at right angles to the wind and get between them. The smoke will then have a tendency to blow away in columns parallel with your body. A hollow log is about the last place I would think of crawling into to spend the night. Even though no snake or skunk has preempted the den, it would surely be alive with insects, and the draught through it would be most unwholesome. The Indians of dime novels often sleep in hollow logs, but I think they must be drunk. A standing hollow tree is all right, provided there's no prospect of a high wind. I have spread my blanket inside a hollow cypress where 3 men could have stretched out at ease. But don't light a fire in such a place. The inside of a dead tree is very inflammable.
But mice and rats and such small deer have been Tom's food for 7 long year. When men go to explore an untracked wilderness with no equipment but what they must carry on their own backs a good part of the time, there can be no such thing as a trifle in their outfit. Every article in it, and every part of every article, has weight, and that weight, small though it be, should be sternly challenged as to whether it is indispensable, whether something more essential might not be substituted for it. The very buckle on one's belt may some day be balanced, in tortured imagination, against its weight in meal. I have tried several kinds of army emergency rations, but have not found any that is suitable for explorers' use, save as an accessory. When used continuously, they make one's stomach rebel. The best of them, I think, is the pea meal sausage that is known by its German name of Erbstwurst. But although it makes a good soup or porridge for an occasional quick meal, as an article of steady diet it is not as palatable nor as wholesome as an equal weight of bacon and hardtack. The problem of an emergency ration is not merely one of condensing the utmost nutriment into the least bulk and weight. One cannot live on Swiss cheese or the yolk of hard-boiled eggs, however nutritious they may be in theory. The stuff must be digestible. It must neither nauseate nor clog the system. When a man is faint from hunger, his stomach must not be forced to any uncommon stunts. And so I hold that a half ration of palatable food that is readily assimilated does more good than a full quota of stuff that taxes a man's gastric strength. Military precedent in such matters is not a safe guide for explorers who may be cut off from their base of supplies, not for a few days only, but for weeks and months at a time. Canned meat, for example, is unfit for the human stomach and is likely to sicken the man who persists in using it as a steady diet. For those who go far from civilization, the only emergency food worthy the name is such as is nutritious and wholesome to a man who has been weakened by much toil and fasting, and such as can be eaten with relish at the 100th consecutive serving. It is my opinion that the best efforts of Army commissary and medical departments in this respect fall far below the emergency foods that have been used by the Indians of North and South America for many thousands of years. These latter preparations, in the forms of parched meal, jerked meat, and pemmican, have also been the mainstays of all our white frontiersmen and explorers who became adept in wildcraft. The first European settlers in this country were ignorant of the ways of the wilderness. Some of them had been old campaigners in civilized lands, but they did not know the resources of American forests, nor how to utilize them. The consequence was that many starved in a land of plenty. The survivors learned to pocket their pride and learn from the natives, who, however contemptible they might seem in other respects, were past masters in the art of going light but right. An almost naked savage could start out alone and cross from the Atlantic to the Mississippi without buying or begging from anybody, and without robbing unless from other motives than hunger. This was not merely due to the abundance of game. There were large tracts of the wilderness where game was scarce, or where it was unsafe to hunt. The Indian knew the edible plants of the forest, and how to extract good food from roots that were rank or poisonous in their natural state, but he could not depend wholly upon such fortuitous findings. His mainstay on long journeys was a small bag of parched and pulverized maize, a spoonful of which, stirred in water and swallowed at a draught, sufficed him for a meal when nature's storehouse failed. All of our early chroniclers praised this parched meal as the most nourishing food known. In New England it went by the name of no cake, a corruption of the Indian word of nokik. William Wood, who in 1634 wrote the first topographical account of the Massachusetts colonies, says of no cake that, quote, "It is Indian corn parched in the hot ashes, the ashes being sifted from it. It is afterwards beaten to powder and put into a long leathern bag, trussed at the Indian's back like a knapsack, out of which they take 3 spoonfuls a day." Roger Williams, the founder of Rhode Island, said that a spoonful of no cake mixed with water made him many a good meal. Roger did not affirm, however, that it made him a square meal, nor did he mention the size of his spoon. In Virginia, this preparation was known by another Indian name, rockahominy, which is not, as our dictionaries assume, a synonym for plain hominy, but a quite different thing. That most entertaining of our early woodcraftsmen, Colonel Byrd of Westover, who ran the dividing line between Virginia and North Carolina in 1728-29, speaks of it as follows, quote, "Rockahominy is nothing but Indian corn, parched without burning and reduced to powder. The fire drives out all the watery parts of the corn, leaving the strength of it behind, and this being very dry becomes much lighter for carriage and less liable to be spoilt by the moist air. Thus 6 pounds of this spriteful bread will sustain a man for as many months, provided he husband it well, and always spare it when he meets with venison, which, as I said before, may be safely eaten without any bread at all. By what I have said, a man needs not encumber himself with more than 8 or 10 pounds of provisions, though he continue half a year in the woods. These and his gun will support him very well during the time, without the least danger of keeping one single fast." End quote. The best of our border hunters and warriors, such as Boone and Kenton and Crockett, relied upon this Indian dietary when starting on their long hunts, or when undertaking forced marches more formidable than any regular troops could have withstood. So did Lewis and Clark on their ever-memorable expedition across the unknown West. Modern explorers who do their outfitting in London or New York, and who think it needful to command a small army of porters and gun-bearers when they go into savage lands, might do worse than read the simple annals of that trip by Lewis and Clark if they care to learn what real pioneering was. In some parts of the South and West, the pulverized parched corn was called coal flour or cold flour. By the Delawares, it was called citamon. The Indians of Louisiana gave it the name gofio. In Mexico, it is known as pinole, Spanish pronunciation pinole, English pinole. It is still the standby of native travelers in Spanish-American countries, and is used by those hardy hunters, our contemporary ancestors, in the southern Appalachians. Quite recently, one of my campmates in the Great Smoky Mountains expressed his surprise that anyone should be ignorant of so plain a necessity of the hunter's life. He claims that no other food is so good for a man's wind in mountain climbing. Some years ago, Mr. T.S. Van Dyke, author of The Still Hunter and other well-known works on field sports, published a very practical article on emergency rations in a weekly paper, from which, as it is now buried where few can consult it, I take the liberty of making the following quotation. Quote, "La comida del desierto, the food of the desert, or pinole, as it is generally called, knocks the hind sights off all American condensed food. It is the only form in which you can carry an equal weight and bulk of nutriment, on which alone one can, if necessary, live continuously for weeks and even months without any disorder of stomach or bowels. The principle of pinole is very simple. If you should eat a breakfast of cornmeal mush alone and start out for a hard tramp, you will feel hungry in an hour or two, though at the table the de-wrinkling of your abdomen may have reached the hurting point. But if, instead of distending the meal so much with water and heat, you had simply mixed it in cold water and drunk it, you could have taken down 3 times the quantity in 1/10 of the time. You would not feel the difference at your waistband, but you would feel it mightily in your legs, especially if you have a heavy rifle on your back. It works a little on the principle of dried apples, though it is quite an improvement. There is no danger of explosion. It swells to suit the demand, and not too suddenly. Suppose now, instead of raw cornmeal, we make it not only drinkable, but positively good. This is easily done by parching to a very light brown before grinding, and grinding just fine enough to mix so as to be drinkable, but not pasty, as flour would be. Good wheat is as good as corn, and perhaps better, while the mixture is very good. Common rolled oats browned in a pan in the oven and run through a spice mill is as good and easy to make it out of as anything. A coffee mill may do if it will be set fine enough. 10% of popped corn ground in with it will improve the flavor so much that your children will get away with it all if you don't hide it. Wheat and corn are hard to grind, but the small enterprise spice mill will do it. You may also mix some ground chocolate with it for flavor, which, with popped corn, makes it very fine. Indigestible? Your granny's nightcap. You must remember that it is, quote, "very filling for the price," end quote, and go slow with it until you have found your coefficient. Now for the application. The Mexican rover of the desert will tie a small sack of pinole behind his saddle and start for a trip of several days. It is the lightest of food and in the most portable shape, sand-proof, bug and fly-proof, and everything. Wherever he finds water, he stirs a few ounces in a cup. I never weighed it, but 4 seemed about enough at the time for an ordinary man, drinks it in 5 seconds, and is fed for 5 or 6 hours. If he has jerky, he chews that as he jogs along, but if he has not, he will go through the longest trip and come out strong and well on pinole alone. End quote. Shooting and Fishing, Volume 20, page 248. Not having any spice mill, I pulverize the corn in a hominy mortar, which is only a 3-foot cut off of a 2-foot log, with a hole burnt and gouged in the end and a wooden pestle. The hole in the mortar is of smaller diameter at the bottom than at the top, so that each blow of the pestle throws most of the corn upward, and thus it is evenly pulverized. I often carry a small bag of this parched meal when mountaineering. 4 heaping tablespoons, 4 ounces, stirred in a pint of water is enough to fill the stomach. A few raisins or a chunk of sweet chocolate or maple sugar make the meal quite satisfactory. Generally, I prefer to use only half the above quantity at a time and take it oftener during the day. Jerky, or jerked meat, has nothing to do with our common word jerk. It is an anglicized form of the Spanish charqui, which is itself derived from the Quichua Peruvian charqui, meaning flesh cut in flakes and dried without salt. It is the same as the African biltong. Those who have not investigated the matter may be surprised to learn that the round of beef is 61% water, and that even the common dried and smoked meat of the butcher shops contains 54% water. The proportions of water in some other common foods are bacon, 17%, fat salt pork, 8, cornmeal, 12.5, wheat flour, 12, wheat bread, 35, dried beans, 12.5, fresh potatoes, 63. To condense the nutritive properties of these substances, the water, of course, must be exhausted. In ordinary dried beef, this is only partially done because the pieces are too thick. To jerk venison or any other kind of lean meat, proceed as follows. If you can afford to be particular, select only the tender parts of the meat. Otherwise, use all of the lean. Cut it in strips about 1/2 inch thick. If you have time, you may soak them a day in strong brine. If not, place the flakes of meat on the inside of the hide and mix with them about 1.5 pints of salt for a whole deer, or 2 or 3 quarts for an elk or moose. Also some pepper. These condiments are not necessary, but are added merely for seasoning. Cover the meat with the hide to keep flies out, and let it stand thus for about 2 hours to let the salt work in. Then drive 4 forked stakes in the ground so as to form a square of 8 or 10 feet, the forks being about 4 feet from the ground. Lay 2 poles across from fork to fork, parallel, and across these lay thin poles about 2 inches apart. Lay the strips of meat across the poles, and under them build a small fire to dry and smoke the meat. Do not let the fire get hot enough to cook the meat, but only to partially cook it, so that the flesh becomes dry as a chip. The best fuel is birch, especially black birch, because it imparts a pleasant flavor. This will reduce the weight of the meat about 1/2 and will cure it so that it will keep indefinitely. You may have to keep up the fire for 24 hours. The meat of an old bull will, of course, be as tough as sole leather, but in any case it will retain its flavor and sustenance. When pounded pretty fine, jerky makes excellent soup, but it is good enough as it is, and a man can live on it exclusively without suffering an inordinate craving for bread. In the dry air of the plains, meat does not putrefy even when unsalted, and it may be dried in the sun without fire. Elk flesh dried in the sun does not keep as well as that of deer. The staple commissary supply of Arctic travelers and of hunters and traders in the far northwest is pemmican. This is not so palatable as jerky, at least when carelessly prepared, but it contains more nutriment in a given bulk and is better suited for cold climates on account of the fat mixed with it. The old-time Hudson Bay pemmican was made from buffalo meat in the following manner. First, a sufficient number of bags, about 2½ feet, were made from the hides of old bulls that were unfit for robes. The lean meat was then cut into thin strips, as for jerky, and dried in the sun for 2 or 3 days, or over a fire, until it was hard and brittle. It was then pounded to a powder between 2 stones, or by a flail on a sort of hide threshing floor with the edges pegged up. The fat and marrow were then melted and mixed with the powdered lean meat to a paste, or the bags were filled with the lean and then the fat was run in on top. After this, the mass was well rammed down and the bags were sewed up tight. No salt was used, but the pemmican thus prepared would keep sweet for years in the cool climate of the north. A piece as large as one's fist, when soaked and cooked, would make a meal for 2 men. When there was flour in the outfit, the usual allowance of pemmican was 1 1/4 to 1½ pounds a day per man, with 1 pound of flour added. This was for men performing the hardest labor and whose appetites were enormous. Service berries were sometimes added. Officers' pemmican was made from buffalo humps and marrow. Pemmican nowadays is made from beef. Bleasdale Cameron gives the following details. A beef, dressing 698 pounds, yields 47 pounds of first-class pemmican, 47 pounds of second-class pemmican, and 23 pounds of dried meat, including tongues, a total of 117 pounds dried. The total nutritive strength is thus reduced in weight to 1/6 that of fresh beef. Such pemmican costs the Canadian government about 40 cents a pound, equivalent to 6 pounds of fresh beef. Pemmican is sometimes eaten raw, sometimes boiled with flour into a thick soup or porridge called robibou, or, mixed with flour and water and fried like sausage, it is known as ratio. The pemmican made nowadays for Arctic expeditions is prepared from the round of beef, cut into strips and kiln-dried until friable, then ground fine and mixed with beef sweat, a little sugar, and a few currants. It is compressed into cakes and then packed so as to exclude moisture. Ordinary beef extract is not a food. If a man tried to subsist on it, he would starve to death. But there is a way of concentrating much of the nourishment of beef or veal in the form of little cubes of a gluey consistency from which a strengthening soup can quickly be prepared. It is superior to the concentrated soups sold in our markets. Take a leg of young beef, veal, or venison. Old meat will not jelly easily. Pare off every bit of fat and place the lean meat in a large pot. Boil it steadily and gently for 7 or 8 hours until the meat is reduced to rags, skimming off from time to time the grease that arises. Then pour this strong broth into a large, wide stewpan, place it over a moderate fire, and let it simmer gently until it comes to a thick jelly. When it gets so thick that there may be danger of scorching it, place the vessel over boiling water and stir it very frequently until, when cold, it will have the consistency of glue. Cut this substance into small cubes and lay them singly where they can become thoroughly dry. Or, if you prefer, run the jelly into sausage skins and tie up the ends. A cube or thick slice of this glaze, dissolved in hot water, makes an excellent soup. A small piece allowed to melt in one's mouth is strengthening on the march. This is a very old recipe, being mentioned in Bird's History of the Dividing Line, and recommended along with rockahominy. The above can be made in camp when opportunity offers, thus laying in enough concentrated soup stock to last a month, which is quite convenient, as it takes at least half a day to make good soup from the raw materials, and these are not always at hand when most wanted. It has been demonstrated times without number that civilized men, no less than savages, can keep in good health and perform the hardest kind of work on a diet of either meat alone or cereals alone, a cold climate being more favorable for the former and a hot one for the latter. Personally, if I were going afoot into an uninhabited land, I would cut out all utensils save a small aluminum pail and a tin cup, and would carry no provisions other than some rockahominy in a waterproof silk bag, some tea, and a little hoard of salt. I would carry no meat at all, for if by the time my meal was half gone I had not found game or fish, it would be time to retreat. When a man deliberately stakes his life upon the chance of finding food in an unknown land, he should begin early in the game to habituate his digestive organs to whatever nutriment the country may afford, thereby hoarding his packed rations rather than fall back upon unaccustomed food as a last extremity when his stomach has been seriously weakened by starvation. He should especially get used to living on meat straight. This will at first cause some bowel troubles, as everyone knows who has partaken freely of venison as soon as he got to the woods, but this soon wears off when one's system is in a healthy condition. It is a curious fact that a man who has been eating nothing but game and fish for several months is unable at first to assimilate the food of civilization when he returns to it. Even though he eats more sparingly than his appetite demands, he will be troubled with indigestion for a week or more. Bread and vegetables will lie on his stomach like lead, and he will suffer from constipation. It goes without saying that men traveling through a barren region cannot be fastidious in their definition of game. All's meat that comes to a hungry man's pot. A few words here may not be amiss as to the edible qualities of certain animals that are not commonly regarded as game, but which merit an explorer's consideration from the start. Also as to some that are not to be recommended. Probably most sportsmen know that coon is not bad eating, especially when young, if it is properly prepared, but how many would think to remove the scent glands before roasting a coon? These glands should be sought for and extracted from all animals that have them before the meat is put in the pot. Properly dressed, and if necessary, parboiled in 2 or 3 waters, even muskrats, woodchucks, and fish-eating birds can be made palatable. Prairie dog is as good as squirrel. The flesh of the porcupine is good, and that of the skunk is equal to roast pig. Beaver meat is very rich and cloying, and in old animals is rank, but the boiled liver and tail are famous tidbits wherever the beaver is found. A man would have to be hard-pressed to tackle any of the other fur-bearers as food, except, of course, bear and possum. The flesh of all members of the cat tribe, wildcats, lynxes, and panthers, is excellent. Dr. Hart Merriam declares that panther flesh is better than any other kind of meat. The English Ruxton, who lived in the far west in the time of Bridger and the Sublets and Fitzpatrick, says, quote, "Throwing aside all the qualms and conscientious scruples of a fastidious stomach, It must be confessed that dog meat takes a high rank in the wonderful variety of cuisine afforded to the gourmand and the gourmet by the prolific mountains. Now, when the bill of fare offers such tempting viands as buffalo, beef, venison, mountain mutton, turkey, grouse, wildfowl, hares, rabbits, beaver tails, etc., etc., the station assigned to dog as number 2 in the list can be well appreciated. Number 1 in delicacy of flavor, richness of meat, and other good qualities, being the flesh of panthers, which surpasses every other and all put together." End quote. Lewis and Clark say of dog flesh, quote, "The greater part of us have acquired a fondness for it. While we subsisted on that food, we were fatter, stronger, and in general enjoyed better health than at any period since leaving the buffalo country." End quote. Again, they say, quote, "It is found to be a strong, healthy diet, preferable to lean deer or elk, and much superior to horse flesh in any state." End quote. They reported that horse flesh was unwholesome as well as repellent. Many other travelers and residents in the early West commended dog meat, but the animals that they speak of were such as had been specifically fattened by the Indians for food and not starved and hard-worked sledge animals. One who was driven by starvation to eat wolf's flesh says that it, quote, "tastes exactly as a dirty, wet dog smells, and it is gummy and otherwise offensive." End quote. But it seems that tastes differ, or more likely that all wolves are not alike. Ivar Foshim of Sverdrup's second Norwegian polar expedition says they were 2 she-wolves in very much better condition than beasts of prey usually are, with the exception of bears. The fat really looked so white and good that we felt inclined to taste it, and if we did that, we thought we might as well try the hearts at the same time. Although most people will consider this a dish more extraordinary than appetizing, I think prejudice plays a large part here, as, at any rate, we found the meat far better than we expected." End quote. I am assured by more than one white man who has eaten them that the flesh of snakes and lizards is as good as chicken or frog's legs. One of my friends, however, draws the line at the prairie rattler. Once when he was on a U.S. Geological Survey, he came near starving in the desert and had to swallow his scruples along with a snake diet. "Probably," he said, "a big fat diamond rattler might be all right, but the little prairie rattler is too Swedish for my taste. It's no comparison to puff adder. Puff adder, my boy, is out of sight." This much I can swallow by proxy, but when Dan Beard speaks approvingly of hell-benders as a side dish, I must confess that I'm like Kipling's elephant when the alligator had him by the nose. Quote, "This is too much for me." If Dan ever really ate a hell-bender, he is the most reckless daredevil I ever heard of. Another of my acquaintances declares that the prejudice against crow, real corvus, is not well founded. The great gray owl is good roasted, despite what it may be when biled. The flesh of the whippoorwill is excellent. Turtle eggs are better than those of the domestic fowl. Soft-shell turtles deposit their eggs on sandbars about the 3rd week in June. It is the testimony of gourmets who survived the siege of Paris that cats, rats, and mice are the most misprized of all animals from the culinary point of view. "Stewed puss," says one of them, is, quote, "by far more delicious than stewed rabbit. Those who have not tasted couscous of cat have never tasted anything." End quote. Anyway, who are we to set up standards as to the fitness or unfitness of things to eat? We shudder with horror at the idea of eating dog or cat, but of such a downright filthy animal as a pig, we eat ears, nose, feet, tail, and intestines. How about our moldy and putrid cheeses, our boiled cabbage and sauerkraut, raw hamburgers, lamb fries, and high game, the hardihood of him who first swallowed a raw oyster? And if snails are good, why not locusts, dragonflies, and grubs? I tell you from experience that when you get to picking the skippers out of your pork and begrudge them the holes they have made in it, you will agree that any kind of fresh, wild meat that is not carrion is clean and wholesome. Caspar Whitney, after describing his menu of frozen raw meat in the Barren Grounds, says, quote, "I have no doubt some of my readers will be disgusted by this recital, and as I sit here at my desk writing, with but to reach out and press a button for dinner, luncheon, what I will. I can hardly realize that only a few months ago I choked an Indian until he gave up a piece of musak intestine he had stolen from me. One must starve to know what one will eat." End quote. I trust that none of my readers may be cast down by reading this somewhat lugubrious chapter. After all, it is not so bad to learn new dishes. But think of the predicament of that poor white, he was a missionary to the Eskimo, I believe, who, being cast adrift on an ice floe and essaying to eat his boots, did incontinently sneeze his false teeth into the middle of Baffin's Bay. Perhaps the greatest privation that a civilized man suffers, next to having no meat, is to lack salt and tobacco. In the old days they used to burn the outside of meat and sprinkle gunpowder on it in lieu of salt, but in this age of smokeless powder we are denied even that consolation. The ashes of plants rich in nitre, such as tobacco, Indian corn, sunflower, and the ashes of hickory bark, have been recommended. Coville says that the ash of the palmate leaf sweet coltsfoot, Petasites palmata, was highly esteemed by Western Indians as a substitute for salt. To obtain the ash, the stem and leaves were first rolled up into balls while still green, and after being carefully dried, they were placed on top of a very small fire on a rock and burned. Many Indians, even civilized ones like the Koala Cherokees, do not use salt to this day. Strange to say, the best substitute for salt is sugar, especially maple sugar or syrup. One soon can accustom himself to eat it even on meat. Among some of the northern tribes, maple syrup not only takes the place of salt in cooking, but is used for seasoning the food after it is served. Wild honey, boiled, and the wax skimmed off, has frequently served me in place of sugar, in my tea, in army bread, etc. Men who use tobacco can go a good while hungry without much grumbling, so long as the weed holds out. Thou who, when cares attack, bidst them avion, and black care at the horseman's back, perching unseatest. But let tobacco play out, and they are in a bad way. Substitutes for it may be divided into those that are a bit better than nothing and those that are worse. Among the latter may be rated tea. Yes, tea is smoked by many a poor fellow in the far north. It is said to cause a most painful irritation in the throat, which is aggravated by the cold air of that region. Certainly it can have no effect on the nerves as tobacco, for it is full of tannin, and tannin destroys nicotine. Kinnickinnick is usually made of poor tobacco mixed with the scrapings or shavings of other plants, although the latter are sometimes smoked alone. Chief of the substitutes is the red osier dogwood, Cornus stolonifera, or the related silky cornel, C. sericea, commonly miscalled red willow. These shrubs are very abundant in some parts of the north. The dried inner bark is aromatic and very pungent, highly narcotic, and produces in those unused to it a heaviness sometimes approaching stupefaction. Young shoots are chosen, or such of the older branches as still keep the thin, red outer skin. This skin is shaved off with a keen knife and thrown away. Then the soft, brittle, green inner bark is scraped off with the back of the knife and put aside for use, or if wanted immediately, it is left hanging to the stem in little frills and is crisped before the fire. It is then rubbed between the hands into a form resembling leaf tobacco, or is cut very fine with a knife and mixed with tobacco in the proportion of 2 of bark to 1 of the latter. A more highly prized kinnickinnick is made from the leaves of the bearberry or Arctostaphylos uva ursi, called saccocomus by the Canadian traders, who sell it to the northern Indians for more than the price of the best tobacco. The leaves are gathered in the summer months, being then milder than in winter. Inferior substitutes are the crumbled, dried leaves of the smooth sumac, Rus glabra, and the fragrant sumac, R. aromatica, which, like tea, contain so much tannin that they generally produce bronchial irritation or sore throat. In my chapters on camp cookery are described many processes for cooking without utensils, but it may be asked, how could one boil water without a kettle? There are 2 ways of doing this. One of them, which many have heard of but few have seen, is to split a log, chop out of it a trough, pour water in, heat a number of stones red hot, Pick them up one at a time with a forked stick or with one breathed in the fire at its middle and bent into hairpin shape, and drop them one by one into the water. To do this successfully, one must choose such stones as will neither burst in the fire nor shiver to pieces when dropped in the water. Another way, which will be news to many, is to boil the water in a bucket made of birch bark heated by direct action of the fire. The only difficulty about this is in so fastening the sheet of bark below the water line that it will not leak. Take a thin sheet of birch bark, free from knots or eyes, and make a trough-shaped bucket, as illustrated in another chapter. Pin the folds with green twigs below the water line. Pour the water in, set the bucket on a bed of fresh coals that do not flame, pile coals around it up almost to the water line, and let it hum. It might seem impossible to melt snow in such a bark utensil, but the thing can be done when you know how. Place the bucket in the snow before the fire so it will not warp from the heat. In front of it set a number of little forked sticks slanting backwards over the bucket, and on each fork place a snowball. Thus let the snowballs melt into the bucket until the vessel is filled above the pins that hold it together. Then set the bucket on the coals, and the water will boil in a few moments.
There is a popular notion that our Indians in olden times varied their meat diet with nothing but wild roots and herbs. This, in fact, was the case only among those tribes that pursued a roving life and had no settled abodes, such as the horse Indians and diggers of the far west, and not all of them. The forest Indians east of the Mississippi and south of the Great Lakes, particularly such nations as the Iroquois and Cherokees, lived in villages and cultivated corn, beans, squashes, and pumpkins. Still, wild plants and roots were often used even by these semi-agricultural peoples, in the same way that garden vegetables are used by us, and, in time of famine or invasion, they were sometimes almost the sole means of sustenance. Today, although our wild lands, such as are left, produce all the native plants that were known to the redmen, there is probably not one white hunter or forester in 1,000 who can pick out the edible plants of the wilderness, nor who would know how to cook them if such were given to him. Nor are many of our botanists better informed. Now, it is quite as important in many cases to know how to cook a wild plant as it is to be able to find it, for otherwise one might make as serious a mistake as if he ate the vine of a potato instead of its tuber, or a tomato vine instead of the fruit. Take, for example, the cassava or manioc, which is still the staple food of most of the inhabitants of tropical America, and is largely used elsewhere. The root of the bitter manioc, which is used with the same impunity as other species, contains a milky sap that is charged with prussic acid, and is one of the most virulent vegetable poisons known to science. The Indians somehow discovered that this sap is volatile and can be driven off by heat. The root is cleaned, sliced, dried on hot metal plates or stones, grated, powdered, the starch separated from the meal, and the result is the tapioca of commerce, or farina, or Brazilian arrowroot, as may be, which we ourselves eat and feed to our children and invalids, not knowing perchance that if it had not been for the art of a red savage, the stuff taken into our stomachs would have caused almost instant death. Another example, not of a poisonous, but of an extremely acrid root that the Indians used for bread, and which really is of delicious flavor when rightly prepared, is the common Indian turnip. Every country schoolboy thinks he knows all about this innocent-looking bulb. He remembers when some older boy grudgingly allowed him the tiniest nibble of this sacred vegetable, and how he, the recipient of the favor, started to say, "'Tain't bad," and then concluded his remark with what we good grown-up people utter when we jab the black ink pen into the red ink bottle. However, not all of our wild food plants are acrid or poisonous in a raw state, nor is it dangerous for anyone with a rudimentary knowledge of botany to experiment with them. Many are easily identified by those who know nothing at all of botany. I cannot say that all of them are palatable, but most of them are, when properly prepared for the table. Their taste in a raw state, generally speaking, is no more of a criterion than is that of raw beans or asparagus. To give a detailed account of the edible wild plants of the United States and Canada, with descriptions and illustrations sufficing to identify them, would require by itself a book at least as large as this. I have only space to give the names and edible properties of those that I know of which are native to, or, as wild plants, have become naturalized in the region north of the southern boundary of Virginia and east of the Rocky Mountains. Besides those mentioned below, there are others which grow only in the southern or western states, among the more important being the palmetto, palm, yam, cacti, aloe, Spanish bayonet, mesquite, wild sago, orkunti, tool plant, western camas, coos root, breadroot, screw bean, pimple mallow, manzanita, piñons, juniper nuts, many pine seeds, squawberry, lycium berry, but the list is long enough. Those who wish further details should examine the publications of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and especially those of one of its officers, Mr. F. V. Covell, who has made special studies in this subject. I have given the botanical name of every plant cited herein, because without it there would be no guarantee of identification. The nomenclature adopted is that of Britton and Brown in their Illustrated Flora of the Northern States and Canada, Scribner's Sons, New York, which, as it contains an illustration of every plant, is of the first assistance to an amateur in identifying. Wherever Gray's nomenclature differs, it is added in parentheses. The months named under each plant are those in which it flowers, the earlier month in each case being the flowering month in the plant's southernmost range, and the later one that of the northernmost. In the case of wild fruits, the months are those in which the fruit ripens. It is necessary to remember that most of the edible plants become tough and bitter when they have reached full bloom. Substantial foods. Acorns. Acorns. The eastern oaks that yield sweet mast are the basket, blackjack, bur, chestnut, overcup, post, rock chestnut, scrub chestnut, swamp white, and white oaks, the acorns of chestnut and post oaks being the sweetest. Those producing bitter mast are the black, pin, red, scarlet, shingle, Spanish, water, and willow oaks, of which the black and water oak acorns are most astringent. None of these can be used raw as human food, without more or less ill effect from the tannin contained. But there are tribes of western Indians who extract the tannin from even the most astringent acorns and make bread out of their flour. The process varies somewhat among different tribes, but essentially it is as follows. The acorns are collected when ripe, spread out to dry in the sun, cracked, and stored until the kernels are dry, care being taken that they do not mold. The kernels are then pulverized in a mortar to a fine meal, with frequent siftings to remove the coarser particles, until the whole is ground to a fine flour, this being essential. The tannin is then dissolved out by placing the flour in a filter and letting water percolate through it for about 2 hours, or until the water ceases to have a yellowish tinge. One form of filter is contrived by laying a coarse, flat basket or strainer on a pile of gravel with a drain underneath. Rather fine gravel is now scattered thickly over the bottom and up the sides of the strainer, and the meal laid thickly over the gravel. Water is added little by little to set free the tannin. The meal is removed by hand as much as possible. Then water is poured over the remainder to get it together, and thus little is wasted. The meal by this time has the consistency of ordinary dough. The dough is cooked in 2 ways. First, by boiling it in water, as we do cornmeal mush, the resulting porridge being not unlike yellow cornmeal mush in appearance and taste. It is sweet and wholesome, but rather insipid. The second mode is to make the dough into small balls, which are wrapped in green corn leaves. These balls are then placed in hot ashes. Some green leaves or corn are laid over them, and hot ashes are placed on the top, and the cakes are thus baked. Acorns possess remarkable fattening power, and their nutritive value, when the tannin has been removed, is high. Coville, Contributions to the U.S. Herbarium, 7, No. 3. Palmer, An American Naturalist, 12, 597. Another method used by the Pomo Indians, who add 5% of red earth to the dough, is described by J.W. Hudson in The American Anthropologist, 1900, pages 775-6. Nuts. Among the Cherokees, and also in Italy and in the Austrian Tyrol, I have eaten bread made from chestnuts. The Cherokee method, when they have corn also, is to use the chestnuts whole, mixing them with enough cornmeal dough to hold them together, and then baking cakes of this material enclosed in corn husks, like tamales. The peasants of southern Europe make bread from the meal of chestnuts alone, the large European chestnut, of course, being used. Such bread is palatable and nutritious, but lies heavily on one's stomach until he becomes accustomed to it. Our Indians also have made bread from the kernels of buckeyes. These, in a raw state, are poisonous, but when dried, powdered, and freed from their poison by filtration, like acorns, they yield an edible and nutritious flour. The method is to first roast the nuts, then hull and peel them, mash them in a basket with a billet, and then leach them. The resulting paste may be baked or eaten cold. Hazelnuts, beechnuts, pecans, and wankapins may be used like chestnuts. The oil expressed from beechnuts is little inferior to the best olive oil for table use, and will keep sweet for 10 years. The oil from butternuts and black walnuts used to be highly esteemed by the eastern Indians, either to mix with their food or as a frying fat. They pounded the ripe kernels, boiled them in water, and skimmed off the oil, using the remaining paste as bread. Hickory nut oil was easily obtained by crushing the whole nuts, precipitating the broken shells in water, and skimming off the oily milk, which was used as we use cream or butter. The nut of the ironwood (blue beech) is edible. The kernel of the long-leaved pine cone is edible and of an agreeable taste. Many western pines have edible nuts. The acridity of pine seeds can be removed by roasting. All nuts are more digestible when roasted than when eaten raw. Arrowhead, broad-leaved. Swan or swamp potato, Sagittaria latifolia, Sagittaria variabilis, In shallow water, ditches. Throughout North America, except extreme north, to Mexico, July to September. Tuberous roots as large as hen's eggs were an important article of food among Indians. Roots bitter when raw, but rendered sweet and palatable by boiling, excellent when cooked with meat. Indians gather them by wading and loosening roots with their feet when the tubers float up and are gathered. Leaves acrid. Arum, green arrow. Peltandra virginica, Peltandra undulata, Arum virginicum, Swamps or shallow water. Maine and Ontario to Michigan, south to Florida and Louisiana, May to June. Rootstock used by eastern Indians for food, under the name of taho. Roots very large, acrid when fresh. The method of cooking this root, and that of the golden club, is thus described by Captain John Smith in his History of Virginia, 1624, page 87. Quote, "The chief root they have for food is called takawoff. It groweth like a flag in marshes. In one day a savage will gather sufficient for a week. These roots are much of the greatness and taste of potatoes. They used to cover a great many of them with oak leaves and fern, and then cover all with earth in the manner of a coal pit (charcoal pit). Over it, on each side, they continue a great fire 24 hours before they dare eat it. Raw, it is no better than poison, and being roasted, except it be tender and the heat abated, or sliced and dried in the sun, mixed with sorrel and meal or such like, it will prickle and torment the throat extremely. And yet in summer they use this ordinarily for bread." Arum, water. Wild calla, Calla palustris. Cold bogs. Nova Scotia to Minnesota, south to Virginia, Wisconsin, Iowa, May to June. Misan bread is made in Lapland from the roots of this plant, which are acrid when raw. They are taken up in spring when the leaves come forth, are extremely well washed, and then dried. The fibrous parts are removed, and the remainder dried in an oven. This is then bruised and chopped into pieces as small as peas, or oatmeal, and then ground. The meal is boiled slowly, and continually stirred like mush. It is then left standing for 3 or 4 days, when the acridity disappears. Lancaster. Broom rape, Louisiana. Orobanche ludoviciana. Aphelon L. Sandy soil. Illinois to northwestern Tennessee, south to Texas, Arizona, California. June to August. Quote, all the plant except the bloom grows under the ground, and consequently nearly all is very white and succulent. Paiutes consume great numbers of them in summer. Being succulent, they answer for food and drink on these sandy plains, and indeed are often called sand food. Palmer. Bulrush, great. Matrush, tool root. Serpus lacustris. Ponds and swamps throughout North America, also in Old World, June to September. Roots resemble artichokes but are much larger. Eaten raw, they prevent thirst and afford nourishment. Flour made from the dried root is white, sweet, and very nutritious. A great favorite with the Western Indians, who pound the roots and make bread of them. When the fresh roots are bruised, mixed with water and boiled, they afford a good syrup. Camas, Eastern, wild hyacinth. Qualmasi hyacinthia. Camasi fraseri. In meadows and along streams, Pennsylvania to Minnesota, south to Alabama and Texas, April to May. Root is very nutritious and with an agreeable mucilaginous taste. Golden club, Aurantium aquaticum. Swamps and ponds, Massachusetts to Pennsylvania, south to Florida and Louisiana, mostly near coast, April to May. The tall key of coast Indians, who liked the dried seeds when cooked like peas. The raw root is acrid, but becomes edible when cooked like arrow arum. Grass, drop seed, sand drop seed, Sporobolus cryptandrus, also barnyard or cockspur grass, Panisum cruscali. When the seeds, which are gathered in great quantities by Western Indians, are parched, ground, mixed with water or milk, and baked into bread, or made into mush, they are of good flavor and nutritious, also eaten dry. Grass, Panicum, several species. The ripe seeds are collected, like the above, cleaned by winnowing, ground into flour, water added, and the mass is kneaded into hard cakes, which, when dried in the sun, are ready for use. Also made into gruel and mush. Grass, floating manna, Panicularia flutans, Glyceria fl. The seeds are of agreeable flavor and highly nutritious material for soups and gruels. Greenbrier, bristly, stretchberry, Smilax bononox, Massachusetts and Kansas, south to Florida and Texas, April to July. The large tuberous rootstocks are said to have been used by the Indians, who ground them into meal and made bread or gruel of it. In the South, a drink is made from them. Greenbrier, long-stalked. Smilax pseudochina, dry or sand thickets, Maryland to Nebraska, south to Florida and Texas, March to August. Bartram says that the Florida Indians prepared from this plant, quote, a very agreeable cooling sort of jelly, which they call conte, not to be confounded with the kunti or wild sago, This is prepared from the root of the china brier, Smilax pseudochina. They chop the roots in pieces, which are afterwards well pounded in a wooden mortar. Then, being mixed with clean water in a tray or trough, they strain it through baskets. The sediment, which settles to the bottom of the second vessel, is afterwards dried in the open air, and is then a very fine reddish flour or meal. A small quantity of this, mixed with warm water and sweetened with honey, when cool, becomes a beautiful, delicious jelly, very nourishing and wholesome. They also mix it with fine corn flour, which being fried in fresh bear's oil makes very good hot cakes or fritters." Groundnut, wild bean, Indian potato, Apios apios (A. tuberosa). Moist ground, New Brunswick to Florida, west to Minnesota and Kansas, south to Louisiana. July to September. This is the famous hopness of New Jersey Indians, the Sagaban of the Mimics, Opanok of the Virginia tribes, Scherzo of the Carolinas, Talks of the Osages, and Modo of the Sioux, under one or other of which names it is frequently met by students of our early annals. Quote, "In 1654, the town laws of Southampton, Massachusetts, obtained that if an Indian dug groundnuts on land occupied by the English, he was to be set in the stocks, and for a second offense to be whipped." End quote. The Pilgrims, during their first winter, lived on these roots. The tubers vary from the size of cherries to that of a hen's egg, or larger. They grow in strings of perhaps 40 together, resembling common potatoes in shape, taste, and odor. When boiled, they are quite palatable and wholesome. The seeds in the pod can be prepared like common peas. Indian turnip, Jack in the pulpit, Erycema triphyllum, (Arum triphyllum), moist woods and thickets, Nova Scotia to Florida, west to Minnesota, Kansas, Louisiana. April to June, fruit ripe, June to July. The root of this plant is so acrid when raw that, if one but touch the tip of his tongue to it, in a few seconds that unlucky member will sting as if touched to a nettle. Yet it was a favorite bread root of the Indians. I have found bulbs as much as 11 inches in circumference and weighing half a pound. Some writers state that the acridity of the root is destroyed by boiling, while others recommend baking. Neither alone will do. The bulb may be boiled for 2 hours, or baked as long, and, while the outer portion will have a characteristically pleasant flavor, half potato, half chestnut, the inner part will still be as uneatable as a spoonful of red pepper. The root should either be roasted or boiled, then peeled, dried, and pounded in a mortar, or otherwise reduced to flour. Then, if it is heated again, or let stand for a day or two, it becomes bland and wholesome, having been reduced to a starchy substance resembling arrowroot. Even if the fresh root is only grated finely and let stand exposed to air until it is thoroughly dry, the acridity will have evaporated with the juice. The roots may be preserved for a year by storing in damp sand. It is said that the Indians also cooked and ate the berries. Lily, Turk's cap, Lilium superbum. Meadows and marshes, Maine to Minnesota, south to North Carolina and Tennessee, July to August. Lily, wild, yellow, Canada lily, Lilium canadense. Swamps, meadows, and fields, Nova Scotia to Minnesota, south to Georgia, Alabama, and Missouri, June to July. Both of these lilies have fleshy, edible bulbs. When green, they look and taste somewhat like raw green corn on the ear. The Indians use them instead of flour to thicken stews, etc. (Thoreau). Lily, yellow pond, Spatterdock, Nymphea advena (Nuphar advena). Ponds and slow streams, Nova Scotia to Rocky Mountains, south to Florida, Texas, Utah. April to September. The roots, which are 1 or 2 feet long, grow 4 or 5 feet under water, and Indian women dive for them. They are very porous, slightly sweet, and glutinous, generally boiled with wild flour, but often roasted separately. Muskrats store large quantities for winter use, and their houses are frequently robbed by the Indians. The pulverized seeds of the plant are made into bread or gruel, or parched and eaten like popcorn. Nelumbo American, Wankapin or Yonkopin, Water Chinquapin, Nelumbo lutea. Ponds and swamps, locally east from Ontario to Florida, abundant west to Michigan, Indiana, Tennessee, Louisiana. July to August. Tubers of root somewhat resemble sweet potatoes, and are little inferior to them when well boiled. A highly prized food of the Indians. The green and succulent half-ripe seed pods are delicate and nutritious. From the sweet, mealy seeds, which resemble hazelnuts, the Indians made bread, soups, etc. The nuts were first steeped in water and then parched in sand to easily extricate the kernels. These were mixed with fat and made into a palatable soup, or were ground into flour and baked. Frequently they were parched without steeping, and the kernels eaten thus. Orchis, showy. Orchis spectabilis, rich woods. New Brunswick to Minnesota, south to Georgia, Kentucky, Nebraska, April to June. Quote, one of the orchids that springs from a tuberous root, and as such finds favor with the country people of the South in the preparation of a highly nourishing food for children. End quote. Parenthesis, Lounsbury, close parenthesis. Peanut, hog, wild peanut. Falcata camosa, parenthesis, Glycine camosa, close parenthesis. Moist thickets, New Brunswick to Florida, west to Lake Superior, Nebraska, Louisiana, August to September. The underground pod has been cultivated as a vegetable. Parenthesis, porcher, close parenthesis. Potato, prairie, prairie turnip, Indian or Missouri breadroot, the palme blanche of the voyageurs. Soralia esculenta, prairies, Manitoba and North Dakota to Texas, June. The farinaceous tuber, generally the size of a hen's egg, has a thick, leathery envelope, easily separable from the smooth internal parts, which become friable when dry, and are readily pulverized, affording a light, starchy flour, with sweetish, turnip-like taste. Often sliced and dried by the Indians for winter use. Palatable in any form. Rice, wild, Zizania aquatica, swamps, New Brunswick to Manitoba, south to Florida, Louisiana, Texas, June to October. The chief farinaceous food of probably 30,000 of our northern Indians, and now on the market as a breakfast food. The harvesting is usually done by 2 persons working together, one propelling the canoe, and the one in the stern gently pulling the plants over the canoe and beating off the ripe seeds with 2 sticks. The seed, when gathered, is spread out for a few hours to dry, and is then parched in a kettle over a slow fire for half an hour to an hour, meanwhile being evenly and constantly stirred. It is then spread out to cool. After this, it is hulled by putting about a bushel of the seed into a hole in the ground, lined with staves or burnt clay, and beating or punching it with heavy sticks. The grains and hulls are separated by tossing the mixture into the wind from baskets. The grain will keep indefinitely. Before cooking, it should have several washings in cold water to remove the smoky taste. It is cooked with game, or as gruel, or made into bread, or merely eaten dry. Its food value is equal to that of our common cereals. Quote, an acre of rice is nearly or quite equal to an acre of wheat in nutriment. End quote. Parenthesis. For details, see Bulletin No. 50 of the Bureau of Plant Industry, U.S. Department of Agriculture. Close parenthesis. Silverweed, wild or goose tansy, goosegrass, potentilla and serena. Shores and salt meadows, marshes and riverbanks. Greenland to New Jersey, west to Nebraska, Alaska, south along the Rocky Mountains to New Mexico and California. May to September. Roots gathered in spring and eaten either raw or roasted. Starchy and wholesome. When roasted or boiled, their taste resembles chestnuts. Sunflower, Helianthus, many species. Prairies, etc., July to September. Quote, the seeds of these plants form one of the staple articles of food for many Indians, and they gather them in great quantities. The agreeable oily nature of the seeds renders them very palatable. When parched and ground, they are highly prized, and are eaten on hunting excursions. The meal or flour is also made into thin cakes and baked in hot ashes. These cakes are of a gray color, rather coarse-looking, but palatable and very nutritious. Having eaten of the bread made from sunflowers, I must say that it is as good as much of the cornbread eaten by whites. End quote. Parenthesis, Palmer, close parenthesis. The oil expressed from sunflower seeds is a good substitute for olive oil. Valerian, edible, tobacco root. Valeriana edulis. Wet, open places. Ontario to British Columbia, south to Ohio, Wisconsin, and in Rocky Mountains to New Mexico and Arizona. May to August. Quote, I ate here for the first time kuya, or tobacco root, Valeriana edulis, the principal edible root among the Indians who inhabit the upper waters of the streams on the western side of the Rocky Mountains. It has a very strong and remarkably peculiar taste and odor, which I can compare to no other vegetable that I am acquainted with, and which to some persons is extremely offensive. To others, however, the taste is rather an agreeable one, and I was afterwards always glad when it formed an addition to our scanty meals. It is full of nutriment. In its unprepared state, it is said by the Indians to have very strong poisonous qualities, of which it is deprived by a peculiar process, being baked in the ground for about 2 days. End quote. All of the plants hitherto mentioned are native to the regions described. In the following list will be found many that are introduced weeds, but a considerable proportion of these foundlings may now be seen in clearings and old burnt tracts in the woods, far from regular settlements. Directions for cooking greens are given in the chapter on Camp Cookery. Adder's tongue, yellow. Dog's tooth, violet. Erythronium americanum. Moist woods and thickets. Nova Scotia to Minnesota, south to Florida, Missouri, Arkansas. March to May. Sometimes used for greens. Bean, wild kidney. Phaseolus polystachys, P. perennis, Thickets. Canada to Florida, west to Minnesota, Nebraska, Louisiana. July to September. Was used as a food by the Indians. The Apaches eat it either green or dried. Bellwort, Uvularia perfoliata. Moist woods and thickets. Quebec and Ontario to Florida and Mississippi, May to June. The roots of this and other species of Uvularia are edible when cooked, and the young shoots are a good substitute for asparagus. Porcher, Brook lime, American. Veronica americana. Brooks and swamps. Anticosti to Alaska, south to Pennsylvania, Nebraska, New Mexico, California. April to September. Quote, a salad plant equal to the watercress, delightful in flavor, healthful, antiscorbutic. End quote. Scientific American. Burdock, great. Cocklebur. Arctium lapa. Waste places. New Brunswick to southern New York, and locally in the interior. Not nearly so widely distributed as the smaller common burdock. A-. July to October. A naturalized weed, so rank in appearance and odor that nothing but stark necessity could have driven people to experiment with it as a vegetable. Yet, like the skunk cabbage, it is capable of being turned to good account. In spring, the tender shoots, when peeled, can be eaten raw like radishes, or with vinegar can be used as a salad. The stalks, cut before the flowers open and stripped of their rind, form a delicate vegetable when boiled, similar in flavor to asparagus. The raw root has medicinal properties, but the Japanese eat the cooked root, preparing it as follows. The skin is scraped or peeled off, and the roots sliced in long strips, or cut into pieces about 2 inches long, and boiled with salt and pepper, or with soy, to impart flavor. Or, the boiled root is mashed, made into cakes, and fried like oyster plant. Charlock, wild mustard. Brassica arvensis, B. synapistrum, Fields and waste places. Naturalized everywhere. May to November. Extensively used as a pot herb. Aids digestion. Chickweed, Alsine media, Stellaria M. Waste places, meadows, and woods. Naturalized, common everywhere. January to December. Used like spinach and quite as good. Chicory, wild succory, Chicory intybus. Roadsides, fields, and waste places. Nova Scotia to Minnesota, south to North Carolina and Missouri, July to October. All parts of the plant are wholesome. The young leaves make a good salad, or may be cooked as a pot herb like dandelion. The root, ground and roasted, is used as an adulterant of coffee. Clover, Trifolium, many species. The coast Indians of California use clover as a food. The fresh leaves and stems are used before flowering. Quote, deserves test as a salad herb with vinegar and salt. End quote. Comfrey, Symphytum officinale, waste places, Newfoundland to Minnesota, south to Maryland, naturalized, June to August. Makes good greens when gathered young. Howpea, China bean, Vigna sinensis. Escaped from cultivation. Missouri to Texas and Georgia, July to September. The seeds are edible. Cress, rocket, yellow rocket, bitter cress. Barbaria barbaria, parenthesis, B. vulgaris, close parenthesis. Fields and waste places, naturalized. Labrador to Virginia and locally in the interior. Also on Pacific coast. April to June. The young tender leaves make a fair salad, but inferior to the watercress. Cress, water. Rhopyra nasturtium, parenthesis, Nasturtium officinale, close parenthesis. Brooks and other streams. Nova Scotia to Manitoba, south to Virginia and Missouri. Naturalized from Europe, April to November. A well-known salad herb. The leaves and stems are eaten raw with salt, as a relish, or mixed as a salad. Cress, winter. Scurvy grass, Barbaria praecox. Waste places, naturalized. Southern New York, Pennsylvania, and southward, April to June. Highly esteemed as a winter salad and pot herb, sometimes cultivated. Crinkleroot, two-leaved toothwort, Dentaria diphylla. Rich woods and meadows. Nova Scotia to Minnesota, south to South Carolina and Kentucky. May. The rootstocks are crisp and fleshy, with a spicy flavor like watercress. Eaten with salt like celery. Crowfoot, celery-leaved or ditch. Ranunculus scleratus. Swamps and wet ditches, New Brunswick to Florida, abundant along the coast, and locally westward to Minnesota. April to August. Porcher cites this as a good example of the destruction of acrid and poisonous juices by heating. The fresh juice is so caustic that it will raise a blister, and 2 drops taken internally may excite fatal inflammation. Yet, the boiled or baked root, he said, is edible. When cleansed, scraped, and pounded, and the pulp soaked in a considerable quantity of water, a white sediment is deposited, which, when washed and dried, is a real starch. Cuckoo flower, meadow bittercress, Cardamine pratensis. Wet meadows and swamps, Labrador to northern New Jersey, west to Minnesota and British Columbia, April to May. Has a pungent savor and is used like watercress, occasionally cultivated as a salad plant. Dandelion, Taraxacum taraxacum, parenthesis, T. officinale, close parenthesis. Fields and waste places everywhere, naturalized. January to December. Common pot herb, also blanched for salad. In boiling, change the water 2 or 3 times. Dock, curled. Rumex crispus. Fields and waste places everywhere, naturalized. June to August. The young leaves make good pot herbs. The plant produces an abundance of seeds, which Indians grind into flour for bread or mush. Ferns, many species. The young stems of ferns, gathered before they are covered with down, and before the leaves have uncurled, are tender, and when boiled like asparagus are delicious. The rootstocks of ferns are starchy, and after being baked resemble the dough of wheat. Their flavor is not very pleasant, but they are by no means to be despised by a hungry man. Feticus, corn salad. Valerianella locusta. Waste places, New York to Virginia and Louisiana, naturalized, April to July. Cultivated for salad and as a pot herb. The young leaves are very tender. Flag, cattail, Typha latifolia. Marshes. Throughout North America except in the extreme north. June to July. The flowering ends are very tender in the spring, and are eaten raw, or when boiled in water make a good soup. The root is eaten as a salad. Quote, "The Cossacks of the Don peel off the outer cuticle of the stalk, and eat raw the tender white part of the stem extending about 18 inches from the root. It has a somewhat insipid but pleasant and cooling taste." End quote. Garlic, mild or meadow. Allium canadense. Moist meadows and thickets. Maine to Minnesota, south to Florida, Louisiana, Arkansas. May to June. A good substitute for garlic. Quote, "The top bulbs are superior to the common onion for pickling." End quote. Ginseng, dwarf, groundnut. Panax trifolium. Parenthesis, Aurelia trifolia. Close parenthesis. Moist woods and thickets. Nova Scotia to Georgia, west to Minnesota, Iowa, Illinois. April to June. The tubers are edible and pungent. Hornwort, Doringa canadensis. Parenthesis, Cryptotenia, C. Close parenthesis. Woods, New Brunswick to Minnesota, south to Georgia and Texas. June to July. In the spring this is a wholesome green, used in soups, etc., like chervil. Hop, Cannabis sativa. Waste places. New Brunswick to Minnesota, south to North Carolina, Tennessee, Kansas. Naturalized. July to September. Used for yeast. Quote, "In Belgium, the young shoots of the plant, just as they emerge from the ground, are used as asparagus." End quote. Indian cucumber. Mediola virginiana. Rich, damp woods and thickets. Nova Scotia to Minnesota, south to Florida and Tennessee. May to June. Quote, "The common name alludes to the succulent, horizontal, white, tuberous root, which tastes like cucumber, and was in all probability relished by the Indians." End quote. Parenthesis, Matthews, close parenthesis. Jerusalem artichoke. Canada potato. Girasol. Topinum borer. Helianthus tuberosus. Moist soil. New Brunswick to northwest Tennessee, south to Georgia and Arkansas. Quote, "Often occurs along roadsides in the east, a relic of cultivation by the Aborigines." End quote. Now cultivated and for sale in our markets. The tubers are large and edible, either raw or cooked, tasting somewhat like celery root. They are eaten as vegetables, and are also pickled. Lady's thumb, English smartweed, Polygonum persicaria. Waste places throughout the continent, except extreme north. Naturalized, often an abundant weed. June to September. Used as an early salad plant in the southern mountains. Lamb's quarters, white pigweed, Chenopodium album. Waste places, range universal like the above. Naturalized, June to September. A fine summer green and pot herb, tender and succulent. Should be boiled about 20 minutes, the first water being thrown away owing to its bad taste. The small seeds, which are not unpleasant when eaten raw, may be dried, ground, and made into cakes or gruel. They resemble buckwheat in color and taste, and are equally nutritious. Lettuce, Spanish, Indian or miner's lettuce. Claytonia perfoliata. Native of Pacific coast but spreading eastward. April to May. The whole plant is eaten by Western Indians and by whites. In a raw state makes an excellent salad, also cooked with salt and pepper, as greens. Lupine, wild pea, Lupinus perennis. Dry sandy soil. Maine to Minnesota, south to Florida, Missouri, Louisiana. May to June. Edible, cooked like domestic peas. Mallow, marsh. Athea officinalis, salt marshes. Massachusetts to New Jersey, summer. The thick, very mucilaginous root has familiar use as a confection, also used in medicine as a demulcent. May be eaten raw. Mallow, whorled or curled, Malva articulata, parenthesis, M. crispa, close parenthesis. Waste places, Vermont, naturalized. Summer, a good pot herb. Marigold, marsh. Meadow gowan, cowslip, Caltha palustris. Swamps and meadows, Newfoundland to South Carolina, west through Canada to the Rocky Mountains, and south to Iowa. April to June. Used as a spring vegetable, the young plant being thoroughly boiled for greens. The flower bulbs are sometimes pickled as a substitute for capers. Beware of mistaking for this plant the poisonous white hellebore, Veratrum viride, Meadow beauty, deer grass, Rexia virginica, sandy swamps, Maine to Florida, west to north New York, Illinois, Missouri, Louisiana, July to September. The leaves have a sweetish yet acidulous taste. Make a good addition to a salad, and may be eaten with impunity. Milkweed, Asclepias syriaca, A. cornuti, Fields and waste places generally, June to August, also other species. The young shoots in spring are a good substitute for asparagus. Holmes says that a good brown sugar has been made by gathering the flowers, while the dew is on them, expressing the dew and boiling it down. Mushrooms. The number of edible species is legion. It is not difficult to distinguish the poisonous ones when one has studied a good textbook, but no one should take chances with fungi until he has made such a study. And a few of the common species are deadly, and for some of them no remedy is known. A beginner would do well, perhaps, to avoid all of the genus Amanita. All mushrooms on the following list are of delicious flavor: Caprinus comatus, Hyphiloma appendiculatum, Tricholoma personatum, Boletus subaureus, Boletus bovinus, Boletus subsanguineus, Clavaria botrytis, Clavaria cinerea, Clavaria inequalis, Clavaria vermicularis, Clavaria pistillaris, Lactarius volumus, Lactarius deliciosus, Rusula altacea, Rusula virescens, Cantharellus siberius, Marasmius orades, Hydnium repandum, Hydnium caput medusae, Morchella esculenta, Morchella deliciosa. It would be well for every outer to learn the easily distinguished beefsteak fungus, Fistulina hepatica, and sulphur mushroom, Polyporus sulphureus, that grow from the trunks of old trees and stumps, as they are very common, very large, and very filling. Mustard, Brassica, several species. Fields and waste places, naturalized. The young leaves are used for greens. Nettle, Urtica dioica, and other species. Also the sow thistle, Sonchus oleraceus. Fields and waste places. Should be gathered with gloves when the leaves are quite young and tender. A pleasant, nourishing, and mildly aperient pot herb, used with soups, salt meat, or as spinach. Adds a piquant taste to other greens. Largely used for such purposes in Europe. Nightshade, black, or garden, Solanum nigrum. Waste places, commonly in cultivated soil. Nova Scotia to northwest Tennessee, south to Florida and Texas, July to October. This plant is reputed to be poisonous, though not to the same degree as its relative from Europe, the woody nightshade or bittersweet, S. dulcamera, It is however used as a pot herb like spinach in some countries, and in China the young shoots and berries are eaten. Bessie reports that in the Mississippi Valley the little black berries are made into pies. Onion, wild, Allium, many species. Rich woods, moist meadows and thickets, banks and hillsides. Used like the domestic onions. Parsnip, cow, masterwort, Heracleum lanatum. Moist ground, Labrador to North Carolina and Missouri, Alaska to California, June to July. Quote, the tender leaf and flower stalks are sweet and very agreeably aromatic, and are therefore much sought after, by coast Indians, for green food in spring and early summer, before the flowers have expanded. In eating these, the outer skin is rejected. End quote. Peppergrass, wild, Lepidium virginicum. Fields and along roadsides, Quebec to Minnesota, south to Florida and Mexico, May to November. Like the cultivated peppergrass, this is sometimes used as a winter or early spring salad, but it is much inferior to other cresses. The spicy pods are good seasoning for salads, soups, etc. Pigweed, rough, Beetroot, Amaranthus retroflexus. Fields and waste places. Throughout the continent except extreme north. Naturalized. August to October. Related to the beet and spinach, and may be used for greens. Pigweed, slender. Kearless. Amaranthus hybridus. A. chlorostachys. A weed of the same range as the preceding. Naturalized. August to October. Extensively used in the South, in early spring, as a salad plant under the name of, Kearless, Plantain, common. Plantago major. A naturalized weed of general range, like the preceding, May to September. Used as early spring greens. Pleurisy root. Asclepias tuberosa. Dry fields. Maine to Minnesota, south to Florida, Texas, Arizona. June to September. The tender young shoots may be used like asparagus. The raw tuber is medicinal, but when boiled or baked it is edible. Pokeweed. Phytolacca decandra. A common weed east of the Mississippi and west of Texas. Now cultivated in France, and the wild shoots are sold in our eastern markets. In early spring the young shoots and leaves make an excellent substitute for asparagus. The root is poisonous. This is destroyed by heat, and the raw juice of the old plant is an acrid purgative. The berries are harmless. Prickly pear, Opuntia. Several species. Dry, sandy soil. Along eastern coast and on western prairies and plains. The ripe fruit is eaten raw. The unripe fruit, if boiled 10 or 12 hours, becomes soft and resembles applesauce. When the leaves are roasted in hot ashes, the outer skin, with its thorns, is easily removed, leaving a slimy but sweet and succulent pulp, which sustains life. Should be gathered with tongs, which can be extemporized by bending a green stick in the middle and beating it over the fire. Primrose, evening. Onagra biennis, Enothera B. Usually in dry soil. Labrador to Florida, west to Rocky Mountains. June to October. Young sprigs are mucilaginous and can be eaten as salad. Roots have a nutty flavor and are used in Europe either raw or stewed, like celery. Purslane, Pusley, Portulaca oleracea. Fields and waste places. A weed of almost worldwide distribution. Summer. This weed was used as a potherb by the Greeks and Romans, and is still so used in Europe. The young shoots should be gathered when from 2 to 5 inches long, may also be used as a salad or pickled. Taste somewhat like string beans, with a slight acid flavor. The seeds, ground to flour, have been used by Indians in the form of mush. Redbud, Circus canadensis. French Canadians use the acid flowers of this tree in salads. The buds and tender pods are pickled in vinegar. All may be fried in butter or made into fritters. Saxifrage, lettuce. Saxifraga micranthitifolia. In cold brooks. Appalachian Mountains from Pennsylvania to North Carolina. May to June. Eaten by Carolina mountaineers as a salad under the name of, lettuce, Shepherd's purse. Bursa pastoris, Capsella B. Fields and waste places everywhere. Naturalized. January to December. A good substitute for spinach. Delicious when blanched and served as a salad. Tastes somewhat like cabbage, but is more delicate. Skunk cabbage. Spathema fetida, Symplocarpus F. Swamps and wet soil. Throughout the east and west to Minnesota and Iowa. February to April. The root of this foul-smelling plant was baked or roasted by eastern Indians to extract the juice, and used as a bread root. Doubtless they got the hint from the bear, who was very fond of this, one of the first green things to appear in spring. Solomon's seal, Polygonatum biflorum. Woods and thickets. New Brunswick to Michigan, south to Florida and West Virginia. April to July. Indians boiled the young shoots in spring and ate them, also dried the mature roots in full, ground or pounded them and baked them into bread. The raw plant is medicinal. Sorrel, mountain. Oxaria digyna. Greenland to Alaska, south to White Mountains of New Hampshire, and in Rocky Mountains to Colorado. July to September. A pleasant addition to salads. Sorrel, sheep, Rumex acetosella. Dry fields and hillsides, throughout the continent except in extreme north. May to September. The leaves are very acid. Young shoots may be eaten as salad, also used as a seasoning for soups, etc. The European sorrels cultivated as salad plants are R. acetosa, R. scutatus, and sometimes R. patientia. Sorrel, white wood. Oxalis acetosella. Cold, damp woods. Nova Scotia to Manitoba, mountains of North Carolina and north shore of Lake Superior. May to July. Not related to the above. Quote, the pleasant acid taste of the leaves, when mixed with salads, imparts an agreeable refreshing flavor. End quote. The fresh plant, or a, quote, lemonade, end quote, made from it, is very useful in scurvy, and makes a cooling drink for fevers. Should be used in moderation, as it contains binoxalate of potash, which is poisonous. Yields the druggist's, quote, salt of lemons, end quote. Stork's bill, pin clover, Erodium sicutarium. Waste places and fields. Locally in the east, abundant in the west. April to September, naturalized. The young plant is gathered by western Indians and eaten raw or cooked. Strawberry blight. Blightum capitatum, parenthesis, Chenopodium C, close parenthesis. Dry soil. Nova Scotia to Alaska, south to New Jersey, Illinois, Colorado, Utah, Nevada. June to August. Sometimes cultivated for greens, used like spinach. Trillium, wake robin, Bethroot. Trillium erectum, also T. undulatum and T. grandiflorum. Woods. Nova Scotia to Minnesota and south to Florida. April to June. The popular notion that these plants are poisonous is incorrect. They make good greens when cooked. Tuckahoe, Pachyma cocos. A subterranean fungus which grows on decaying vegetable matter, such as old roots. It is found in light loamy soils and in dry waste places, but not in very old fields or in woodlands. Outwardly, it is woody, resembling a coconut or the bark of a hickory tree. The inside is a compact white fleshy mass, moist and yielding when fresh, but in drying it becomes very hard, cracking from within. It contains no starch, but is composed largely of pectose. The Indians made bread of it, and it is sometimes called Indian bread. Parenthesis. For details, see an article by Professor J. H. Gore in Smithsonian Report, 1881, pages 687 to 701, close parenthesis. Unicorn plant, Martinia louisiana, parenthesis, M. proboscidea, close parenthesis. Waste places, Maine to New Jersey and North Carolina. Native in Mississippi Valley, from Iowa and Illinois southward. July to September. Cultivated in some places. The seed pods, while yet tender, make excellent pickles. The Apaches gather the half-ripe pods of a related species and use them for food. Vetch, milk. Astragalus, several species. Prairies, May to August. Used as food by the Indians. The pea is hulled and boiled. Violet, early blue. Viola palmata. Dry soil, mostly in woods. Maine to Minnesota, south to Georgia and Arkansas. April to May. The plant is very mucilaginous and is employed by Negroes for thickening soup, under the name of wild okra. Parenthesis, porcher, close parenthesis. Waterleaf, Hydrophyllum virginicum. Woods. Quebec to Alaska, south to South Carolina, Kansas, Washington. May to August. Quote, furnishes good greens. Reappears after being picked off and does not become woody for a long time. End quote. Wild fruits. It would extend this chapter beyond reasonable limits if I were to give details of all the wild fruits native to the region here considered. As fruits may be eaten raw, or require no special treatment in cooking, a mere list of them with the time of ripening must suffice. Carolina buckthorn, Rhamnus carolinea, September. Woolly-leaved buckthorn, Boomlia languinosa, June to July. Buffalo berry, Lepargyria argentea, July to August. American barberry, Berberis canadensis, August to September. Common barberry, Berberis vulgaris, September, naturalized. Bailey's blackberry, Rubus baileyanus. Bristly blackberry, R. setosus. Dewberry, R. canadensis, June to July. High bush blackberry, R. villosus, July to August. Hispid blackberry, R. hispidus, August. Low bush blackberry, R. trivialis. Millspaw's blackberry, R. millspawii, August to September. Mountain blackberry, R. alleghaniensis, August to September. Sand blackberry, R. cuneifolius, July to August. Dwarf bilberry, Vaccinium cespitosum, August. Great bilberry, V. uliginosum, July to August. Oval-leaved bilberry, V. ovifolium, July to August. Thin-leaved bilberry, V. membranaceum, July to August. Black blueberry, V. atricoccum, July to August. Canada blueberry, V. canadense, July to August. Dwarf blueberry, V. pennsylvanicum, June to July. Highbush blueberry, V. corymbosum, July to August. Low blueberry, V. vacillans, July to August. Low black blueberry, V. nigrum, July. Mountain blueberry, V. pallidum, July to August. Southern black huckleberry, V. virgatum, July. Mountain cranberry, wineberry, V. vitis idea, August to September. Black huckleberry, Gallicacea resinosa, July to August. Box huckleberry, G. brachycera. Dwarf huckleberry, G. dumosa, July to August. Tangleberry, G. frondosa, July to August. Appalachian cherry, Prunus cuneata. Choke cherry, P. virginiana, July to August. Edible later. Sand cherry, P. pumila, August. Sour cherry, egriot, P. cerasus, June to July, naturalized. Western wild cherry, P. demissa, August. Western sand cherry, P. bessii. Wild cherry crab cherry, P. avium, naturalized. Wild black cherry, P. serratina, August to September. Wild red cherry, P. pennsylvanica, August. American crabapple, sweet-scented, C. Malus coronaria, September to October. Narrow-leaved crabapple, M. angustifolia. Soulard crabapple, M. soulardi. Western crabapple, M. ionensis. American cranberry, Oxycoccus macrocarpus, September to October. Small cranberry, bog C. O. oxycoccus, August to September. Southern mountain cranberry, O. erythrocarpus, July to September. Cranberry tree, Viburnum opulus, August to September. Crowberry, curlewberry, Empetrum nigrum, summer. Golden currant, buffalo or Missouri currant, Ribes aureum. Northern black currant, R. hudsonianum. Red currant, R. rubrum. Wild black currant, R. floridum, July to August. Elderberry, Sambucus canadensis, August. Wild gooseberry, dogberry, Ribes cynospati, August. Missouri gooseberry, R. gracile. Northern gooseberry, R. oxyacanthoides, July to August. Round-leaved gooseberry, R. rotundifolium, July to August. Swamp gooseberry, R. lacustra, July to August. Bailey's grape, Vitis baileyana. Blue grape, winter grape, V. bicolor. Downy grape, V. cinerea. Frost grape, B. cordifolia, October to November. Missouri grape, V. palmata, October. Northern fox grape, V. labrusca, August to September. Riverside grape, sweet-scented grape, V. vulpina, July to October. Sand grape, sugar grape, V. rupustris, August. Southern fox grape, V. rotundifolia, August to September. Summer grape, V. estivus, September to October. Ground cherry, Physalis, several species. Hackberry, Celtis occidentalis, September to October. Berries dry, but edible. Black haw, Viburnum prunifolium, September to October. Scarlet haw, red haw, Crataegus mollis, September to October. May apple, mandrake, Podophyllum peltatum, July. Passion flower, Passiflora incarnata, also P. lutea, fruit known as maypops. Pawpaw, Asamina triloba, fruit edible when frostbitten. Persimmon, Diosporus virginiana, fruit edible after frost. Beach plum, Prunus maritima, September to October. Canada plum, P. nigra, August. Chickasaw plum, P. augustifolia, May to July. Low plum, P. gracilis. Porter's plum, P. alleghaniensis, August. Watson's plum, P. watsoni. Wild goose plum, P. hortulanum, September to October. Wild red plum, yellow plum, P. americana, August to October. Ground plum, Astragalus crassicarpus, also A. mexicanus. Unripe fruit resembles green plums and is eaten raw or cooked. Black raspberry, thimbleberry, Rubus occidentalis, July. Cloudberry, Rubus chemimoris. Dwarf raspberry, R. americanus, July to August. Purple wild raspberry, R. neglectus, July to August. Purple flowering raspberry, R. odoratus, July to September. Salmonberry, R. parvifolius, July to September. Wild red raspberry, R. strigosus, July to September. Serviceberry, Juneberry, Amelanchier canadensis, June to July. Low Juneberry, A. spicata. Northwestern Juneberry, A. alnifolia. Round-leaved Juneberry, A. rotundifolia, August. Shadbush, A. botryapium, June to July. Silverberry, Elaginus argentea, July to August. Creeping snowberry, Chiogenes hispidula, August to September. Berries have flavor of sweet birch. American wood strawberry, Fragaria americana. Northern wild strawberry, F. canadensis. Virginia strawberry, scarlet S. F. virginiana. Blackthorn, pearhaw. Crataegus tomentosa, October. Large fruited thorn, C. punctata, September to October. Scarlet thorn, C. coccinea, September to October. Miscellaneous. All substitutes for coffee are unsatisfying. In the South, during the Civil War, many pitiful expedients were tried, such as parched meal, dried sweet potatoes, wheat, chicory, cottonseed, persimmon seed, dandelion seeds, and the seeds of the Kentucky coffee tree. But the best were found to be rye, the seeds of the coffee senna, Cassia occidentalis, called, quote, Magdad coffee, and the parched and ground seeds of okra. None of our wild plants contain principles that act upon the nerves like caffeine or thein. Teas, so called, of very good flavor can be made from the dried root bark of sassafras, or from its early buds, from the bark and leaves of spicewood, from the leaves of chicory, ginseng, and the sweet goldenrod, Solidago odora, and cinquefoil. Other plants used for the purpose are Labrador tea, Oswego tea, and inferior, New Jersey tea. Our pioneers also made decoctions of chips of the arbor vitae, white cedar, the dried leaves of black birch, and the tips of hemlock boughs, sweetening them with maple sugar. The list of medicinal teas is unending. Agreeable summer teas can be made by infusing the sour fruit of the mountain ash, Pyrus americana, from sumac berries, dwarf and staghorn, and from the fruit of the red mulberry. The sweet sap of both hard and soft maples, box elder, and the birches, except red birch, is potable. Small beer can be made from the sap of black birch, from the pulp of honey locust pods, the fruit of the persimmon, the shoots and root bark of sassafras, and the twigs of black and red spruce. Cider has been made from the fruit of crab apples and service berries. Sugar or syrup is made by boiling down the sap, not only of sugar maple, but of red and silver maples, box elder, the birches, butternut, and hickory, and from honey locust pods. Vinegar can also be made from these saps, as well as from fruit juices, by diluting with water and adding a little yeast. The very sour berries of sumac turn cider into vinegar, or they may be used alone. In extremis. The far north is famine land the world over, and to it we must look for examples of what men can subsist on when driven to the last extremity. In all northern countries, within the tree limit, it is customary in starving times to mix with the scanty hoard of flour the ground bark of trees. It is possible to support life even with bark alone. The Jesuit missionary Nicolet reported more than 2 centuries ago that an acquaintance of his, a French Indian agent, lived 7 weeks on bark alone, and the Relations of the order in Canada contain many instances of a like expedient. Those were hard times in New France. Such an experience as this was dismissed with a single sentence, quite as a matter of course. Quote, "An eel-skin was deemed a sumptuous supper. I had used one for mending a robe, but hunger obliged me to unstitch and eat it." End quote. Another brother says, quote, "The bark of the oak, birch, linden, and that of other trees, when well cooked and pounded, and then put into water in which fish has been boiled, or else mixed with fish oil, made some excellent stews." End quote. Again, quote, "They (the Indians) dried by a fire the bark of green oak. Then they pounded it and made it into porridge." End quote. It seems that the human stomach can stand a lot of tannin, if it has to do so. The young shoots of spruce and tamarack, the inner bark, in spring, of pine, spruce, and hemlock, young leaf stems of beech, hickory, and other trees, and wild rosebuds are nutritious. But these can be had only, of course, in spring. Far better than oak bark are the inner barks of alder, quaking aspen, basswood, birch, sweet bay, cottonwood, slippery elm, this especially is nutritious, white elm, pignut hickory, white locust, striped maple, and sassafras. The Chippewas boil the thick, sweetish bark of the shrubby bittersweet or staff tree (Celastris scandens), and use it for food. The following entry in the diary of Sir John Franklin sounds naive, when stripped of its context, but there is a world of grim pathos back of it. Quote, "There was no tripe de roche, so we drank tea and ate some of our shoes for supper." End quote. The rock tripe, here referred to, Umbilicaria arctica, or Dilloni, is one of several edible lichens that grow on rocks and are extensively used as human food in lands beyond the Arctic tree limit. Reindeer moss, Cladonia rangiferina, and the well-known Iceland moss, Citraris Icelandica, are other examples. These are starchy, and after being boiled for 2 or 3 hours, form a gelatinous mass that is digestible, although repulsive in appearance, one of the early Jesuits likening it to the slime of snails, another admitting that, quote, "it is necessary to close one's eyes to eat it." End quote. It is pleasanter to turn now to the wild condiments that our fields and forests afford. Sassafras, oil of birch, wintergreen, peppermint, and spearmint will occur to everyone. Balm, sweet marjoram, summer savory, and tansy are sometimes found in wild places where they have escaped from cultivation. The rootstock of sweet cicely has a spicy taste, with a strong odor of anise, and is edible. Sweet gale gives a pleasant flavor to soups and dressings. The seeds of tansy mustard were once used by the Indians in flavoring dishes. Wild garlic, wild onions, peppergrass, snowberry, and spicewood may also be used for similar purposes. Before starting to fell a tree, clear away all underbrush and vines that are within reach of the extended axe, overhead as well as around you. Neglect of this precaution may cripple a man for life. Next, decide in which direction you wish the tree to fall. This will be governed partly by the lay of the ground and the obstacles on it. The tree should fall where it will be easy to log up. A matter of more consequence, however, in thick forest, is to throw the tree in such direction that it will not catch and hang on one of its neighbors, obliging you to fell the latter also. Felling a tree, Now, suppose that you decide to throw the tree to the south. Cut a kerf or notch on the south side of the tree, halfway through the trunk, as shown in A in Figure 1. Legend to Figure 15, illustrating how to cut a tree and split a log. In making this cut, you should not start it so narrow that you will soon find yourself wedging your axe. Make a nick at C as a guide, then another at D, which should be as far above C as the intended depth of the cut, CE. Then chop out your kerf, making as big chips as you can. To do this, chop alternately at the notches D and C, and split out the block between with a downward blow of the axe. A green axeman is known by the finely minced chips and haggled stump that he leaves. Beginners invariably overexert themselves in chopping, and are soon blown. An accurate stroke counts for much more than a heavy blundering one. A good chopper lands one blow exactly on top of the other with the precision and regularity of a machine. He chops slowly but rhythmically, and puts little more effort into striking than he does into lifting his axe for the blow. Trying to sink the axe deeply at every stroke is about the hardest work that a man can do, and it spoils accuracy. If the tree is of such wood as is easy to cut, make the cut CE as nearly square across the butt as you can. To do this, keep the hand that holds the hilt of the axe helve well down. But if the tree is hard and stubborn to fell, or if you are rustling firewood in a hurry, it is easier to make this cut in a slanting direction, so as not to chop squarely across the grain. Having finished this south kerf, which is 2/3 of the labor of felling the tree, now begin the opposite one, B, at a point 3 or 4 inches higher than the other. By studying the diagram, and taking into account the tree's great weight, you can see why this method will infallibly throw the tree to the south, if it stands anywhere near perpendicular, and if there is not a strong wind blowing. Comparatively few blows are needed here. When the tree begins to crack, step to one side. Never jump in a direction opposite that in which the tree falls. Many a man has been killed in that way. Sometimes a falling tree, striking against one of its neighbors, shoots backward from the stump like lightning. Look out, too, for shattered limbs. If a tree leans in the wrong direction for your purpose, insert a billet of wood in the kerf B, and drive a wedge or two above it in the direction of the kerf. A tree weighing many tons can be forced to fall in any desired direction by the proper use of wedges, and a good axeman in open woods can throw a tree with such accuracy as to drive a stake previously stuck in the ground at an agreed position. He can even do this when a considerable wind is blowing, by watching the sway of the tree and striking his final blow at the right moment. Logging up. When the tree is down and you go to log it, make the outside chip not less in length than the diameter of the log. This will seem absurdly long until you have cut a log in two. With a narrow cut, you could be wedging your axe before you were nearly half through, and your work would be harder anyway, because you would be cutting more nearly across the grain of the wood instead of diagonally with it. In making these side cuts, be sure to make them perpendicular to the ground, otherwise you will soon find that the upper side of the log is cut away, but that you have no way of getting at the under side. When cutting close to the ground, look out for pebbles. A nick in the axe will make your work doubly hard. Before felling a tree on stony ground, it is well worth while to place a small log across the way for the butt of the tree to fall on, so as to keep it off the ground. This will also make it easier to log up. Speaking of nicks in the axe, beware how you cut into hemlock knots. In trimming limbs close to a hemlock trunk, you can ruin the best steel that ever was made. In logging up a large tree, it is necessary for the axeman to stand on the prostrate trunk, with his legs well apart, and to cut down between his feet. This, to a beginner, looks like a risky performance, but I have seen one of my woodland neighbors, who professes to be only a trifling hand with an axe, stand on a slender tree trunk that was balanced about 10 feet over a gulch, whack away between his feet, with the trunk swaying several inches at every stroke, nor did he step over on the main trunk until 2 or 3 light blows sufficed to cut the log free. But such a performance is tame, compared with the feats of axemanship that regular choppers and river drivers do every day as a mere matter of course. Splitting timber. Certain woods, such as cedar, can be riven into serviceable boards with no other tool than an axe. But in general, if one has much splitting to do, he should make a maul and some gluts, steel wedges being presumably unobtainable. When one has no auger with which to bore a hole for the handle, a serviceable maul can be made in club shape. Beech, oak, and hickory are good materials, but any hardwood that does not splinter easily will do. Choose a sapling about 5 inches thick at the butt, not counting the bark. Dig a little below the surface of the ground, and cut the sapling off where the stools of the roots begin. The wood is very tough here, and this is to be used for the large end of the maul, which should be about 10 inches long. From this forward, shave down the handle, which should be 20 inches long. Thus balanced, the maul will not jar one's hands. Gluts are simply wooden wedges. The best woods for them are dogwood and hornbeam or ironwood, as they are very hard and tough, even when green. Chop a sapling of suitable thickness, and make one end wedge-shaped. Then cut it off square at the top, and so continue until you have all the gluts you want. It takes no mean skill to chop and shave a glut to a tree wedge shape, and much depends upon getting the angles and surfaces correctly proportioned. A novice is apt to make a glut too short and thick. The gluts may well be fire-hardened by placing them in hot ashes until the sap has been driven out, but leaving the surface only slightly charred. To split a log, start the wedges in the smaller or top end of the log. If there is a crack or large check at the right place, drive 2 wedges into it, as the log will probably split best that way. If not, then, with the axe in one hand and maul in the other, make a crack across the end of the log. Drive the wedges home, and others into the crack along the side of the log. The general rule in riving rails is to split a stick through the middle, then quarter it, then split the quarters through the middle, and so on until the required dimensions are reached. Figure 2 shows, for example, the method of splitting rails from a large log. The quarter of log is first halved along the line AB. Then the rail BCD is split off. The remaining section is then halved as before. The rails are split off in the direction EF, and others are split from the remaining segments, or the method shown in the lower eighth is used according to the dimensions required. Figure 3 shows how clapboards, or the rough shingles called shakes, are riven. For splitting such wide, thin pieces, a tool called a froe is used, it being a heavy steel blade with a wooden handle set at right angles. A cut of the desired length is sawed from the log and stood on end. It may then be quartered, and from each quarter the shakes may be split off by placing the edge of the froe on the end of the billet and striking it with a mallet. The usual way, however, is to split around, but not through the core, detaching the latter now and then by the axe at right angles to the splits. The heart of oak, for example, is so tough that it would be impracticable to continue the split through the core. In splitting puncheons, the log is merely halved, and the round side left as it is, being turned under in flooring. With some woods, however, it is not difficult to rive out slabs that are flat on both sides by working under the method shown in Figure 4. Much depends upon the right selection of wood for the purpose at hand. For instance, it would be worse than useless to try to split shingles from cherry, because it splits irregularly, or from hemlock, for it splits spirally, or from sour gum, tupelo, or winged elm, because they cannot be split at all. Much depends, though, upon the individual tree. A timberman can tell whether a tree will split well or not by merely scanning the bark. If the ridges and furrows of the bark run straight up and down in the main, the wood will have a corresponding straight grain. But if they are spiral, the wood will split waney, or not at all. Peculiarities of soil and climate also affect the riving qualities of wood. In the southern mountains, for example, one may see thousands of shingles and palings or clapboards split from hemlock, even up to the length of 4 or 5 feet. To make a puncheon out of a log that will not split straight, cut deep notches along one side, one after the other, and of uniform depth, like saw teeth. Then split or hew off the remaining blocks until the log is flattened as desired. Qualities of wood. The working qualities of common woods ought to be known by everyone who has occasion to use timber, and especially by a woodsman who may at any time be driven to shifts in which a mistake in choosing material may have disagreeable consequences. A few simple tables are here given, which, it is hoped, may be of assistance. Only common native trees are included. The data refer to the seasoned wood only, except where green is specified. Such tables might easily be extended, but mine are confined to the qualities of most account to campers and explorers, and to trees native to the region north of Georgia and east of the Rocky Mountains. Very hard woods. Osage orange, hardest. Dogwood, black haw, yellow locust, post oak, overcup oak, sugar maple, crabapple, persimmon, hickory, serviceberry, blackjack oak, chestnut oak, mountain laurel, winged elm. Hardwoods. Other oaks, hornbeam, ash, elm, cherry, beech, tupelo, redbud, red maple, holly, sycamore, yellow pine, pecan, black birch, hackberry, plum, sourwood, sour gum, walnut, silver maple, mulberry, honey locust, yellow birch. Very soft woods. Spruce, balsam poplar, white pine, pawpaw, aspen, balsam fir, catalpa, buckeye, basswood, arbor vitae, softest. Parenthesis. Common woods not mentioned above are of medium softness. Close parenthesis. Very strong woods. Yellow locust, yellow birch, shingle oak, shellbark hickory, yellow pine, hornbeam, serviceberry, big bud hickory, basket oak, pignut hickory, chestnut oak, black birch, Spanish oak, sugar maple, beech, osage orange, bitternut hickory. Strong woods. Other oaks. Paper birch, silver maple, red birch, dogwood, ash, persimmon, plum, white elm, cherry, red pine, rock elm, water locust, chinquapin, honey locust, tamarack, loblolly pine, slippery elm, black walnut, sour gum, red maple. Very stiff woods. Yellow birch, sugar maple, Spanish oak, hornbeam, paper birch, tamarack, yellow pine, black birch, shellbark hickory, overcup oak, yellow locust, beech. Very tough woods. Beech, osage orange, water oak, tupelo. Tough woods. Black ash, basswood, yellow birch, dogwood, sour gum, white ash, paper birch, cottonwood, elm, hickory, hornbeam, basket oak, overcup oak, yellow pine, black walnut, liquid amber, bur oak, swamp white oak, tamarack. Woods that split easily. Arbor vitae, basswood, cedar, chestnut, slippery elm, green, hackberry, red oak, the soft pines, spruce, ash, beech, when green, white birch, black birch, green, dogwood, green, balsam fir, basket oak, white oak. Woods difficult to split. Blue ash, seasoned. Buckeye, white elm, sour gum, liquid amber, sugar maple, seasoned. Tupelo, unwedgeable. Box elder, wild cherry, winged elm, unwedgeable. Hemlock, honey locust, seasoned. Sycamore. Woods that separate easily into thin layers. Black ash, basket oak. Flexible, pliable woods. Basswood, hackberry, redbud, witch hazel, elm, big bud hickory, yellow poplar. Springy woods. Black ash, hickory, honey locust, white oak, serviceberry, white ash, hornbeam, yellow locust, osage orange, spruce. Woods easily wrought. Basswood, paper birch, buckeye, catalpa, cherry, cottonwood, hackberry, silver maple, yellow poplar, black birch, red birch, butternut, cedar, chestnut, cypress, red maple, white pine, black walnut. Woods liable to check in seasoning. Beech, chestnut, dogwood, hickory except shellbark, yellow locust, sassafras, black walnut, white birch, crabapple, sour gum, hornbeam, most oaks, sycamore. Woods liable to shrink and warp, chestnut, white elm, hemlock, liquid amber, loblolly pine, yellow poplar, cottonwood, sour gum, shellbark hickory, pin oak, sycamore. Woods difficult to season, beech, sour gum, red oak, water oak, cottonwood, sugar maple, rock chestnut oak, osage orange. Woods that can be obtained in wide boards free from knots, basswood, cypress, cottonwood, yellow poplar. Woods durable in soil, water, and weather, arbor vitae, catalpa, cherry, cucumber, slippery elm, juniper, honey locust, mulberry, chestnut oak, post oak, swamp white oak, osage orange, pitch pine, tamarack, butternut, chestnut, cedar, cypress, hop hornbeam, Kentucky coffee tree, yellow locust, bur oak, overcup oak, rock chestnut oak, white oak, yellow pine, long-leaved, sassafras, black walnut. Perishable woods, white birch, box elder, hackberry, blackjack oak, Spanish oak, loblolly pine, serviceberry, box elder, silver maple, pin oak, water oak, the poplars, sycamore. Sapwood is more liable to decay than heartwood. Naturally, these are only general guides. Trees have their individual peculiarities, just as people have. Woods for special purposes. The best woods for dugouts are butternut, cedar, chestnut, cucumber, cypress, sassafras, yellow poplar, and black walnut. Those best for the ribs and frames of canoes and boats are arbor vitae, white cedar, elm, sour gum, oak, gray pine, spruce, and tamarack, depending on locality and available species. For sheathing, arbor vitae, paper birch, bark, cedar, cypress, slippery elm, bark, pignut hickory, bark, mulberry, white pine, sassafras, spruce, bark, tamarack for bottoms. For oars and paddles, ash and spruce. One will choose, of course, according to what is available on the spot. For snowshoe bows, black ash is best. For ski, birch. For toboggans, oak, ash, birch, beech. For axe helves, hickory, or, if from greenwood, hornbeam. For handspikes, green, hornbeam, dogwood, hickory, serviceberry, birch, maple. For bowls or trenchers, black ash, cucumber, yellow poplar, sassafras, maple, sycamore. For tree nails, yellow locust, bur oak, mulberry. For gun stocks, black walnut, cherry, sugar maple, red maple, yellow wood. For fishing rods, osage orange, ash, serviceberry. For slender frames, etc., ash, yellow birch, slippery elm, hickory, oak. For runners, sourwood. For any such purpose as the wheel hub, requiring toughness and strength, yellow birch, dogwood, rock elm, winged elm, sour gum, liquid amber, honey locust, yellow locust, post oak, osage orange, large tupelo. For anything requiring a very hard and close-grained wood, beech, birch, dogwood, rock elm, slippery elm, winged elm, hickory, holly, hornbeam, laurel, locust, maple, osage orange, persimmon, plum, serviceberry, thorn. In building a log cabin, choose timber that is not only straight but light in weight, and, for the first course of logs at least, pick out wood that will not rot easily when in contact with the ground. Such are easily determined by using the tables given here. Similarly, proper wood for shingles may be selected by consulting the tables for a wood that is both easy to split and durable. For a raft, pick out, if you can find them, dry logs of any very light wood. Some timbers, such as black walnut and sour gum, will not float at all when green. The weight of seasoned wood is no criterion of the weight of the green wood. For example, the drier wood of the sequoia or big tree of California is lighter than white pine, but a freshly cut log of it, full of sap, will scarcely float in water. Quick seasoning. Green wood can quickly be seasoned by heating it in the embers of the campfire till the sap sizzles out. The Old English word for such treatment of wood was beathing. This also makes the wood, for the time being, so pliable that it can be bent into any required shape, or it can be straightened by hanging a weight from one end, or by fastening it to a straight form. The application of heat, without deep charring, also hardens green wood and makes it more durable. Bending wood. Ordinarily, small pieces of green wood can be bent to a required form by merely soaking the pieces for 2 or 3 days in water, but if it is desired that they should retain their new shape, they should be steamed. Small pieces can be merely immersed in a kettle of hot water. Large ones may be steamed in a trench, partly filled with water, by throwing red-hot stones into it. Then drive stout stakes into the ground in the outline desired, and bend the suppled wood over these stakes, with small sticks underneath, to keep the wood from contact with the ground, that it may dry more readily. If a simple bow shape is all that is wanted, it can be secured by merely sticking the 2 ends of the wood into the ground and letting the bow stand upright to dry. Wedging. To wedge a wooden pin in an auger hole, as in building a raft, split the top of the pin before driving, then seat it, and drive in a small wedge. This is called by raftsmen, "witch wedging." By the way, a wedge of soft wood will hold better in an axe helve, for instance, than one of hard wood. When one has no auger, he can readily drive hard wood pins, sharpened at the point or wedge-shaped, into softwood logs in the same way that he would drive iron spikes. Barking trees. The bark of the following trees makes good roofs and temporary shelters, and is useful for many other purposes: paper birch, basswood, buckeye, elm, hickory, spruce, hemlock, chestnut, balsam fir, white ash, cottonwood. Cedar bark may do, but it is very inflammable. It is only when the sap is up, spring and summer, that bark will peel freely, although elm peels through 8 months of the year, and some basswood trees can be found that will peel even in winter. But as a rule, if one wishes to strip bark in cold weather, he will have to roast a log carefully without burning the outside. Remember that barking a tree generally kills it, and that it is illegal in some regions, as in the Adirondacks. In the real wilderness, however, bark has so many uses that a knowledge of how to select and manipulate it is one of the essentials of a woodsman's education. Before stripping bark, select a large tree with smooth and faultless trunk. If it is birch, choose one with bark that is thick and with few and small eyes. For a temporary roof, it will be enough merely to skin the bark off in long strips, 8 or 10 inches wide, and lay them overlapping, with alternately the convex and concave sides out. But for nicer jobs the bark must be flattened, and the rough outer bark, except in case of birch, must be removed, only the tough, fibrous, soft inner bark being used. For rough work the outer bark may be simply rossed off with a hatchet, but for nice jobs the bark should be treated as described below. If only a moderate-sized sheet is needed, the tree may not have to be felled. First, girdle the tree, just above the swell of the butt, by cutting through into the sapwood. Then, girdle it again, up high as you can reach. Connect these 2 rings by a vertical slit through the bark. Now, cut into wedge shape the larger end of a 4-foot length of sapling. This is your spud, or barking tool. With it, gently work the bark free along one edge of the upright slit, and thus proceed around the tree till the whole sheet falls off. If the girdles are 5 feet apart, a tree 2 feet in diameter will thus yield a sheet about 5 by 6½ feet, and a 3-foot tree will afford one 5 by 9½ feet. The bark is laid on the ground for a few days to dry in the sun, and is then soaked in water, which supples it, and makes the inner bark easy to remove from the outer. Bark utensils. I have no space in which to describe all the utensils, etc., can be made from bark. 1 or 2 simple examples must suffice. A tray or trough that will hold liquids is quickly made by rossing off the outer bark from the ends of a sheet of suitable size, but leaving it on the middle part to stiffen the vessel. The rossed ends are then folded over in several overlaying laps, gathered up somewhat in the shape of a canoe's bow and stern, and tied with bark straps. To make a dipper, take a forked stick of green wood, heat the fork, bend and bind it into bow form, and then sew the bark to it with rootlets or bark twine. Or a slender straight stick can similarly be bent into shape for a frame. A rough and ready dipper is made in 3 minutes as shown in the illustration. A sheet of bark, say 8 by 10 inches, is trimmed to spade shape, folded lengthwise, opened out, the second finger placed behind A, the fold upward made as shown, and a split stick added as handle. The sewed seams of bark buckets, etc., are closed with a mixture of pine resin or spruce gum and grease or oil laid on while hot, and the upper edges are stiffened with hoops or withes of pliable wood. Birch, elm, and basswood are the best barks to use. A bark bucket for carrying fish or berries is quickly made by taking from a young poplar, for example, a sheet of bark twice as long as the intended depth of bucket. Fold this through the middle. Pass a bark strap through slits at 4 upper corners to hold the sides together. The concavity of the bark holds the edges together without sewing. Add a bark sling strap. Bass ropes and twine, straps, fish stringers, etc., are made from the whole bark of pawpaw, leatherwood, remarkably strong, and hickory shoots. Very good ropes and twine can be made from the fibers of the inner bark of the slippery, white, and winged elms, the pignut and other hickories, and buckeye, red cedar, yellow locust, red mulberry, and osage orange. One who has not examined the finished work would scarce believe what strong, soft, and durable cordage, matting, braided tump lines, and even thread, fishnets, and garments can be made from such material by proper manipulation. The Indians first separate the bark in long strips, remove the woody outer layer, and then boil it in a lye of sifted wood ashes and water, which softens the fiber so it can be manipulated without breaking. After it is dried, it can be separated into small filaments by pounding, the strings running with the grain for several feet. Slippery elm especially makes a pliable rope, soft to the touch. It can be closely braided, and is very durable. If the woody splinters and hard fragments have not been entirely removed by pounding, the shoulder blade of a deer is fastened to an upright post, an inch hole is drilled through it, and bunches of the boiled bark are pulled backward and forward through the hole. The filaments are then pulled up in hanks and hung aside for use, being boiled to supple them when needed. Bark twine is made by holding in the left hand one end of the fiber as it is pulled from the hank, and separating it into 2 parts, which are laid across the thigh. The palm of the right hand is then rolled forward over both, so as tightly to twist the pair of strands, when they are permitted to unite and twist into a cord, the left hand drawing it away as completed. Other strands are twisted in to make the length the cord desired. Twine and thread are made from bark of young sprouts. The bast, or inner rind of basswood, linden, makes a good rope. More than a century ago, 2 Indians whose canoe had drifted, while they were in a drunken sleep, upon Goat Island, between the American and Canadian Falls of Niagara, let themselves down over the face of the cliff by a rope that they had made from basswood bark, and thus escaped from what seemed to onlookers as certain death by starvation. Mulberry and osage orange bast yield a fine, white, flax-like fiber that used to be spun by squaws to the thickness of pack and then woven into garments. The inner bark of Indian hemp (Apocyninum cannabinum), collected in the fall, is soft, silky, and exceedingly strong. The woody stems are first soaked in water, then the bast, with bark adhering, is easily removed, after which the bark is washed off, leaving the yellow-brown fiber ready to be picked apart and used. A rope made from it is stronger and keeps longer in water than one made from common hemp. It was formerly used by the Indians, almost all over the continent, not only for ropes, but for nets, threads, and garments. The fibers of the nettle were also similarly used. In the southern Appalachians, it is not many years since the mountain white women used to make bed cords. Perhaps you know how strong such cords must be, by twisting or plaiting together long, slender splits of hickory wood, preferably mocker nut, that they suppled by soaking. Such bed cords are in use to this day. Root and vine cordage. The remarkably tough and pliable rootlets of white spruce, about the size of a quill when barked, split, and suppled in water, are used by Indians to stitch together the bark plates of their birch canoes, the seams being smeared with the resin that exudes from the tree, also for sewing up bark tents and utensils that will hold water. The finely divided roots are called by northern Indians watab or watape. Twine and stout cords are also made of this material, strands for fish nets being sometimes made as much as 50 yards in length. The old-time Indians used to say that bark cords were better than hemp ropes, as they did not rot so quickly from alternate wetting and drying, nor were they so harsh and kinky, but when damped they became supple as leather. Quote, "Our bast cords," unquote, they said, quote, "are always rather greasy in the water and slip more easily through our hands. Nor do they cut the skin like your ropes when anything has to be pulled. Lastly, they feel rather warmer in winter." End quote. The fibers of tamarack roots and of hemlock, cedar, and cottonwood are similarly used. Grapevine rope is made in a manner similar to bark rope. The American wisteria (Crania frutescens) is so tenacious and supple that it was formerly used in the lower Mississippi for boats' cables. It can be knotted with ease. The long, tough rootstocks of sedge or sawgrass are much used by our Indians as substitutes for twine. Baskets made of them are the strongest, most durable, and costliest of all the indigenous products of the aboriginal basket maker. The fiber is strongest when well moistened. A favorite basket plant of the Apaches and Navajos is the ill-scented sumac or skunk bush (Rhus trilobata), which is common from Illinois westward. The twigs are soaked in water, scraped, and then split. Baskets of this material are so made that they will hold water when they are often used to cook in, by dropping hot stones in the water. Withes. A southern shrub, the sucklejack (Berchemia scandens), makes good withes. The fibers of the redbud tree are said by basket makers to equal in strength those of palm or bamboo. For such purpose as basket making, withes should be gathered in spring or early summer, when the wood is full of sap and pliable. If the material is to be kept for some time before weaving, it should be buried in the ground to keep it fresh. In any case, a good soaking is necessary, and the work should be done when the withes are still wet and soft. Other good woods for withes are leatherwood, liquid amber, willow, and witch hazel. Large withes for binding rails, raft logs, etc., are made from tall shoots of hickory or other tough wood, by twisting at one end with the hands until the fiber separates into strands, making the withe pliable so that it can be knotted. A sapling as thick as one's wrist can be twisted in this way. To fasten a withe to a log, chop a notch in the log, making it a little wider at the bottom than at the top. Trim the butt of the sapling to fit it loosely, and drive a wedge in alongside of it, then twist. The best hoops are made from hickory, white or black ash, birch, alder, arbor vitae, cedar, dogwood. Splints. Splints are easily made from slippery elm, for instance, by taking saplings or limbs 3 or 4 inches in diameter, and hammering them with a wooden mallet until the individual layers of wood are detached from those underneath, then cutting these into thin, narrow strips. The strips are kept in coils until wanted for use, and then are soaked. Black ash and basket oak, when green, separate easily into thin sheets or ribbons along the line of each annual ring of growth, when beaten with mallets. The Indians, in making splint baskets, cut the wood into sticks as wide along the rings as the splints are to be, and perhaps 2 inches thick. These are then bent sharply in the plane of the radius of the rings, when they part into thin strips, nearly or quite as many of them as there are rings of growth. Fitting axe helves. A broken axe helve is a not uncommon accident in the woods, and a very serious one until a new helve is made and fitted. Now it often happens that the stub of old handle cannot be removed by ordinary means. It must be burnt out. To do this without drawing the temper out of the steel might seem impracticable, but the thing is as simple as rolling off a log when you see it done. Pick out a spot where the earth is free from stones and pebbles, and drive the blade of the axe into the ground up to the eye. Then build a fire around the axe head. That is all. If the axe is double-bitted, dig a little trench about 6 inches deep, and the width of the axe eye, or a little more. Lay the axe flat over it, cover both blades with 2 inches of earth, and build a small fire on top. In making a new axe helve, do not bother to make a crooked one like the store pattern. Thousands of expert axemen use, from preference, straight handles in their axes, single-bitted axes at that. I've seen such handles full 4 feet long, to be used chiefly in logging up big trees. 2 feet 8 inches is a good length for ordinary chopping. To smooth any article made of wood, when you have no sandpaper, use loose sand in a piece of buckskin. A vise. To make a vise, cut a good-sized hardwood sapling. Leave a square-topped stump of convenient height. Split the stump through the middle as far as necessary. Trim the upper part if needful for the purpose. Then, about 18 inches from the top, lash the stump firmly with a rope and twist it tight with a stick, like a tourniquet. Open the split with wedges. Insert the article to be held. Knock out the wedges, and there you are. For a cold weather camp, a log hut is more comfortable than any tent, and it is much more secure at all times. The saving in firewood over an open camp is immense, for it takes a good-sized tree to keep up a good all-night fire before a lean-to. Cabins. If you intend to build a cabin, take along either a cross-cut saw and a froe for splitting shingles, or a roll of roofing paper. A bark roof is only fit for a temporary lodge, as it soon gets leaky, tatterdemalion, and inflammable. To hold a shingled roof in place, if you have no nails, overlap the shakes like ordinary shingles, but with several inches more "to the weather," and fasten them down with binders or weight logs. These are poles laid over the butts of the shakes and immediately over the stringers of the roof, the ends of binders and stringers being withed tightly together. For details in the construction of log cabins, and many designs from the rudest to large clubhouses, see Wick's book, Log Cabins and Cottages, Forest and Stream Publishing Company, New York, A cabin without a window is a cheerless, fusty den, and there is seldom good excuse for such shiftlessness. If you cannot carry window panes and a knocked-down sash into the woods, take along some oiled paper or translucent parchment. A recipe for the latter is given in the next chapter. Mortar. For chinking between logs, moss mixed with clay or tenacious mud is sufficient, but this should not be used in a chimney. For such purpose mix thoroughly blue clay and wet sand. This makes a particularly hard and durable cement, but yellow clay will do. A tenacious mortar may be made from the slime of a swamp mixed with deer's hair, feathers, etc. Better, however, is one made by pounding mussel shells to a fine powder, mixing this with clay freed from pebbles, pouring water over the mass, kneading, and then letting the fire do the rest. Charcoal. This may be as good a place as any in which to describe some rough and ready but effective ways of procuring charcoal and lime. For the former, dig a pit 5 feet square by 3 feet deep, and build a fire in it. Keep adding fuel as the fire burns down until the pit is almost full of embers. Then pile on sticks of uniform size until the pile stands a foot above the ground, whereupon shovel over it the earth that was dug out of the pit. After letting the pit cool for 24 hours, it will be found nearly full of charcoal. Lime. Lime can be made without much trouble wherever there is limestone, by a process similar to that of burning charcoal. If you want enough of it to mix mortar for a cabin chimney, enclose a circular space of 5 feet diameter by a rude stone wall 3 feet high. Cover the bottom of this enclosure with brush to facilitate kindling the kiln. Then fill with alternate layers of dry hardwood and limestone broken into moderate-sized pieces, piling the top into conical form. Light the pile, and when it is well going, cover the top with sods to make the calcination slow and regular. Keep it going for 2 days and nights.
In skinning the head of any animal, if it is to be given to a taxidermist for mounting, the slit should be made up the back of the neck instead of the throat, so that no seam may show in the finished trophy. After cutting around the neck, close to the shoulders and brisket, make an opening cut from the center of the top of the skull, just back of the antlers, and slit the skin along the top of the neck, back to the end of the neck skin. Then, make a straight cut to the base of each antler, the result being a Y-shaped incision as shown in the figure. Then work off the skin of the neck being careful not to rupture any of the large blood vessels in doing so. Now, turn the head to one side and insert the knife between the base of the skull and the first, or atlas vertebra, severing the muscles and tendons. Then, turn the head in the opposite direction and perform a similar operation there. Give a wrench and the skull is detached. Cut off the cartilage of the ears close to the skull and cut and pry the skin away from the base of each antler, inserting under the skin a wedge-shaped stick and pounding a little on it. Peel off the skin until the eye sockets are reached. Be careful here not to cut the eyelids. Use the small blade of your pocket knife and work deliberately. Then peel the skin off as far as the lips, taking pains not to cut the skin where it sinks into the pit below the eye. When the lips are reached, cut close to the bone all around, so as to leave the cartilage attached to the skin. Sever the cartilage of the nose well back of the nostrils. The skin is now free from the skull. If the head is that of a moose, split the bell all the way down on the back side. Pare off all the flesh, especially from the butts of ears, lips, and nose. Do not trim away the cartilage. Split the lips on the inside to allow the salt to penetrate. Detach the skin of the back of the ears from the cartilage, and skin them clear of the tips if you can. But at any rate, skin up the backside as far as you can do so. Then the salt will get in its work and keep the hair of the ears from slipping. Having carefully trimmed off all flesh that adheres to the skin, wash the latter clean of blood and wring it dry. Then cut and scrape all flesh from the skull. Disarticulate the lower jaw so that you can work better and clean it. Now get a stiff stick small enough to enter the hole at the base of the skull, splinter one end by beating it, and work this end around inside the skull so as to break up and remove the brain, using water to assist you. Wash out the inside of the skull and tie the lower jaw in place. Turn the skin inside out while it is still damp and soft. On arriving at camp, rub plenty of fine salt over every inch of the inner surface of the skin. Then roll the skin up and let it lie until morning. Do not stretch it nor hang it up by the nose. The next morning, examine it carefully for soft spots where the salt has not struck in and hardened the tissues. Shave these down and rub salt into them. All told, it may take 15 pounds of salt for moose head. Do not use any alum, for it would shrink the skin. Now hang up the skin and skull in a shady place well out of reach of dogs and vermin. Never dry a skin by the fire nor in the sun. When all is dry, pack the skin in a sack if you have one. If salt and blood get into caribou hair, they will cause a rust that cannot be eradicated. A bear is skinned in the same manner as a deer, save the opening slit is made by extending the belly cut up along the throat between the angles of the jaws. The bottoms of the feet must be opened. Remove the skin with the bones of the feet still in position. Remove the skull and clean it. Split the lips from the inside. Turn the ears wrong side out, and wash the skin well to remove blood stains. To cure the skin, spread it out on the ground, rub salt into it, and roll it up, flesh to flesh. Next morning, fix up a sapling for a beam, as described below. Throw the skin over it, flesh side up, rub some cornmeal or ashes on it, and thoroughly scrape off the fat. Then salt the skin again and roll it up. Pelts of any kind can be preserved indefinitely in a soft state without slipping at the hair, by keeping them immersed in a liquor prepared by boiling some water, dissolving salt in it in the proportion of 1 quart of salt to the gallon, and adding to each gallon 1 ounce by measure of sulphuric acid. Let the liquor cool before immersing the skins. Hides should not be salted if it is intended to make buckskin from them. The latter is a hard job, but it is well for every big game hunter to understand the process, if for no other reason than to avoid being humbugged. Much of the so-called buckskin used by glovers and others is base imitation. Genuine Indian tanned buckskin is, properly speaking, not tanned at all. Tanned leather has undergone a chemical change from the tannin or other chemicals used in converting it from the raw hide to leather. Buckskin, on the contrary, is still a raw skin that has been made supple and soft by breaking up the fibers mechanically, and has then merely been treated with brains and smoke to preserve its softness. In colour and pliability, it is somewhat like what is called chamois skin, but it is far stronger and has the singular property that, although it shrinks some after wetting and gets stiff and drying, it can easily be made as soft as ever by merely rubbing it in the hands. For some purposes, buckskin is superior to any leather. It was used by our frontiersmen as well as by the Indians for moccasins, leggings, hunting shirts, gun covers, and numerous other purposes. It is warmer than cloth, pliable as kid, noiseless against bushes, proof against thorns, collects no burrs, wears like iron, and its soft neutral colour renders the wearer inconspicuous amid any surroundings. When of good quality, it can be washed like a piece of cloth. Its only fault is that it is very unpleasant to wear in wet weather, but against this is the consideration that buckskin can be prepared in the wilderness with no material save those furnished on the spot by the forest, the stream, and the animal itself. Not even salt is used in its manufacture. Neither tannin nor any substitute for it has touched a piece of buckskin. Its fibers has been loosened and rendered permanently soft and flexible. Its pores have been closed up, but there has been little or no chemical change from the raw state of the skin, and consequently it has no tendency to rot. Different Indian tribes have different methods of making buckskin, but the essential processes are the same, namely, 1. Soaking, 2. Depilating and fleshing, 3. Stretching and treating with brains, with repeated soaking and drying, 4. Smoking. The skin of a deer, for example, is first soaked in water from 3 to 5 days, depending on the temperature. Elk or buffalo hides were immersed in a lye of wood ashes and water, or rolled up in ashes moistened with warm water. After soaking, the hide is taken to a graining log, which is simply a piece of sapling or small tree, about 8 feet long and 6 or 8 inches thick at the butt. The bark is removed from the thick end, and the other end is stuck under a root or otherwise fastened in the ground at an angle, leaving the smooth end about waist height like a tanner's beam. Or a short log may be used, one that will reach to a man's chin when stood on end, in which case a notch is cut in the butt by which the stick is braced against a limb of a small tree, the smooth surface facing the operator, and the small end sticking in the ground about 2 feet from the tree. A graining knife is now required. It was formerly made of hardwood, of flint, of the sharpened rib or scapula of any animal, or of the attached bones of a deer's foreleg, with the front end of the ulnar scraped sharp, the latter instrument being used like a spoke shave. Sometimes a large, strong mussel shell was used. The favourite instrument was an adze or hoe-shaped tool made from the fork of an elk antler. After they could get iron, the squaws made skin scrapers shaped as in the accompanying illustration, the handle being about 1 foot long. Dealers in taxidermist supplies sell scrapers made specially for this purpose. The back of a thin butcher knife does well enough if the point of the blade be driven into a stick so as to give a handle at each end. In fact, Almost anything with a scraping rather than cutting edge will answer the purpose. The skin is placed on the graining log with the neck drawn over the upper end of the log about 6 or 8 inches. The operator places a flat stick between the neck and his body to prevent slipping and presses his weight against it. If the short notched log is used, the neck is caught between the notch and the limb. The hair and grain, black epidermis, is scraped off by working the knife down the skin the way the hair runs. If the hair is stubborn, a little ashes rubbed into such spots will offer resistance to the knife and will make the grain slip. The hide is now turned over and fleshed with a sharp knife, removing all superfluous tissue and working the skin down to an even thickness throughout. This operation must be performed with extreme care, or the buckskin will have thick and stiff spots which make it comparatively worthless, a point to be considered in buying buckskin. In olden times, when a squaw wanted to make something particularly nice, she would patiently work down deerskin until it was almost as thin and pliable as a piece of cotton cloth. After cleaning in this manner, the skin is allowed to dry and then is re-soaked overnight. Now comes the job of stretching and softening the hide. There is only one recipe for this: elbow grease and plenty of it. The skin is pulled, twisted, and worked in every direction until it becomes white and soft, after which the operator rubs into it the brain of the animal which has been removed by splitting the skull lengthwise half in two. Sometimes the brains are first dissolved in tepid water, being allowed to simmer over a slow fire while the lumps roll between the fingers till they form a paste which will dissolve more freely. This solution is then rubbed into the hide on the hair side, which is coarser than the flesh side. The brains act as a sort of dubbing. If there is not likely to be enough for the job, the macerated liver of the animal is added to the brains. Deer brains may be preserved by mixing them with moss so as to make the mass adhere enough to be formed into a cake, which is hung by the fire to dry. Such a cake will keep for years. When wanted for dressing a hide, it is dissolved in hot water and the moss is removed. The skin may be treated by soaking it in solution, wringing it out, drying and re-soaking it till it is thoroughly penetrated. After this process, the skin must again be pulled, stretched, kneaded, and rubbed until the fibre is thoroughly loosened and every part becomes as pliable as a chamois skin. If 2 men are available, they saw the hide back and forth over the sharpened edge of a plank or over a taut rope, lariat, or twisted sinew as thick as one's finger. Large and refractory hides may be softened by stretching them firmly on elevated frames and dancing on them. It is a hard job for one man to soften a large hide, but he can accomplish it by throwing the wet skin over a convenient limb, forming a loop at the other end, passing a stout stick through it, and twisting into a hard knot, leaving it to dry. Then he soaks it and repeats the operation as often as necessary. The oftener the skin is wet and softened, the more pliable it becomes. The final process is smoking, which closes the pores, toughens the skin, gives the desired colour, and ensures its drying soft after wetting. Ordinarily, the skin is made its own smokehouse. A small hole is dug in the ground and a smudge started in it. The best smudge is made from dozed wood, that is, from wood affected with dry rot until it is spongy. This, when dried, gives out a pale blue smoke without flame. If a particular shade of yellow or brown is desired, some discrimination must be used in selecting the fuel. Above all things, the smudge must not be allowed to break out in flame, for heating would ruin the skin. Several small poles are stuck around the hole, and the skin is wrapped around them somewhat like a teepee cover, the edges being sewed or skewered together. It is best, when practicable, to smoke 2 or more skins at once, so as to have plenty of room around and above the smudge. When 2 skins of about equal size are ready, a good way to smoke them is to loosely baste their edges together in the form of a bag, the outside of the skins forming the inside of the bag, and the after part of the skins forming its bottom, the neck end being left open to the edges of the open end, so a cloth continuation leaving it open. Suspend this bag from its bottom to a tree or pole. Bend a small green stick into a hoop and place it within the bottom of the bag. Under the mouth of the bag, place a pan containing the smouldering wood. The cloth mouth is to prevent the smoke from heating. Inspect the inside of the skins from time to time when they are smoked to a deep yellow or light brown. The process is finished. Sometimes both sides of the skins are smoked. Otherwise, fold the skins with the smoked side within and lay them away for a few days to season. This sets the colour, making it permanent. The skins of antelope or any of the deer tribe are treated in the same way. Antelope, deer, moose, and caribou hides make good buckskin, but elk hides are comparatively weak and inferior material. Rawhide is often used in camp and easily prepared. Soak the fresh hide in water or in weak lye made by adding wood ashes to water until the hair will slip. The alkali is not necessary for deer skins. Then remove the hair and stretch the hide with great force on a frame or on the side of a building, extending it in all directions as tightly as possible, so that when it dries it will be as taut as a drumhead. Dry it in the shade. Use no salt or other preservative. That is all, unless you wish to make the rawhide supple, in which case rub into it thoroughly a mixture of oil and tallow. A convenient way to make a stretching frame in the woods is to go where 2 trees grow at the right distance apart, notch them at the proper height to receive a strong, stiff sapling that has been cut to fit the notches, the deep cut on the latter being at the lower side, so that no force can pull the pole down. Similarly, fit another pole into reverse notches just above the ground. Cut slits in the edges of the hide, and from them stretch thongs of very strong cords to the trees and poles, twisting them up tightly. The Plains Indians used to make rawhide trunks or boxes which would stand any amount of abuse and packing and travel. These were called by the voyageurs parfleche. Our dictionaries surmise that this is a French adaptation of some Indian word, but it is simply Canadian French, meaning an arrow fender, because it was from rawhide the Indians made their almost impenetrable shields. The word is commonly pronounced by Americans parfleche, with the accent on the last syllable. In making these rawhide receptacles, the thickest hides of buffalo bulls were de-haired, cut into the required shapes, and stretched on wooden forms to dry. They then retained their shapes and were almost as hard as iron. A bucket can be made by cutting off from the rawhide some thin strips for lacing, soaking the skin until it is quite soft, shaping from it a bag, sewing this up with the lace leather, fitting to it a handle of twisted or plaited hide, then filling the bucket with dry sand or earth and letting it stand till dry. Woodchuck skins are proverbially tough and are good for shoestrings and wangs. Squirrel skins can be used for thinner ones. An old summer coon skin is very good for this purpose. Woodcat skin is best of all. To prepare hide for wang leather, soak it until the hair will slip. Do not use wood ashes unless you must, for lye will weaken the hide. Remove the hair, and then take a large tablespoonful of alum, not quite half as much salt, and rub this into the flesh side. Roll up the skin, cover with a cloth to keep moist, and let it stand about 2 days and a night. Then pull and work it until dry. Soften by rubbing over the edge of plank or shake. Some use soap in tanning such skins, but it makes the strings too slippery thereafter and makes them draw dampness till they rot. Lace leather is cut of uniform width by the following means. With a pair of compasses, a forked stick with pencil or metal scoring point attached to one leg will serve. Draw a circle on a piece of hide, cut out this round piece with a knife, make a starting cut of the desired width on the edge of the circular piece of hide. Drive an awl or a slender round nail into the board, and alongside of it, at precisely the width of the lace, stick the knife, edge foremost, inclined a little to the rear. Then lay the round bit of hide in front of the knife, draw the cut strip between the awl and the knife, and steadily pull away. The round leather will revolve as the knife cuts its way, and the awl, acting as a gauge, will ensure a uniform width of lacing. To make a rawhide riata, select carefully skinned hides that have no false cuts in them. A 30-foot riata will require 2 large cowhides if it is to be made 3-stranded, or 4 small ones if 4-stranded. Having removed the hair, stake the hides out on level ground, keeping them well stretched and constantly wetted so as not to harden. Keep them pegged out 2 days. Cut up the hide in the manner of laces, the width of the strip not exceeding 1/2 inch. Wet each strip when cut and wrap it around a stick. Then fasten the strips to a tree and add them to a uniform circumference and tightness of twist. Keep the strands and plaited portion wet. A Mexican fills his mouth with water which he squirts slowly over the work and materials. When the rope is finished, stretch it thoroughly and then grease it. Prevent its pliability, keep it continually greased. The catgut of commerce is never made from cats, any more than chamois skin is made from chamois, but it can be made from the intestines of any good-sized animal. Thoroughly cleanse the intestines from all impurities inside and out. This is more easily done while the gut is still warm from the animal. Wash it and then scrape it with a blunt knife to remove slime and grease. Then steep it in running water for a day or 2, so as to loosen both the inner and outer membranes, which then remove by scraping. Turn the gut inside out, double back a few inches at one end, invert this, take the bag thus formed between finger and thumb, and dip water up into it till the double fold is nearly full. Then the weight of the water will cause the gut to become inverted. The fibrous inner membrane is then soaked 3 or 4 hours in water to which wood ashes have been added. It is then washed free from lye, and can either be split into thin fibers when it is dried, or may be twisted into a bowstring or similar cord. To twist it, plant 2 stout stakes in the ground, a little wider apart than the length of the cut. Make a saw cut in the top of each stake. Cut 2 narrow, flat pieces of wood into the shape of knife blades, thin enough to enter the saw cuts, and notch one end of each. Firmly latch each end of the gut to one of these notched ends. By alternately twisting these and fixing them in the saw cuts to prevent their running back, the gut may be evenly and smoothly twisted like a single-stranded cord. Let it dry and then rub it smooth with a woolen rag and a little grease. Bladders only need cleaning, inflation with air, and drying to preserve them. They may then be made pliable by oiling. The paunches of animals, after cleaning, can be expanded with grass until dried. Such receptacles have many uses in wilderness camps where bottles and cans are unobtainable, for example to hold bear's oil, wild honey, and other fluid or semi-fluid substances. A very strong, pliable, and durable sewing thread is made from sinew. It splits into even threads, is easy to work with when damp, and, on drying, it shrinks tightly and becomes almost as hard as iron. Hence it is better material than any vegetable fibers for certain kinds of sewing, particularly in sewing leather or buckskin, and for binding together any two parts, such as a toolin's handle where the former has no eye. For bowstrings and heavy sewing, the Indians prefer the sinews of the buffalo or the moose, and then the elk, these being coarser in texture. For finer work they choose those of the deer, antelope, and bighorn. The sinew of the panther or mountain hon was esteemed as the finest and most durable. The ligaments that extend from the head backwards along each side of the spinal process were referred to those of the legs. The aboriginal method of preparing and using sinew is thus described by Isham G. Allen. The sinew is prepared for use by removing all adhering flesh with the back of a knife. It is then stretched on a board or lodge pole and left to dry for an hour or so, preparatory to the separation of the fibers or threads by twisting in the hands. By the same or similar twisting motion and by pulling, the fiber can be extended to reasonable length. Dried sinews may readily be shredded by wetting and, if necessary, by gentle hammering. Cords or small ropes are made by twisting many fibers together between two forked sticks fastened in the ground, and, during the process, rubbing with thin skins of the elk or deer to soften them. The largest cord I have seen made in this manner was 1/4 of an inch in diameter. To prepare it for sewing, the sinew is wet, and, at the needle end, rolled on the knee with the palm of the hand to a fine hard point, like that of a shoemaker's bristle. As suggested, the sinews are made sufficiently fine for use in fixing the guiding feathers and fastening the iron or flint heads of arrows, and in wrapping of clubs, etc. Formerly, the awl used in sewing was a bone taken from the leg of the eagle. This has been displaced by the common sailor's needle. The overstitch is that most commonly employed in aboriginal sewing. It may sometime happen, if one wishes to prepare a sheet of parchment on which to write an important document. This can be done in the wilderness, if one can kill some animal that has a gallbladder. Make the parchment like ordinary rawhide from the thin skin of a medium-sized animal, say a fawn or a wildcat. Rub it down with a flat piece of sandstone or pumice stone. Then get a smooth, water-worn pebble, and with it rub every part of one surface, hair side, with the skin, making it firm and smooth. Then give this a coat of gold diluted with water. The old-fashioned way of making ox gall was as follows. Take the gall of newly killed ox, and after having allowed it to settle 12 or 15 hours in a basin, pour the floating liquor off the sediment into a small pan or cup. Put the latter in a large vessel that has a little boiling water in the bottom. Keep up a boiling heat until the liquor is somewhat thick. Then spread the substance on a dish and place it before a fire until it becomes nearly dry. In this state, it can be kept for years in a pot covered with paper, without undergoing any alteration. To use it, dissolve a piece the size of a pea in a tablespoonful of water. It makes ink or watercolors spread evenly on parchment, paper, or ivory. A coating of it sets lead pencil or crayon marks so that they cannot be removed. It is also used for taking out spots of grease or oil. To make parchment translucent, as for a window, take a raw skin, curried, and dried on a stretcher without any preservative. Steep it in an infusion of water, boiled honey, and the white of eggs. Another method is to soak a thin skin of parchment in a strong lye of wood ashes, often wringing it out until you find that it is partially transparent. Then stretch it on a frame and let it dry. This will be improved and made rainproof if, after it is dried, you coat it on both sides with clear mastic varnish, made as directed below. Unsized paper or a thin skin is made waterproof and translucent by applying lightly to both sides a varnish made by putting 1/4 ounce gum mastic in 6 ounces best spirits of turpentine. Shake it up thoroughly day by day until dissolved. The bottle should be kept in a warm place while contents are dissolving. Or use equal parts Canada balsam, fir balsam, and turpentine. This dries slowly, but is flexible like matte varnish. Or dissolve ½ ounce beeswax in ½ ounce turpentine.
Tanning a robe with the fur on. While the methods used by regular furriers in tanning pelts with the fur on are complicated and beyond the resources of men in the woods, at the same time very good results may be obtained by the simpler means described below. The best work is done with skins fresh from the animal. Cleanse all blood and dirt from the pelt by soaking it in running water from 1 to 4 hours, depending upon temperature of the water and quality of fur. Or, if the skinning has been carefully done, the fur can be cleaned by sponging. Soaking is necessary to relax a dried skin. If a skin be immersed too long, the hair or fur will slip, particularly if the water be warm. Next, thoroughly rub into the flesh side plenty of table salt. Double the skin, fur side out, roll it up, and let it lie overnight. Then work it over a beam with a scraper, carefully removing all flesh and fat. A greasy skin will not take the tan. Hot cornmeal, hot sand, or sawdust will help to remove grease, but be particular not to get it on the fur, for it may be hard to remove. If benzing were to be had, the skin could be immersed in it for an hour, and then dried. The pelt is now ready for tanning. The easiest way to do this is to soak it at least 2 days in the tan liquor described in the preceding chapter. 1 quart of salt, boiled in a gallon of water, then 1 ounce of sulfuric acid added. If you prefer to keep the fur dry through the process, simply sponge the tan liquor on the flesh side from time to time, keeping it moistened thus for a couple of days. Then rinse out the superfluous salt with clean water. Let the skin become partially dry and then work it over the edge of a plank or a tightly stretched rope until the fiber is broken up. To stretch a dressed skin so that it will lie flat on the floor, moisten the flesh side with water, and, when it is relaxed, tack it, fur side out, on a board or the side of a building in a shady place. If the skin has hardened when dry again, work it out once more over the plank. After a skin has thoroughly dried, it may be worked down as thin and soft as desired by rubbing it with a piece of sandpaper folded over a block of wood. To tan a pelt with alum, first cleanse it and rub salt into it, as described above, then rub into it a good sprinkling of powdered alum. But keep this out of the fur, for alum makes it hard to wash afterwards. Roll the skin up and let it lie at least 2 days, preferably longer, then place it in a stretcher and draw it tightly in every direction so that there will be no wrinkles, but not tight enough to make the fur thin. Smear the flesh side with a paste of flour, oatmeal, and water, and let it dry thoroughly in the shade. Now work off the paste with a dull knife. Afterwards, place the stretched skin in a damp place until the superfluous salt comes out in beads of brine on the flesh side. Wash this off, or the skin will turn damp thereafter in moist weather. Then dry the skin again thoroughly. After this, wash and scour it with yellow soap and water, to which a little ammonia has been added. The water should be as hot as the hand can bear. Thoroughly rinse all soap from the fur, but let as little water get on it as possible. Give the pelt a hard shaking, and hang it fur side out to dry. When it is about half dry, work it over the edge of a plank or a square bar of iron to draw out and soften every part of the skin. Then work it with a knife. Finish off with sandpaper or pumice stone, and comb out the fur. In preparing a rug on which the animal's head is to be mounted, as, for example, a bear's head with the mouth open, the skin of the head should not be tanned, but merely salted. Robes Indian tanned. It is possible to make a soft and pliable robe without tanning after the Indian method, but it is hard work. The method employed on buffalo robes has been described by Colonel Dodge as follows, quote, "The skin of even the youngest and fattest cow is, in its natural condition, much too thick for use, being unwieldy and lacking pliability. This thickness must be reduced at least one-half, and the skin at the same time made soft and pliable. When the stretched skin has become dry and hard from the action of the sun, the woman goes to work with a small implement shaped somewhat like a carpenter's adze. It has a short handle of wood or elkhorn, tied on with rawhide, and is used with one hand. This was before iron or steel tools were obtainable. With this tool the woman chips at the hardened skin, cutting off a thin shaving at every blow. The skill in the whole process consists in so directing and tempering the blows as to cut the skin, yet not cut too deep, and in finally obtaining a uniform thickness and perfectly smooth and even inner surface. To render the skin soft and pliable, the chipping is stopped every little while, and the chipped surface smeared with brains of buffalo, which are thoroughly rubbed in with a smooth stone. When very great care and delicacy are required, the skin is stretched vertically on a frame of poles. It is claimed that the chipping process can be much more perfectly performed on a skin stretched in this way than on one stretched on the uneven and unyielding ground. But the latter is used for all common robes because it is the easiest. When the thinning and softening process is completed, the robe is taken off of its frame, trimmed, and sometimes smoked. It is now ready for use. This is a long and tedious process, and no one but an Indian would go through it." Unquote. Sometimes, after the fleshing of the hide was complete, a mixture of boiled brains, marrow grease, and pounded roast liver were thickly spread on the flesh side and allowed to dry in. Then the hide was rubbed with fat, dampened with warm water, rolled up, and laid away for a day. After this the hide was slowly dried in the sun, or very carefully before a fire, being frequently and thoroughly rubbed over a riata while drying. Furs that one intends to sell to a furrier should be stretched and dried without any preservative, not even salt. Tanning a snake skin. A snake's skin is easily tanned, either with the tan liquor or with alum. All foreign matter is scraped from it. The skin is then re-soaked and washed clean with soap and water. If a smooth board be procurable, the skin can be squeegeed to the plain surface and it will cling to the board naturally. A tack on each side every 8 or 10 inches will keep it in place while drying. After 2 or 3 days, the skin can be removed, softened with oil, and rolled up until wanted. Glue. The Indian method of making and using glue may come in handy at times when one is far in the wilderness. The glue is made from the hooves of deer, or any other hooved animal, by boiling. A stick is then cut about 6 inches long and as thick as one's little finger. One end of this is dipped into the melted glue, which is allowed to harden. This process is then repeated until there is a considerable bulb of glue on the end of the stick. To use it, the stick is dipped in hot water and then rubbed on the object to be glued. Working in horn. Horn is easily manipulated by soaking it in boiling water. The Western Indians used to make superior bows of buffalo horns, and from those of the mountain sheep, by leaving the horns in hot springs until they were perfectly malleable, then straightening them and cutting them into strips of suitable width. 2 buffalo horns were pierced in the center and riveted, then bound strongly at the splice with sinew. To make a horn cup, select a large horn with a sharp bend in it. Trim the butt end smooth and even for the bottom of the cup. Then, back from this, at a distance equal to the proposed height of the cup, saw through the greater part of the horn, as shown in the diagram, but leave enough of the top for a handle, the latter strip being about 6 inches long and 3/4 inch wide. Scrape the handle gradually down to 1/8 inch thickness at the end. Then soak the handle in a strong boiling solution of lime until it is soft. Bend it backward around a stick and bind the end fast to base of handle at top until it has cooled and hardened. Then fit a wooden bottom in it and tack and lute it in place. A powerful cement or lute for such purposes, as well as for mending broken vessels, is made by kneading with a stick a strong solution of newly slaked lime in a dough-like mass with glue or blood or white of egg. Before putting in the bottom, scrape and sandpaper the cup inside and out. Such a cup is light. It stands the hard knocks of travel better than a metal one, and it is pleasanter to drink hot coffee from. It can be ornamented with scrimshaw carvings. A huntsman's horn. The following description of how to make a huntsman's horn is condensed from one given some years ago by D. M. Morris. Select a cow's horn 14 to 16 inches long. 12 inches will do. With a limber stick, determine how far the hollow extends and saw off the tip about 1 inch above that point. With a gimlet, bore down to the hollow, taking care to hit it fairly. Ream out the hole from 1/4 to 5/16 inch diameter. Dress the horn down with a half-round file, but do not scrape it. Be careful to get a fair and even surface. To avoid working the horn too thin, press with thumb on doubtful places to see if there is any spring. Work down the neck as much as it will safely bear. A brass ferrule should now be fitted tightly around the neck to prevent the stem of the mouthpiece from splitting it. Now, to polish the horn, take a piece of sandpaper 2 or 3 inches square and a little finer than the file, in the palm of the right hand. Then, grasping the horn with the left hand, twist it round and round from end to end, occasionally rubbing it lengthwise. Continue this process with finer grades of sandpaper till the very finest has been used, and complete the polishing with pumice or rotten stone and water. Then get from any dealer in musical instruments an E-flat or coronet mouthpiece. Fit it perfectly, drive it in tightly, and your horn is complete. Or take the small end of another horn, or the piece sawed off, and with a sharp and round-pointed pocket knife work out a conical cavity in the large end, and make a hole through the small end for the stem. Work off the outside, shaping it in the form of a cone, the sides of which are concave near the base and convexed towards the stem. This shape will look well, and the top will be thick enough to rest easily against the lips. The hole should be around the size of a rye straw. The shape of the mouthpiece and the size of the hole, provided it be large enough, do not materially affect the horn. The stem of the mouthpiece should be 3/4 to 1 inch long. If shorter, the sound will be too harsh. If longer, too soft and not far-sounding. Long horns produce flat sounds, shorter ones sharp sounds. A good horn may be heard 3 to 3½ miles. The best horns have a double curve, crooks in 2 directions, gradually tapering from butt to tip, highly colored, and with black or dark points. A part of the butt must always be removed, as it is thin and brittle. Gun oil. It is easy to make excellent gun oil from the fat of almost any animal. Never use a vegetable oil on a firearm. It is sure to gum. Rattlesnake oil has more body than almost any other animal oil, but that of woodchucks, squirrels, coons, etc. is good. A fine oil can also be made from the fat of a ruffed goose or from the marrow of a deer's leg bone. Put the fat on a board, and with a sharp knife cut it up fine. Then put it out in the hot sunlight, or warm it gently, do not let it get hot, before the fire. Now force the oil through a strong cloth bag by squeezing it. To clarify it so that it will never become viscid, put it in a bottle with a charger's shot, or some shavings of lead, and stand the bottle where the sun's rays will strike it. A heavy deposit will fall. Repeat, and you will then have an oil equal to that of watchmakers, but with enough body to stay where it is put, rather than running down into the chamber of the gun, so as to leave unprotected spots in the barrel. A large squirrel will yield over an ounce of tried oil, a fat woodchuck nearly a pint, and a beaver several gallons. 8 gallons of grease has been procured from a big grizzly. Bear's oil. Bear's oil, by the way, is better than lard for shortening biscuit and for frying, and, when mixed with sugar and spread on bread, is not a bad substitute for butter and syrup. It is rendered by cooking in a pot hung high over a slow fire, so as not to scorch the fat, which would give off an acrid smell and make the oil less bland. No salt is added. The oil will keep sweet without it, unless in very hot weather, when it should be kept in a cool room, or in a spring, or in a pot sunk in the earth. The Indians, who were very fond of bear's grease, used to preserve it so that it would not turn rancid even when they were traveling in summer, by adding the inner bark of a slippery elm, 1 drachm to a pound of grease, keeping them heated together for a few minutes, and then straining off. They also used sassafras bark and wild cinnamon for the same purpose. Bear's oil is superior to olive oil for the table, and can be used with impunity by people whose stomachs will not endure pork fat. I happened to be rendering some bear's grease at the time of this writing. The yield is a gallon of oil to 10 pounds of fat. Rattlesnake oil. Rattlesnake oil is solemnly regarded by the old-fashioned Pennsylvania Dutch as a specific for rheumatism, ringworm, styes, sore eyes generally, and even for hydrophobia. A large, fat snake yields from 2 to 2.5 ounces of oil. A piece of muslin is stretched over a glass jar, and the fat, which resembles that of a chicken, is spread on this. The hot summer sun renders it, and the muslin strains it. The Dutch are reported to have a curious way of telling whether the snake has bitten itself and thereby poisoned its fat. They drop a little of the oil into a glass of milk. If the oil floats as a film on top, it is good. But if it separates into small beads and the milk gathers in thick white flakes, as though soured, it is a sign that the snake bit itself. Slush lamps. While I am on the subject of animal fats and oils, I may as well say something about extemporized lights for a fixed camp that is far in the wilderness. A slush lamp is made by taking a tin can, half filling it with sand or earth, sticking in it a thin rod of pine or some other inflammable wood, wrapping around this a strip of soft cotton cloth, and filling the can with melted fat which contains no salt. Grease can be freed from salt by boiling it in water. This is a much better arrangement than to use a shallow dish, or, as some have done, a mussel shell, and letting the end of the immersed wick project over one side, where it will drip grease. But such a light, although it was the best that many of our pioneers had in olden days, is at best a smoky and stinking affair. The estimation to which it was held by those who had to use it may be judged from the fact that in English-speaking countries it has universally been known as slut, except in the Klondike, where they call it a bitch. A rush light is made by soaking the pitch of rushes in melted tallow. When dry, a length of the rush is then placed in a split stick or any kind of clip and lighted. Candles. Whenever deer, elk, or other animals whose fat is tallow are procurable, there is no excuse but laziness for such vile illumination. Very satisfactory candles can be made by the following process, which is called dipping. For wicking, use cotton cord loosely unwound, or dry shredded bark. Put your tallow in a kettle with some boiling water. 1 part of hog's lard to 3 of tallow may improve the product. Scald and skim twice. Lay 2 poles sideways and about a foot apart on supports, so that they shall be about as high from the ground as the top of an ordinary chair. Cut some sticks about 13 or 18 inches long for candle rods. Twist your wicking one way, then double it. Slip the loop over the candle rod and twist the other way, making a firm wick. Put about 6 wicks on each rod, a couple of inches apart. Dip a row of wicks into the melted tallow. Place the rod across the 2 long poles, and thus dip each row of wicks in turn. Each will have time to cool and harden between the dips. If allowed to cool too fast, they will crack, so work slowly. When the first dipping has hardened, repeat the process, and so on until the candles are of desired thickness. Replenish the tallow as needed, taking it off the fire, of course, for each dip. This is the way our foremothers made candles before they got candle molds. For a candlestick, split the end of a stick for several inches, then again crosswise. Open these segments by pushing a flat, thin stick down each. Insert candle and remove wedges. Sharpen the other end of the stick and jab it into the ground wherever wanted. Or put a loop of bark in the cleft end of a stick, the loop protruding at one side. Or cut the end of a large potato square off and gouge a hole for the candle in the opposite end. Soap making. Soap can be made wherever there is wood and grease. A rough and ready way is to boil wood ashes from the campfire in a little water and allow them to settle, the clear liquid being decanted off. This can be done from day to day until the required quantity of weak lye has accumulated. Evaporate this by boiling it until it is strong enough to float an egg. Then melt down any kind of animal fat. Do not have the kettle more than half full, and while it is hot, add it to the boiling lye. Continue boiling and stirring until the mixture is of about the consistency of a thick porridge. Then pour it into any flat vessel and let it cool. The result is soft soap. To make hard soap, you have merely to stir into the above, as soon as it is poured out, some salt, in the proportion of 2 to 3 pints to 5 gallons of soap. A little powdered rosin, added gradually to the melted tallow before mixing with the lye, will make the soap firmer. Soap can be made without boiling, but it takes longer. Lye running. Only the ashes of hardwood are good for lye. Those of resinous woods will not mix with the fat in boiling. The woods richest in potash are hickory, sugar maple, ash, beech, and buckeye. The poisonous kernels of buckeye are soapy and can be used to cleanse fine fabrics. As lye is often useful to a backwoods tanner, and for other purposes, it may be worthwhile to put up an ash hopper at a permanent camp. Take a section of hollow tree, or a barrel with both heads knocked out. Stand it on a wide board which is elevated high enough for a bucket to stand below it. Cut a groove in the board around the bottom of the barrel and out to one end of the board. Tilt the board a little and fasten it so that the liquor from the barrel will follow the grooved channel to the end of the board and thus trickle into a pail set below it. Now put the 2 or 3 layers of small round sticks in the bottom of the barrel, laying each course crosswise over the one below, cob house fashion, and on top of this lay a couple of inches of straw or some coarse grass. Now put your ashes in the barrel, tamping them down firmly as they are shoved in. Make a funnel-shaped depression on the top and pour a bucket of water into it. It will be from half a day to a day before the leach will run. Therefore, keep some water standing in the depression, adding only when the other water has disappeared. If the ashes have been firmly tamped, the leach will only trickle through, and this is what you want. The first run will be strong enough to cut grease. Latter runs should be put through twice. Such lye needs no boiling down.
The present chapter is boiled down for the use of men with no surgical experience, who may suddenly find themselves wounded or with an injured companion on their hands, when far from any physician and with no special surgical appliances. In operating upon a comrade, the main things are to keep cool, act promptly, and make him feel that you have no doubt that you can pull him through all right. Place him in a comfortable position and expose the wound. If you cannot otherwise remove the clothing quickly and without hurting him, rip it up the seam. First stop the bleeding, if there is any, then cleanse the wound, then close it, if a cut or torn wound, then apply a sterilized dressing, then bandage it in place. Of course, if the injury is serious, you will immediately send a messenger hot-footed for a surgeon, provided there is any chance of getting one. As for the patient himself, let him never say die. Pluck has carried many a man triumphantly through what seemed the forlornest hope. Let me take space for an example or two. Kit Carson once helped to amputate a comrade's limb when the only instruments available were a razor, a handsaw, and the king bolt of a wagon. Not a man in the party knew how to take up an artery. Fine teeth were filed in the back of the saw. The iron was made white hot, the arm was removed, the stump seared so as to close the blood vessels, and the patient recovered. Charles F. Loomis, having fractured his right arm so badly that the bone protruded, and being alone in the desert, gave his canteen strap 2 flat turns about the wrist, buckled it around a cedar tree, mounted a nearby rock, set his heels upon the edge, and threw himself backwards. He fainted, but the bone was set. Then, having rigged splints to the injured member with his left hand and teeth, he walked 52 miles without resting before he could get food, and finished the 700-mile tramp to Los Angeles with the broken arm slung in a bandana. Richardson tells of a Montana trapper who, having his leg shattered in an Indian fight, and finding that gangrene was setting in, whetted one edge of his big hunting knife, filed the other into a saw, and with his own hands cut the flesh, sawed the bone, and seared the arteries with a hot iron. He survived. To check bleeding. Stop the flow of blood temporarily by raising the injured part as high as you can above the heart, and pressing very firmly with thumb or finger, either on or into the wound. The patient can do this for himself, and can control the bleeding until his hand gives out. There is record of an Austrian soldier who stopped bleeding from the great artery of the thigh for 4 hours by plugging the wound with his thumb. If he had let go for a minute he would have bled to death. Observe whether the bleeding is arterial or venous. If it comes from a vein, the blood will be dark red or purplish, and will flow in a steady stream. Press upon the vein below the wound. Then prepare a clean pad, compress, and bind it upon the wound firmly enough to stop the bleeding permanently. If an artery is cut, the blood will be bright red, and it will probably spurt in jets. Try to locate the artery above the wound, between it and the heart, by pressing very hard where you think the artery may pass close to a bone, and watch if this checks the flow. When you find the artery, then, if the wound be in leg, arm, head, or any other place where a tourniquet can be applied, proceed as follows. Tie a strong bandage, handkerchief, belt, suspender, rope, strip of clothing, around the wounded member, and between the wound and the heart. Under it, and directly over the artery, place a smooth pebble, a cartridge, a piece of stick, or other hard lump. Then thrust a stout stick under the bandage and twist until the wound stops bleeding. The lump serves 2 purposes. It brings the most pressure where it will do the most good, and it allows the passage of enough blood on either side to keep the limb from being strangled to death. If the position of the artery above the wound cannot be determined, then, in case of a gaping wound that would be hard to plug, apply the tourniquet without any lump, and twist it very tight indeed. This can only be done for a short time, while you are preparing to ligate the artery. If prolonged, it will kill the limb, and gangrene will ensue. In case of a puncture wound, such as a bullet hole, it is better to push a plug hard down in the wound itself, leaving the outer end projecting so that a bandage will hold the plug firmly on the artery. This must be done, anyway, wherever a tourniquet cannot be used. The above expedients are only temporary, for a cut artery of any considerable size must be ligated, that is to say, permanently closed by tying one or both of the severed ends. To do this you must have at least a pair of sharp-pointed forceps or strong tweezers. Perhaps you may have to extemporize them. If you have no iron, make a little pair of tongs by heating the middle of a green hardwood stick, bending over, and then shaping and fire-hardening the ends. Get hold of the end of the artery with this, draw it out and have someone hold it. Then take a piece of strong thread that has been sterilized in boiling salt water, make a loop in it as for a common knot, but pass the right hand of the thread twice around the other instead of once. Surgeon's knot, it will never slip. Slip this loop down over the forceps and around the end of the artery and draw tight. If the blood vessel bleeds from both ends, ligate both. When an artery is merely ruptured, not severed, cut it clean in 2 before operating. It will close better. Powdered alum, tamped hard into a wound, will stop bleeding from all but a large artery. So will substances rich in tannin, such as powdered sumac leaves, dried over the fire if green, and pulverized oak or hemlock bark. Do not use cobwebs nor the woolly inside of puffballs. These old-fashioned styptics are likely to infect the wound with microorganisms and thus do more harm than good. If a finger or toe is cut off, as with an axe, clap it quickly into place and bind it there. It may grow on again. Nosebleed is sometimes uncontrollable by ordinary means. Try lifting the arms above the head and snuffing up alum water or soda water. If this fails, make a plug by rolling up part of a half-inch strip of cloth, leaving one end dangling. Push this plug as far up the nose as it will go, pack the rest of the strip tightly into the nostril, and let the end protrude. If there is leakage backwards into the mouth, pack the lower part of plug more tightly. Leave the plug in place several hours, then loosen with warm water or oil, and remove very gently. Cleansing wounds. After stopping the flow of blood, cleanse the wound of any foreign substances that may have entered it. To remove a splinter, slip the point of a small knife blade under the protruding end and catch it up with the thumbnail. A fish hook embedded in the flesh should be pushed on through. Then nip or file off the barb and withdraw. If a bullet is deeply embedded, let it alone. The chances are that it will do no harm. After picking out dirt, bits of cloth, or other matter that would make the wound sore and slow to heal, wash the injured part with perfectly clean water. If there be any doubt about the water, boil it. Do not mop the wound with a rag. Hold the water a few inches above it and let a small stream gently trickle down upon it. A clean cut needs no washing. Simply draw the edges together and fasten them in place. Whenever it can be done, shave the skin for some distance around the wound. Hairs, no matter how small, are grease-coated and favor the growth of germs. Shaving also scrapes off surface dirt and dead scales of skin. Closing wounds. Never cover a wound with court plaster. It prevents the free escape of suppuration, inflames the part, and makes the place difficult to cleanse thereafter. The only legitimate uses for sticking plaster are to hold dressings in place where bandaging is difficult, as on the buttock, or, in case of a cut, to keep the edges closed without sewing the skin. In the latter case, the cut may be crossed with narrow strips of plaster, leaving spaces between. But a better way, if you have a regular surgeon's plaster, is as follows. Lay a broad strip on each side of the cut itself, half an inch apart, and extending beyond the wound at each end. Stick these strips firmly in place, except about 1/4 of an inch of the inner margins, which are left loose for the present. With needle and thread, lace the strips, deep stitches so they will not pull out, so as to draw the edges of the wound together, and then stick the inner margins down, not covering the wound. Sewing a wound should be avoided by inexperienced persons, unless it is really necessary, as in the case of a foot almost severed by an axe cut. If an ordinary needle and thread must be used, sterilize them by soaking in a boiling solution of salt and water. It is here assumed that no better antiseptic agents are available. Sugar and water, or vinegar, will do in a pinch. Do not sew continuously over and over, but make a deep stitch and snip off the thread, leaving enough at each end to tie with by and by. Repeat this at proper intervals until enough stitches have been taken. Then go back and tie them, one after another, with surgeon's knot. Such sewing is easy to remove when the proper time comes, say within about 6 days. Dressing wounds. All inflammation of wounds, suppuration, and blood poisoning are due to living germs, and to nothing else. These germs are not born in the wound, but enter from the outside. We may as well say that they are present everywhere. To prevent their entrance is much easier than to kill them once they have gained foothold. The only guarantee of a wound healing nicely is to make it antiseptic, that is to say, surgically clean. That means sterilize everything used about a wound, by heat if you have no antiseptics, not trusting that anything is germ-free merely because it looks clean. The microorganisms that cause inflammation of a wound, fever, putrefaction, cannot be seen with the eye, and they may lurk anywhere. The unparalleled medical and surgical record of the Japanese in their late war was chiefly due to the unparalleled cleanliness in camp and field. Do not use a mere bandage directly on an open wound. First cover the injury with a compress, soft pad, made by folding a strip of cloth in several layers. Then bandage. Unless you have a first aid packet or are otherwise provided with sterilized dressings or antiseptics, hold the material of the compress over a clear fire until it is fairly scorched, and then let it cool. A little charring of the surface will do no harm. In fact, charcoal is itself a good application to the surface of a wound. Of course, the compress is to be renewed every time that the wound is dressed. Directions for bandaging cannot be given here for lack of space. The cuts printed on the triangular bandage in a soldier's first aid packet show, at a glance, how to bandage any part of the body. I cannot too highly recommend that every woodsman carry one of these packets in his pouch or pocket. It costs but a quarter, and is no larger than a purse, and weighs practically nothing. Burns. If clothing sticks to the burn, do not try to remove it, but cut around it and flood it with oil. Prick blisters at both ends with a perfectly clean needle, and remove the water by gentle pressure, being careful not to break the skin. A good application for a burn, including sunburn, is Caron oil, equal parts linseed oil and lime water. Druggists supply an ointment known as solidified Caron oil that is easy to carry. A 3% solution of carbolic acid applied with absorbent cotton or a bandage is an excellent application. Better still is the salve known as euguenitine. Lacking these, the next best thing is common baking soda. Footnote. Baking soda is the bicarbonate. Washing soda or plain soda is carbonate. Do not confuse them. End footnote. Dissolve some in a little water as is required to take it up. Saturate a cloth with this and apply. Another good application for burns is the scrapings of a raw potato, renewed when it feels hot. If you have none of these, use any kind of clean oil or unsalted grease, or dust flour over the burn, or use moist earth, preferably clay, then cover with cotton cloth. Do not remove the dead skin until new skin has formed underneath. Bruises. Ordinary bruises are best treated with cold, wet cloths. Raw, lean meat applied to the part will prevent discoloration. Severe bruises, which are likely to form abscesses, should be covered with a cloth wrung out in water as hot as can be borne, to be reheated as it cools, afterwards with hot poultices. Poultices. Poultices may be needed not only for bruises, but for felons, boils, carbuncles, etc. They are easily made from cornmeal or oatmeal. Mix by adding a little at a time to boiling water and stirring to a thick paste, then spread on cloth. Renew from time to time as it cools. To prevent a poultice from sticking, cover the undersurface with clean mosquito netting, or smear the bruise with oil. It is a good idea to dust some charcoal over a sore before putting a poultice on. The woods themselves afford plenty of materials for good poultices. Chief of these is slippery elm, the mucilaginous inner bark of which, boiled in water and kneaded into a poultice, is soothing to inflammation and softens the tissues. Good poultices can also be made from the soft rind of tamarack, the root bark of basswood or cottonwood, and many other trees or plants. Our frontiersmen, like the Indians, often treated wounds by merely applying the chewed fresh leaves of alder, striped maple, moosewood, or sassafras. You may remember Leatherstocking, he was Hawkeye then, advising a wounded companion that a little bruised alder will work like a charm. Salves. Balsam, obtained by pricking the little blisters on the bark of balsam firs, is a good application for a wound. So is the honey-like gum of the liquidambar, or sweet gum tree, raw turpentine from any pine tree, and the resin procured by boxing, gnashing, a cypress or hemlock tree, or by boiling a knot of the wood and skimming off the surface. All of these resins are antiseptic and soothing to a wound. Sprains. The regular medical treatment is to plunge a sprained ankle, wrist, or finger into water as hot as can be borne at the start, and to raise the heat gradually thereafter to the limit of endurance. Continue for half an hour, then put the joint in a hot, wet bandage, reheat from time to time, and support the limb in an elevated position, the leg being stretched as high as the hip, or the arm carried in a sling. In a day or two begin gently moving and kneading the joint, and rub with liniment, oil, or Vaseline. In case of necessity, a sprain of the ankle can be walked off. You may shudder, but the thing has been done more than once. Similarly, I have overcome, in a few hours, an attack of lumbago, though I had to start almost on all fours. It was better than lying around a damp camp for a week, decidedly better after I got limbered up. As a soothing application for sprains, bruises, etc., the virtues of witch hazel are well known. A decoction, strong tea, of the bark is easily made, or a poultice can be made from it. The inner bark of kinnikinick, otherwise known as red willow or silky cornel, makes an excellent astringent poultice for sprains. The pain and inflammation of the sprained ankle are much relieved by dipping tobacco leaves in water and binding them around the injured part. Dislocation. A dislocation of the finger can generally be reduced by pulling strongly and at the same time pushing the tip of the finger backward. If a shoulder is thrown out of joint, have the man lie down, place a pad in his armpit, remove your shoe and seat yourself by his side, facing him. Then put your foot in his armpit, grasp the dislocated arm in both hands, and simultaneously push with your foot and pull on his arm. Swing the arm towards his body till a snap is heard or felt. For any other dislocation, if you can possibly get a surgeon, do not meddle with the joint, but surround it with flannel cloths, wrung out in hot water and supported with soft pads. Broken bones. If a bone is broken and a surgeon cannot be summoned within a couple of days, do not try to reduce the fracture, for unskilled handling may do more harm than good. Place the man in a comfortable position, the injured part resting on a pad, and keep him perfectly quiet. It may be, however, that you must act the surgeon yourself. If the bone is broken in only one place, and it does not protrude, the injury is not serious. Get splints and bandages ready. Rip the clothing up the seam and steadily pull the broken parts in opposite directions without the slightest twisting. Begin gently and gradually increase the strain. It may take a strong pull. When the two pieces are end to end, an assistant must gently work them till they fit. This will be announced by a slight thud. Then apply splints and bandage them so as to hold the injured member immovable while the fracture heals. Bark, where it can be peeled, makes the best splints for an arm or leg. Pick out a sapling, chestnut, basswood, elm, cedar, spruce, as near the size of the limb as possible. Remove the bark in 2 equal pieces by vertical slits. It is well, in some cases, to have these somewhat longer than the bone that is broken, so as to clamp the connecting joints as well. Cover the concave insides with cloth, dry moss, crumpled grass, or other soft padding, to cushion the limb and prevent irritation. The edges of splints should not meet quite around the limb. Then get a long bandage about 2 inches wide. Having set the bone, apply the splints on each side, and bandage them firmly enough to hold in place, but by no means so tightly as to impede circulation. In default of bark, almost anything will do for splints that is stiff enough to hold the parts in place: barrel staves, thin boards, sticks, bundles of rushes, etc. If a bone is broken in more than one place, or if it protrude through the skin and you cannot fetch a surgeon to the patient, then get him out of the woods at all hazards. The utmost pains must be taken in transporting him, lest the sharp edges of the bone saw off an artery or pierce an important organ. The best litter is a big trough of bark, padded and attached to a frame swung between 2 poles. A 2-horse litter is better than a travois, but if the latter must be used, then make one shaft a little shorter than the other, so that in crossing uneven places the shock will not all come at one jolt. Fainting. Lay the patient on his back with feet higher than his head. Loosen tight clothing and let him have plenty of fresh air. Sprinkle his face with cold water and rub his arms with it. When consciousness returns, give him a stimulant. For an attack of dizziness, bend the head down firmly between the knees. Shock. In case of collapse following an accident, operation, fright, treat first as for fainting. Then rub the limbs with flannel, stroking the extremities toward the heart. Apply hot plates, stones, or bottles of hot water wrapped in towels to the extremities and over the stomach. Then give hot tea or coffee, or, if there is no bleeding, a tablespoon of whiskey and hot water, repeating 3 or 4 times an hour. Stunning. Concussion of the brain. Lay the man on his back with head somewhat raised. Apply heat as for shock, but keep the head cool with wet cloths. Do not give any stimulant. That would drive the blood to the brain where it is not wanted. Sunstroke. Lay the patient in a cool place, same as for stunning. If the skin is hot, remove clothing or at least loosen it. Hold a vessel or hatful of cold water 4 or 5 feet above him and pour a stream first on his head, then on his body, and last on his extremities. Continue until consciousness returns. Renew if symptoms recur. If the skin is cool, a bad sign, apply warmth and give stimulating drinks. Excessive fatigue. Take a stimulant or hot drink when you get to camp, but not until then, and immediately eat something. Then rest between blankets to avoid catching cold. Famishing. Do not let a starved person eat much at a time. Prepare some broth or a gruel of cornmeal or oatmeal, thoroughly cooked, and feed but a small spoonful, repeating at intervals for a few minutes. Give very little the first day, or there will be bloating and nausea. Thirst. Allow the sufferer only a spoonful of water at a time, but at frequent intervals. Bathe him if possible. Freezing. Keep away from heat. To toast frost-bitten fingers or toes before the fire would bring chilblains, and thawing out a badly frozen part would probably result in gangrene, making amputation necessary. Rub the frozen part with snow or with ice-cold water until the natural color of the skin is restored, then treat as a burn. Chilblains should be rubbed with whiskey or alum water. Poisonous plants. A specific for poison ivy or poison sumac is tincture of Grindelia. I have cured cases 2 or 3 days old where both eyes were swollen shut and other parts correspondingly affected. Prompt application of a saturated solution of baking soda will generally check the trouble at the start. Dissolve plenty of soda in hot water and let it stand until cool, when the excess will be precipitated and the liquor will be a saturated solution. Weak ammonia water serves as well. A hot decoction of the green bark of witch hazel is useful. Apply as hot as can be borne. Other woodland remedies are decoctions of sassafras root or of the bark and berries of common spice bush, taken both internally and externally. The druggist's prescription is, add powdered sugar of lead acetate, to weak alcohol, 50 to 75%, until no more will dissolve. Strain and wash the affected parts with it several times a day. To render the skin proof against these irritant poisons, bathe face and hands freely before going out in salt water or the baking soda solution, or weak ammonia water. If one swallows a vegetable poison, the remedy is an emetic, followed by whiskey or strong coffee, and, if necessary, artificial respiration as for drowning. To make an emetic, add a tablespoonful of common salt or powdered mustard to a tumblerful of lukewarm water. Insect stings. Extract the sting if left in the wound, and apply a solution of baking soda, or a slice of raw onion, or a paste of clay mixed with saliva, or a moist quid of tobacco. Ammonia is the common remedy, but oil of sassafras is better. A watch key or other small hollow tube pressed with force over the puncture and held there several minutes will expel a good deal of the poison. Bite of a rabid animal. The bite of a mad dog, wolf, skunk, or other animal subject to rabies requires instant and heroic treatment. Immediately twist a tourniquet very tight above the wound, and then cut out the whole wound with a knife, or cauterize it to the bottom with a hot iron. Then drink enough strong whiskey to counteract the shock. Footnote. The notion that skunk bite is very likely to cause hydrophobia is common in the Southwest, and is borne out by the reports of Army surgeons. The fact seems to be, as explained by W. Wade in The American Naturalist, that men and other animals have occasionally been stricken mad by skunk bite and have died therefrom, but this has only happened during an epidemic of rabies, in which skunks, being slow-moving and utterly fearless creatures, fell easy prey to rabid dogs or wolves. Becoming mad, in their turn, they would bite men sleeping in the open, and their bites would usually be inflicted upon the men's faces, hands, and other exposed parts of their persons. In such cases, since none of the poisonous saliva was wiped off by clothing, the result was almost certain death. But rabies is very exceptional among skunks, and the bite of a healthy animal is a trifling matter. Snake bite. The only dangerous snakes in the United States are the rattlesnake, the copperhead, and the cottonmouth moccasin. The small coral snake, harlequin bead snake, of the Gulf states, and the Sonoran coral snake of New Mexico and Arizona are somewhat venomous, but their bite is not fatal to a healthy adult. The Gila monster of the Southwest is a dangerous lizard, the only one that is venomous, but can scarcely be provoked to bite. All other reptiles of our country and Canada are harmless. Their bite is no more to be feared than that of a mouse. The notion that the bite of a puff adder must be dangerous because the snake puffs up its neck and hisses like a goose, or that the common water snake is a moccasin and consequently venomous, is all moonshine, like the story of the hoop snake and the snake with a poisonous sting in its tail. However, that other notion that a rattlesnake's bite is not a serious matter is moonshine too. Men who know nothing about other rattlers than the little prairie rattlesnake are not competent to express an opinion on the subject. A bite from any venomous snake is dangerous, in proportion to the size of the snake and the amount of venom that enters the circulation. A bite that does not pierce an important blood vessel is seldom fatal, even if no treatment is given, unless the snake be quite large. The rattlesnake, copperhead, and cottonmouth are easily distinguished from all other snakes, as all three of them bear a peculiar mark, or rather a pair of marks, that no other animal possesses. This mark is the pit, which is a deep cavity on each side of the face between the nostril and the eye, sinking into the upper jawbone. Its position is shown in the accompanying cut. All venomous snakes have fangs, and no harmless ones have them. The fangs are in the upper jaw only. In the coral snakes they are permanently erect, but in the other venomous snakes here named they lie flat against the roof of the mouth when not in use, pointing backward, and are erected by the reptile in striking. They are long, slender, sharply pointed, either grooved on the outside or perforated, and connected by a duct with the venom glands which lie behind the eyes. Footnote. High authorities have declared that the fang of the rattlesnake is not perforated, but only grooved. They are mistaken. I have examined many mature fangs of the timber rattlesnakes killed by myself or by my companions within the past month, and every fang was perforated throughout, the front opening being exactly like that of a hypodermic needle. A fine wire can be run through from base to point. End of footnote. Auxiliary fangs lie in a sac underneath the regular fang on each side, and, in case the latter is broken off or extracted, a new fang will be ready for business within a few days. Here are a few characteristics of the pit vipers, as our three deadly snakes are collectively called. 1. Copperhead, also called deaf adder, upland moccasin, pilot snake, chunkhead. A small snake 2 to 3 feet long, with a moderately thick body, broad and triangular head quite distinct from the neck, tail short, dark-colored and pointed. Color of back, a bronze hazel or light reddish-brown, with 15 to 20 darker bands, which are narrow on the back and expand to wide blotches on the flanks, the shape being somewhat like that of a dumbbell with very short handle. Head, a bright copper red, with 2 small dark brown spots close together on the forehead at upper part of head shield, and with a cream-colored band around the mouth. The copperhead inhabits the mountainous and hilly regions from Massachusetts southward to the Gulf, and westward, south of Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa, and Nebraska, to Kansas, Indian Territory, and Texas. Its venom is as deadly as that of the rattlesnake, but it is not secreted in as large quantity as that of the large rattlers. Consequently, the wound is not likely to be so serious. Still, the copperhead is a particularly dangerous creature, because it gives no warning of its presence, nor, according to my observation, does it try to get out of the way, but holds its ground and springs at any intruder. Only one species. 2. Cottonmouth moccasin, water moccasin. A larger snake, ordinarily about 3 feet, sometimes 4 feet long. Stout body, head shaped like that of the copperhead and similarly distinct from the neck. Black-brown, reddish, or olive, with 11 to 15 rather inconspicuous bars or pairs of bars, of dark brown with light centers on each flank. Tail short, pointed, and dark brown or banded. Belly brownish yellow mottled with dark blotches. Habitat: North Carolina southward to the Gulf, westward through Kentucky, southern Illinois, and Missouri to Oklahoma and eastern Texas. Not so poisonous as the larger kinds of rattlesnakes, but still dangerous to human life. Quite numerous in the southern states. More aggressive than the rattlesnake, striking at everything within reach, but usually rather deliberate about striking, first opening its mouth widely for some seconds, as if to intimidate, and showing the white interior, hence the name cottonmouth. Usually found near water, and often on low limbs overhanging the water. Only one species, the other so-called moccasins, are either the copperhead or harmless snakes. 3. Rattlesnake. Of rattlers we have no less than 16 species, but only 2 of them, the Massasauga and the banded or timber rattlesnake, are found in the eastern and central states. The little prairie rattlesnake, which is not very dangerous, is abundant on the plains west of the Missouri River. The great diamond rattlesnake of the South, which sometimes grows to a length of nearly 9 feet, is the most formidable member of this group. The small ground rattlesnake of the southern states is aggressive and gives only a faint warning, and on this account is more dreaded by the negroes than the larger species, but its bite is seldom fatal to grown people. The other species are confined to the southwest and the Pacific coast. Rattlesnakes are easily identified by their rattles. These generally last only long enough to become 8 or 10 jointed. Rattles with as many as 15 or 18 joints are quite rare. The number of rattles does not indicate the snake's age. Their office is not clearly understood. Dr. Steniger says they are a substitute for a voice. When a rattlesnake sees a man approaching, it generally lies quiet to escape observation, so long as it thinks itself concealed. It does not strike unless provoked. If alarmed when it is wide awake, it always springs its rattle before striking, the sound being very similar to that made by our common locust or cicada. If the reptile is trodden on when asleep, it strikes like lightning. It does its rattling afterward. Unfortunately for us, the poisonous snakes sleep in the daytime and hunt at night. They are prone to seek the warmth of bedclothes and will sometimes coil up alongside of a sleeping man. Mosquito netting is an effective bar against snakes. Snakes despise musk, tobacco, and turpentine. A snake is not obliged to coil before striking, but can strike from any position. It will coil first, however, unless attacked very suddenly or taken at a disadvantage. A snake does not intentionally throw its venom, but if it misses its mark, the act of hissing may throw the poison several feet. The blow is delivered with lightning rapidity, and the fangs are instantly sunk into the victim. No snake can leap entirely from the ground, nor can it strike more than 2/3 its own length, unless it has the advantage of striking downhill or from some purchase on a rock or bush. A snake does not expend all its venom at one blow. It is not rendered permanently harmless by extracting its fangs, for it will promptly grow new ones. A venomous snake is immune against its own poison, and probably against that of other poisonous reptiles, but non-poisonous snakes are not immune. The bite of even a newly born snake of venomous species is serious. The bite of a venomous reptile is intensely painful. The victim soon becomes dull and languid, breathing with difficulty. The venom first enfeebles the heart, then the breathing apparatus. If this early depression passes over, recovery is often sudden, but if the quantity of venom injected be large, death may follow, in man within 20 minutes. The tendency of the poison is to spread very rapidly through the system, making the blood thin and destroying its power to clot. At the same time, it rots the blood vessels and, in fatal cases, causes a general seepage of blood throughout the system. In some cases, a whole limb is soaked to the bone with decomposed blood. There is always inflammation around the wound, with great pain. Much depends on the part struck. Bites on the bare skin are more dangerous than those received through the clothing. A bite in the extremities is rarely fatal. In a large majority of cases, the wound does not touch an important blood vessel, and the patient will recover with no other treatment than a ligature promptly applied, and a free bleeding and sucking of the wound. Many species of wild plants are popularly supposed to have the property of neutralizing the venom of serpents, but scientific research has failed to demonstrate that any of them have any effect on the poison at all. This, notwithstanding that probably all of the reputed snake masters have been identified and their physiological action determined. However, I have received such positive and respectable testimony to the efficacy of the following 3 plants that I would like their properties thoroughly tested. 1. Common violet, Viola colculata. 2. Cedron seed, the fluid extract. 3. Sanicle, Sanicula marylandica. When a man is bitten, he should instantly twist a tourniquet very tightly between the wound and the heart, to keep the poison as far as possible from entering the system. Then cut the wound wide open so it may bleed freely, and suck the wound if practicable. The poison is harmless if swallowed, but not if it gets into the circulation through an abrasion in the mouth or through a hollow tooth. Loosen the ligature before long to admit fresh blood to the injured part, but tighten it again very soon, and repeat this alternate tightening and loosening for a considerable time. The object is to admit only a little of the poison at a time into the general circulation. Meantime, drink whiskey in moderate doses, but at frequent intervals. If a great quantity is guzzled all at once, it will do more harm than good. Whiskey is not an antidote. It has no effect at all on the venom. Its service is simply as a stimulant for the heart and lungs, thus helping the system itself to throw off the poison, and as a bracer to the victim's nerves, helping him over the crisis. The only known positive antidotes for snake venom, in the form of drugs, are chromatic acid, potassium permanganate, and strychnine, administered hypodermically. Of the former, a 1% solution is used. As for the permanganate, it is easy to carry in crystallized form, and I have frequently seen recommendations that it be carried in this way, to be dissolved in water before injecting, or to be merely rubbed into the opened wound. But a man may be struck when he is far from water. I do not believe that the crystals can be brought into close enough contact with the seat of the wound, bottom of puncture, with certainty, nor that they will dissolve quickly enough in blood to do very much good. My own practice, when traveling in a snake country, is to carry a solution of the permanganate in a glass-stoppered tube, together with a similar tube containing a solution of strychnine, and a hypodermic syringe. Promptitude with these remedies, after ligating, may be depended upon to cure the bite. Fresh permanganate solution should be made at intervals to avoid precipitation. Chronic acid does not precipitate. As for the use of the hypodermic syringe, I here copy, by permission, a clear and concise article on this subject, prepared expressly for explorers and other campers, by Dr. H. Plimpton, and published in Abercrombie and Fitch's Catalogue. The use of the hypodermic syringe. The following article gives directions for using the syringe and 4 remedies which are most likely to be needed. These 4 remedies are: first, potassium permanganate in half-grain tablets; second, cocaine and morphine tablets composed of cocaine 1/5 grain, morphine 1/40 grain, soda chlorine 1/5 grain; third, morphine in 1/4 grain tablets; fourth, strychnia in 1/40 grain tablets. These 4 remedies are all that are absolutely necessary for emergencies, such as venomous insect, reptile, or snake bite, exhaustion, shock, heart failure, minor surgical operations, and allaying intense pain. The object of hypodermic medication is to get the remedy into the blood as quickly as possible, and to introduce it as near as may be to the seat of the injury or the pain. To ensure its rapid assimilation by the blood, the medicine should be injected just between the skin and the muscles underneath, in other words, into the fat. Use. Dissolve the tablet to be used in the proper amount of water, or put any solution to be used into a teaspoon or what you may have that will hold it. A leaf properly folded will do, even the hollow of the hand in an emergency. You will find a fine wire run through the hollow needle to keep it clear. Remove this. Remove the cap from the end of the syringe and suck up the solution from the teaspoon by drawing out the piston of the syringe. Screw the needle firmly on the end of the syringe from which the cap was removed. hold the syringe with the needle pointing upwards and press gently on the piston until the fluid begins to come out of the needle. This is to force all the air out of the syringe. Now take up a fold or pinch of skin between the thumb and forefinger. Insert the needle with a rotary motion of the syringe, as when boring a hole with an awl. Be careful not to press on the piston when so doing. Keep the needle in line with the line of the fold, and it will be in correct position. The needle will slip through the skin quickly and almost painlessly. Push it in its full length. Now press firmly on the piston and force it slowly until the contents have been injected, being careful to keep the syringe in position. Withdraw the needle, and with the thumb press the little hole made by the needle. With the first and second fingers, rub the swelling made by the injected fluid for a few moments, and it will disappear, leaving nothing but a tiny red spot. Location. If the injection be made between the skin and the muscles, as described, it may be made anywhere on the body, although just over a bone that is close to the surface, as the shin bone, or on the back of the hand, are places to be avoided. Also in the bend of the elbows and knees, and in the armpits, are vessels that would be injured by the careless use of the syringe. The outside of the forearm or the upper arm, the calf of the leg or the thigh, the big muscles of the buttocks, and the shoulder, and anywhere on the back are all places where the needle may be used without hesitation. A short needle, 3/8 of an inch long, accompanies most outfits, and this may be used without taking up a fold of the skin, simply jabbed quickly and firmly as deep as it will go straight into any one of the big muscles. The dangers in the use of the hypodermic are practically nothing. Exercise the same amount of care as in administering medicine by the mouth, and no harm can be done. And as, in the case of a rattlesnake wound, the advantages are so immeasurably ahead of any treatment by the mouth, even if it were dangerous, it would be worth taking the chance. Precautions. Be sure that the tablet is thoroughly dissolved, or you may force a piece of it into the needle and spoil it. 10 drops of water will dissolve any one tablet, and 15 will suffice for any 2, especially if the water be warm. Do not use more tablets than this unless by direction. After using the syringe, and before removing the needle, draw up some water and eject it to clear the needle. A little Vaseline or gun grease on the wire will prevent the needle from rusting. First, for venomous insect and snake bite, tie a piece of small rope or a heavy handkerchief or a bandage loosely around the limb, 2 1/2 inches from the wound and between the wound and the heart. If the wound be on the face or the body, this is manifestly impossible. Tighten this binder by twisting a stick in it until the binder sinks into the flesh and is quite painful. This is to stop circulation as much as possible. Prepare the syringe using a short needle. Dissolve 1/1/2 grain tablet of potassium permanganate in 2 teaspoonsful of water. Fill the syringe and inject at once half the contents directly into the swelling made by the bite. Inject the remainder about an inch nearer the body. Use deep injection if possible, otherwise just under the skin. 2 more injections must now be made in the immediate neighborhood of the wound, each of them being about half a syringeful, and all between the wound and the bandage. As the swelling of the limb increases, the binder may be gradually loosened, and after half an hour it may be removed entirely. Immediately after giving the injection of potassium permanganate, dissolve 1 tablet of strychnia sulfur, 1/40 of a grain, in about 15 drops of water, and inject it into the outside surface of the upper arm, midway between the elbow and the shoulder and just under the skin. Dissolve another strychnia tablet and prepare it in the syringe. Note the symptoms. The first symptoms are excitement, quickened pulse, and rapid breathing, followed by depression, shallow breathing, and drowsiness. This condition must be treated by tablespoon doses of brandy or whiskey at half-hour intervals. 3 doses will be enough. Large amounts of whiskey will not cure snake bite, but will do much harm. The condition of respiration must be carefully watched, and if there is a continuance or recurrence of shallow or quick breathing, the second syringeful of strychnia should be injected into the arm as before. This strychnia injection may be repeated at 15-minute intervals, 1 tablet at each injection, until 5 tablets have been given, or the breathing becomes more nearly normal. The patient should not be allowed to sleep for more than 2 hours continuously during the first 24 hours. The bowels should be made to move freely by means of cathartic pills, salts, or oil. Cheerful and encouraging suggestions will do much to counteract the depression following the absorption of the poison. Careful investigation and close observation of properly authenticated cases of rattlesnake poisoning have led to the positive conclusion that a man in good health will stand an even chance of recovery from a rattlesnake strike without any treatment whatever. With a hypodermic syringe and proper remedies at hand, there is no danger of a serious result. Second, for minor surgical operations, the cocaine and morphine tablets should be used as follows. Dissolve 1 tablet in 1 teaspoonful of water and take up a syringe full of that solution. Inject half the quantity under the skin, not deep, where the cut is to be made. Almost immediately the skin will become wax-like. This will indicate that the part is being numbed, so that an incision can be made without causing pain. Make a sufficient number of injections to cover the part to be cut. The surface benumbed by each injection will be about the size of a 25-cent piece. Third, for allaying intense pain and physical suffering, morphine should be used by dissolving 1 tablet, 1/4 grain, in about 10 drops of water and injecting it under the skin as near the seat of the pain as possible. If the pain is caused by some injury, such as a broken bone or a severe burn, and is likely to last, a second tablet may be given in 15 minutes and a third one 20 minutes later. Pain is the antidote for morphine, and as long as pain exists there is no danger from a much larger dose than the above. If, however, the pain arises from some cause, such as cramps, that is likely to end abruptly, the above dose is enough. Fourth, for exhaustion, shock, great fatigue, hunger, heart failure, strychnia should be used as follows. Dissolve the tablet in 10 drops of water and inject into the outside of the arm, midway between the elbow and the shoulder. The condition of exhaustion, whether from great exertion, loss of blood, or hunger, has caused a marked depression of the heart's action, and the nervous system is noticeably affected. The patient is pale, a cold perspiration covers the face, the breathing is shallow and quick, and the pulse is faint and very rapid. 1 injection will show a decided effect, but if a second is necessary 15 minutes afterward, do not hesitate to give it. A traveler should examine the syringe from time to time so as to ensure that it is in working order. Drowning. On this subject I can do no better than reprint the instructions issued by the U.S. Volunteer Life-Saving Corps, which are as follows. Rescuing. Approach the drowning man from behind, seizing him by the coat collar, or a woman by the back hair, and tow him at arm's length to boat or shore. Do not let him cling round your neck or arms to endanger you. Dunk him until unconscious, if necessary, to break a dangerous hold upon you, but do not strike to stun him. Resuscitation. First, immediately loosen the clothing about the neck and chest, exposing them to the wind, except in very severe weather, and get the water out of the body. First try tickling in the throat by a straw or feather, or ammonia to the nose. Try a severe slap with the open hand upon the chest and soles of the feet. If no immediate result, proceed as follows. Second, lay the body with its weight on the stomach across any convenient object, a keg, box, boat, timber, or your knee, in the open air, with the head hanging down. Open the mouth quickly, drawing the tongue forward with handkerchief or cloth so as to let the water escape. Keep the mouth clear of liquid. Then roll the body gently from side to side so as to relieve the pressure on the stomach, then back to the stomach. Do this several times to force the water from the stomach and throat. Third, lying the body on the back, make a roll of a coat or any garment. Place it under the shoulders of the patient, allowing the head to fall back. Then kneel at the head of the patient. Grasp the arms at the middle of the forearms, folded across the stomach. Raise the arms over the head to a perpendicular position, drawing them backwards straight, then forward over the head to the sides again, pressing the arms on the lower part of the ribs and sides, so as to produce a bellows movement upon the lungs. Do this 16 or 18 times a minute. Smelling salts, camphor, or ammonia may be applied to the nostrils to excite breathing, but give no spirits internally until after breathing and circulation are restored. The clothing should be removed, the body dried, and the legs rubbed briskly upwards from foot to knee, occasionally slapping the soles of the feet with the open hand. Fourth, on signs of life, or when breathing is restored, wrap in warm blanket or hot cloths. To encourage circulation, hot tea, brandy, or any spirits may be given in small doses, with care to avoid strangulation, and brisk rubbing and warmth applied to the entire body. Keep at work until recovery, or death is pronounced certain by a physician. Persons have been revived after 2 hours' steady work, but most cases revive within 30 minutes. End of The Book of Camping and Woodcraft, a guidebook for those who travel in the wilderness, by Horace Kephart.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.